lights, they flicker and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pound, pound, pound. Ghostly figures, they can get so bitter. Sure you want to enter, you can turn back to. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you'll just take it out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you too. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you'll just take it out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. You're just taking out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Words till the coffin's in the third. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, chat. Tammy, Chapstick.
Hello.
Hello.
How is everybody doing? Chat is over there chatting away. I love it.
Hello, Chad. How are y'all tonight? Who we got?
I see Eve. I see Colleen. Just me. Miss V. Hey, stranger. Aggie. Sinister. Shadows Reacts. Ooh, I like that. Chris Miller. And I'm just scrolling back up. Mimi Jean. Brown Eyes Blue. Black Skies. If I am missing anybody, yell at me and say, hey, I'm here too.
MTGB Crime Podcast. Did I read that
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes. That's Miss V.
Miss V. Okay.
Just me.
Yeah. Colleen.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So tonight, I am super excited about this live stream. So we are going to try our bestesses. Hi, Passion Flower. Welcome. Welcome in.
Here, well, welcome.
Grab your snacks. Get cozy. We're going to be here for a little while. It's a Mandy stream and I babble, so it's just how it goes.
Get ready.
And so we're going to try our best to put together a full entire timeline of Summer Wells' case. So Summer Wells is a little girl that was reported missing when she was 5 years old from Rogersville, Tennessee, allegedly from her home on June 15th, 2021. She allegedly was last seen by her mom, her 3 brothers, older brothers, and her grandma, her mom's mom. And they live on a mountain on a big, huge hill right in the hollers of Tennessee, and she just vanished. So we're going to try to break it down and run through the timeline of everything that we have learned since June 15th, 2021. We all 3 have followed the case from almost the very beginning, and I know a lot of you in chat have also. I know a lot of you are very familiar with the case. And if you're not, then you're going to learn, because we're going to tell every detail we can come up with that has been collected. Chapstick did an amazing, amazing job putting together all of the stuff that she has learned from everywhere. And that's what we're going to kind of review tonight. And we're going to add to it. If there's any corrections that need to be made, we're going to just try to get it as perfect as possible for summer. Did I miss anything, ladies?
I don't think so.
No, I don't believe so.
All right. So, I got to do the little schmeal, Please make sure that you smooch the thumbs up, okay? Can you smooch the thumbs up for me, please? Let YouTube know that you like what we're doing over here, okay? Make sure that you're subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button, ring-a-ding the bell, because you never know when I'm going to go live. Look, my my title still says time might be moved later, because I wasn't for sure when we were all going to be able to be here. And there's still more people coming. So we're still not all here yet, but that's okay. So make sure you ring the bell, set it to all, because you never know. And I'm going to hand the floor over to Chapstick. She has something prepared that she would like to share with you guys tonight before we get started. And so the floor is all yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate you all looking into it, and the gratitude I've gotten and the positivity I've gotten back from it has been amazing. I would love some more corrections. That would make this all worth what it was meant to do. But yeah, I did write something out, so I'll share it with you. We've all traveled a different path in trying to unravel what we believe happened to Summer. We all started with a different passionate creator who has maybe altered our belief in her story, not necessarily nefariously, but possibly with their own motivation and or intentions. We've all avoided certain creators simply because they weren't our cup of tea. Unfortunately, still, we've all been fed tainted opinions and misinformation at some point along the way. Hence, we all have our own assumed information and thoughts on what happened in Summer's disappearance, which doesn't always align. But hopefully that brought you here to get through a constructed yet certainly imperfect timeline, respectfully and presumably with an open mind, to try and better understand what could have happened. This timeline was literally started as my own guide, something I never expected to share. Just me personally trying to add some structure to all the chaos. It grew very large pretty quickly, with very little of it has ever been deleted. But when it became larger than I could handle, for clarification on certain dates needed, I decided to publicly release it, looking for help in the inconsistencies and indiscrepancies for accuracy. I'm here for Summer, and I hope everyone else is as well. Thank you.
Oh, I love that.
I do love that.
I love it.
Thank you.
And it's true. We all are here for Summer. That's what we all should be here for.
Yeah, and I feel like it really gets away from Summer a lot. And that's why I've really, really tried to stay as focused as possible and not contribute to the drama and everything else surrounding it, and stick with the facts. And I follow the conversation as much as I can, as much as my personal life will allow me to. And I started writing stuff down really early on, and it just kept growing. There's so much information. You couldn't go a day without learning something new. So in order to retain everything was unreal.
And not forget.
So, I mean, it was just a few months in, I realized that somebody coming into that case 6 months in, there's no way they could get through everything that had already been put out. So I needed structure. It was
Yeah.
just, it was driving me crazy. So I started typing it out. And yeah. So thank you.
Hey, Aries. So I think that you did a fantastic job. It is a lot of information, and I think a lot of the drama came from the lack of facts. You know, when
Agreed.
when there's not facts to discuss, then people start going at each other. You know,
They
and
just
some of it,
start. Go ahead, sorry.
well, some of it's for drama content, and some of it's out of frustration,
Yeah.
and some of it's reacting, you know, to something
Mhm.
that somebody said. And so I can see how people get down those paths, but luckily I've tried to stay focused and keep it for the victim. And, you know, I want to be able to look back on my channel and see the milestones that happened in the case without getting in the middle of the tomato throwing, you know, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
100%.
Yeah.
And I'll be
So
honest, probably nobody knows me in this community. Like, I don't speak up. I don't chat. I mean, couple people know me. Killer knows me. Lisa K knows me. They know who I am. I've sent plenty of messages between them just because they're a little bit more factual based, you know, and I trust the research that, you know, they've done on some aspects, and I went to them with questions, and that's all the communication. But yeah.
and that's good that you found creators that you can go to that you trust, and you know that I think it's very helpful when you have somebody to bounce ideas off of, or
Yeah.
you know, like, I heard this, is this true? Let's try to find out, you know. And so I
Yeah.
think that that's really helpful.
Yeah. Mimi Jean has 21 books full of Summer's case.
My goodness. See, I
I
told you
mean,
a lot
yeah,
of
I believe
respect
that.
day one. Yep,
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
I have, what did I say, 139 videos that I made myself for Summer's case alone.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. There's so much that happened, and thanks to, a lot to the parents. You know, it wasn't because law enforcement gave us anything, because they
Agree.
didn't give a shit. You
Agree.
know, like,
Yeah, agree. Nothing.
Yeah.
right. And so if it wasn't for the parents getting on every panel they could hop onto and, you know, have their drama-filled life broadcasted on YouTube, we wouldn't have known a lot of the things that we do know. And to see the things that they shared on a public platform has shown us what Summer lived.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
a sliver of it, you know. We're not in the house with them, but that gives us a taste, you
I
know.
agree. I agree with just a sliver of it. I mean,
Mhm.
what we've seen can't even begin to be the beginning of what's gone on in that household,
No.
in my opinion. And not in a negative way, just in a outside of the norm ways, you know, specifically, not all negative. I'm not going to say that. There was some good moments I'm sure that the children had, but in the overall greater picture, it was definitely a interesting atmosphere. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Respectfully.
Yeah, right. I mean, we did see some good times. You know, Candus is a good photographer. She likes to take a lot of pictures, no matter what the children are doing or what they look
Agreed.
like, or, you know, there's no Facebook perfect on Candus's agenda. You know, I say that because I always see people posting the most perfect pictures of their family or of their life, you know, trying to portray,
Yeah.
you know, this perfect life. And Candus didn't do that.
Yeah.
She posted some of the most obscene pictures I've ever seen on public platforms of Summer.
Yeah.
So
And there
that was
wasn't a lot of structure either. You could tell that.
right. Right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I'll say it, I don't know who said it first, but I'll agree and repeat it. Summer saved her brothers.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So we'll go through kind of the a little bit more of the timeline, I guess. Summary is, so Summer was reported missing on June 15th, like I said, and then almost a month later, her 3 older brothers were removed from the home. They were put into foster care. Don and Candus had a parenting plan through CPS. Hi, Diane. Welcome, welcome. And they didn't follow it. They didn't attend their visits. They didn't hold up their end of the deal of having phone conversations without talking about Summer's case. And they didn't get the parenting plan finished by the deadline. And the boys were taken away from them permanently. And in that timeline of when they were supposed to be working the parenting plan is when we saw them all over YouTube. And we saw a few mugshots, which you're going to see tonight. So it was very eventful. We have a lot of information to go over, and yeah, we may be doing 3 live streams to get through this. Okay, this may be a mini series, but we're going to do our best to get started. Chapstick did so well. She went all the way back to when Don and Candus were born and their parents' information. So we're going to start there and kind of run through that pretty quickly. And I'm going to let everybody know all the names that we learned surrounding Summer's case and how they were involved. So the other night on Tammy's Live, we were talking about this is the biggest case that we have seen with the most players involved.
Yeah.
Absolutely outrageous amount of people.
Right.
Outrageous.
Yeah.
So we have a list and a diagram, and we'll go ahead and pop that up here. And let me see. There we go. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So, let me see if I can make that even
Hey, Cher.
bigger.
She said she just got home.
Hey, girl. Hi. Be up in 5. Okay. We will be here waiting with bells on. All right. So can you guys see it on the screen at all? Or is it just way too tiny?
I can see it.
Oh, well, this is okay.
I don't know if chat can see it or not.
I'll do it this way. So I will try to make each picture that I'm reviewing bigger at the time that I'm reviewing it. And hopefully that'll help a little bit. Okay, so we're going to start out here. Yeah, good. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so Candace Bly, or Candace Wells, is Summer's mother. Candace Harer is Summer's grandma, which is Candace Bly's mother. So since there are 2 Candaces involved heavily in this case, we call Candace, Mom Candace, just regular Candace. I call Grandma Candace, Grandma Candy. So that way I keep them separated. And then Grandma Candy is also called Grandis. So if you hear Grandis, that's like Grandma Candace.
Mm-hmm.
So just in case. Yeah. Then we also have a third Candace, and that is Candace Bly's firstborn daughter. We'll talk about her just a little bit, not much. And I blurred out her last name just for her privacy. It's out there, and I'm sure that it's probably in here somewhere, but, just because. She was...
Share.
She was adopted. She was adopted out when she was 6 months old. And then back in foster care when she was 12. And she has a brother also, which it doesn't have that listed right here, but she does have a younger brother. Candus lost both of those children. So Candus and Andrew were her 2 children from her first marriage that were gone. Candus the third is what I call her. She came back on Facebook and after Summer was reported missing and kind of shared a little bit of information, which was a lot of insight for us to learn about who Candus was before she met Dawn.
Yeah.
So that was, I think, very interesting, and I'm glad that she had enough courage to speak up. Hi, Aussie. Welcome, welcome. All right. Then we have Donald G. Wells, which is Summer's grandpa, her dad's dad. Then we have Donald Wesley Wells Sr., which is Summer's father. And then we have Donald Wesley Wells Jr., which is Dawn's first son. And he lives in Utah, and he is a registered sex offender.
Mm-hmm.
Then once Dawn and Candus got together, they had 3 boys, and in 2021, the oldest boy was 12, the middle boy was 11, and the youngest was 9. And then they also had Summer, who was 5. So they had 2 children from previous marriages each, and then when they got together, they had 4 more. So Donald Wesley Wells Jr., that's little Donnie, and his sister's name is Margie. Okay. Any questions so far? Is everybody with me? Have I put you to sleep yet?
The family tree.
Right? It's so fun. All right. Let's see if I can put this one bigger.
Jody Sue calls Candus Senior.
Well, there's a lot of different names for people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if somebody says a name that you're like, wait, who is that? Just ask and we'll clarify, because there's a lot of different names.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's rumors that Candus also gave a child up for adoption. So I haven't had confirmation of that myself, but there is rumors of that. So now we're going to kind of go a little bit outside of the family for just a second, like, out of their main family there. So Karen Goad is Summer's dad, Dawn, his mom, and she passed away. She lived in the house that Dawn and Candus live in now, where Summer vanished from. And then we have William Goad, which is Dawn's stepfather, Karen's husband. Then we have Kenneth Bly, and that's Candus's father. So Grandma Candy's ex-husband. He's also deceased. And Candus has, she's down there. Okay. Then I'm going to just go in order. It's not really a good order, but it's an order. Okay, so next we have David Dotson. Now, David Dotson is flute guy. Anytime you see that man, he has this big, huge bamboo wooden flute in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And he's from the church. And when we get there, you'll know who he is. Then we have Robin. Robin is from the church also. She was Summer's church teacher.
Mm-hmm.
She was Summer's idol. Every time they went to church, Summer went straight to Robin. We will most likely hear a lot about Robin or see her if we discuss much about the church. Then we have Andrew. I'll just say Andrew H. for his last name. Okay, he has a son named Hunter. Hunter was a minor at the time when Summer vanished. He was 15, but he had spent the day with Summer and Candus and Grandma Candy on June 15th, the day that Summer was reported missing. Then we jump to Rose Bly. Rosemarie Bly is Candus's sister, who was reported missing in, I believe, 2009. We'll get there. But she has been missing for years, several years. So that's important to this because her sister ends up missing, and then years later, her daughter ends up missing.
Mm-hmm.
Very important. Rose's husband at the time was Chris Larson, and I do believe he filed for divorce, so they're not married anymore. Oh, I heard a knock. Let me pop over here. We got Sharon, Mr. Mark.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Welcome in. How was work?
It was work.
Mandy, Amanda has a good question.
Oh, sorry. Let me see. I'm not seeing Amanda.
She says, didn't...
Oh,
okay.
there it is.
You see it?
Yeah, I see it now. I'm sorry. Hi, Amanda. And hi, Tiger Shark. Okay, didn't LK say on her birth certificate that her name was put as Summer Bly?
She did.
If so, why did they put her as Summer Wells and not Bly? So on her missing flyer, that's a good question. Why,
Yeah.
if she's legally Summer Bly, then why is she listed as Summer Wells?
Yeah, that is a good question. And I didn't even think about that. That hasn't even crossed my mind. That's a good question.
Yeah, we'll have to ask her. I know Lisa Kay was in the chat earlier, and she said she would be back. So when she comes back, maybe we can ask her if she knows why. Well, Brown Eyes Blue, they weren't married when they had Summer, but they were married a few months after.
Well, I'm not 100%. I think I believe Candus is actually a Bly. I don't think she ever changed to a Wells. And then in the news she would go as Bly Wells sometimes, but I think she's legally a Bly still. I could be wrong.
Okay.
But that was my understanding, but I'm not sure.
Hi, Sharon. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Oh,
if I could hi. If I could interject, I'll bring that up now because it stuck out to me like a sore thumb.
Absolutely.
In my timeline, I actually have the date that Candus changed her name on Facebook from Bly to Wells. And I thought that was very interesting. That things that, and we'll get to it. I mean, I'll tell you now if you want me to tell you now, but we can get to it when the timeline comes about.
Was it after Summer disappeared, right?
No, ma'am. It was months before.
Okay, that's interesting.
It was very interesting.
Share it now, and we'll go again when we get to it.
Okay. There was a criminal case that came up at the end of February regarding Allie's mother. And I believe I'll have to double check the timeline. It's not right in front of me, but from memory, the date, it was about 2 weeks later, Candus had lunch with Allie's mom, and she posted pictures of it with the kids. I think it was like at Chili's or something like that. And that night, that same night that she had lunch with Sherry, was her name, she went home and she changed her Facebook profile from Bly to Wells. Timing is everything. And I always thought that kind of
months before.
Yes, ma'am. We're talking, the charge came February 28th, I believe, for Sherry. 2 weeks later, I think, is when they had lunch together. That night is when she changed her name.
Well, you change your name around when you're trying to evade authorities, right?
I agree with that 100%. And to go along with that, Mandy, you had pointed out, I believe it was in last night or night before last live, about Summer's face being on camera a lot during the church services. And it was on every church service from the end of October until the end of February. Her face was in every single church service.
That's
and then all of a
because
sudden,
Mr. Tim Mullen was the cameraman.
Yep.
Allegedly, in my opinion.
Allegedly, I agree, possibly. But
Okay, the
right
date
after those same charges, her face disappeared on camera. It all happened at
the
the same
date
time.
the date
Go
that
ahead.
they had Chili's was March
Yeah.
12th.
Yeah. So it was about 2 weeks after February 28th, which was when the charges were put on Sherry. It was that same night. I'm pretty sure it's in the timeline. It was that same night she changed her name. And it just all seemed very interesting to me. And like I said, now looking back on it, they took her
That
face
is
off. It is. They took her face off
February is
camera.
Summer's birth month, also.
It is.
Or
They took
so
her.
we're told.
Yeah. Her face disappeared off camera in that church after that happened.
Yeah.
Just
See,
saying.
I think
Sorry.
it's so here. I think that you and Chapstick are going to have a heyday with the church stuff
Mhm.
because the information that she found about like the video and Summer being on camera and the timeline for that, when you hear that, I think it's gonna blow your lid. Like you're just gonna
It's interesting. Timing of things is very interesting, and I feel like it's even more important in this case.
Right,
Yeah.
just me. What was that, Sinister? She's the one. Oh, Robin Lane. Yes. And I mean, I have Robin texting me all kinds of weird stuff. There was one particular video she was really upset about, and it had to do with the church and sacrifices and children. Again, all documented, of course. And she also told me that whatever happened to Summer was someone carrying out a secret mission.
Wow.
well, that's not weird at all.
Yeah. In a text, she said this to me.
That's interesting. I'll be honest,
Mhm.
there's a little I've got a little bit of love for Robin. Summer loved Robin. Robin
I
loved
don't.
Summer. Robin was
Summer
the best thing.
loved Robin because she was groomed to love Robin, because Robin is that. There's always that sweet lady that the girls trust who's bringing them into the monsters, and that's Robin. In my
In
opinion,
your
allegedly.
opinion.
In this case, anything is possible. So I don't know, but I do know that in my heart, I feel like if Robin did anything to make this little girl disappear, she is in the best place possible, and I'm not mad at her for it. I'm sorry, but
Ooh, I
um,
disagree.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm being
I
honest.
believe her to be. Well, I mean, I could be wrong too, right? I'm not
Right,
saying I'm
right.
right, but I get the feeling, and because I had personal contact with her,
Right.
I get the feeling she's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I agree, Cher.
She's got a look in her eyes that I haven't pinpointed yet. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
but
Because I
generally
mean, I can show you
speaking,
conversations where she's straight up lying. She was the one around Dawn and Candus all the time. She's she's a big member in what I will call a cult. That's my opinion.
possible.
And again, who knows how she grew up and was she groomed into things or whatever? I don't know. But I do think Robin is absolutely a wolf in sheep's clothing. There's something just not right there. I don't know why she was continually lying for them. I don't know.
Right.
She did everything that's just weird for me
Yeah,
for
the
to see a church
hospital
do.
thing, the
So
hospital
much more
thing with
than that.
Candus.
There's
Yeah, it was real
prayer
weird.
visuals
Like,
where she was saying
I
Mark was
agree.
or not Mark. Mark. What's his name? Don was at work and Candace was sick. Meanwhile, I'm on video call with
Lying.
them
Yep.
and I know that
Yep.
she's lying.
I
And I
remember that.
go to her like, why are you lying? I'm like, what do you mean? They're high as a kite right now, missing the visual for their daughter. Why are you lying for them?
I
Yeah.
agree. I remember that.
It's weird.
I can't disagree with that at all.
But Robin could be forced to be doing stuff too, to be fair. Like, I don't know, because the women in that church are not treated very nicely by the men, just much like you see the Jehovah's Witnesses, in my opinion,
hmm
not to offend
And
anyone.
I definitely saw, in my opinion, frustration in some of the older women in the church surrounding Summer in the videos. You can
Mhm.
see it. You can see their
Even with
frustration with her.
even with the males too.
Yeah.
And that makes sense because, when you hear about, um, I'm going to have a yellow or not monetized at all on this stream anyway. So when you hear about trafficking, there's usually the woman who is like, I'll take you in, I'll help you be a model, I'll help you be beautiful like me, and come with me, and then she gives you away.
Mhm.
And then you get passed on from house to house or country to country, or and
Don't forget
so
that
I mean,
picture where Robin looks like she's forcing Summer to pay attention to Flute Man, and Summer
yeah,
does not look impressed.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that was at church. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have that screenshot too.
And Sinister, yes, the touchy-feely pastor. Remember she said that to me? I'd
Yep.
love to talk to you, Cher, but I'd love to have my pastor. He's a nice guy. He's just a touchy-feely guy. Who says that? Does anyone else go to church? I've been to a lot of churches, some of them pretty shady, and never have I heard that about a pastor. And
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
weird.
probably should have been
That's
said about
weird.
some of them.
Yeah,
But that
agreed.
was really weird to say.
Yeah, agreed.
yeah, I've never heard of a pastor described that way either.
Big, touchy-feely pastor. It's weird.
I feel like maybe my connection to her is she's the only person I've heard speak on Summer that I can feel the pain in her voice when she talks. And I listen, and I've been sitting in on a lot of the Awaken Ministry streams that they've been doing. It's a prayer circle they do like Monday, Tuesday
I'm
night.
always in there. I'm in the bushes,
And
Chapstick.
I've popped in on her a couple times, and I try to throw positivity at her, appreciation for her for what she's doing, only because she's continuing to talk about Summer and talk about missing kids, and those are all good things in my opinion. So I'm okay with that. I appreciate that. But when she talks and when she speaks and when she prays, I feel pain from her in this, not having this little girl in her life anymore. And I've never felt that from Donna Candace. Never.
I
I
feel like she's creepy, but you know what? When we all start thinking the same and having the same opinions on it, that's when the conversation's over. So I'm glad to,
Yeah,
and we haven't got to talk to you much, Chapstick. So
yeah.
it's a nice conversation for all of us to be chatting.
Yeah, I appreciate your opinion, because there's things that, do slip our mind and forget about. And yeah, it's complex.
So this is Robin on the screen. I went ahead and uploaded some pictures here because I found out I can do it this way, and it makes it so much easier. So this is Robin holding Summer at church, which was very common for several services, right, Chapstick?
Every service.
Yeah. And
Every
then this
service.
is Robin at one of the vigils that happened that they were doing weekly, right? Was it weekly or bi-weekly that they were doing the
It was
vigils for Summer?
weekly, I believe, in the beginning,
I
but
think
it
so
only
too.
lasted a couple months, maybe until October, I think, and they stopped.
That's what I was thinking too. So this is one of them that she was there for. So you can put a face to the name just in case you haven't seen the face. And I agree, Eve. I think she's flaky, fake also. But I do agree with Chapstick. I think that she gave Summer love. She gave Summer feelings that she didn't get at home. No matter how you want to look at it, she was not getting that comfort, that love, that compassion at home that she was getting from Robin. To the point where Robin was like, I'll never forget the church service where Robin was holding her own daughter, who is around the same age as Summer. And she said that she wanted to hold her because Robin's mom was at church that day. And so she wanted Grandma to be able to see her granddaughter up there on stage. And she held her for a little bit. Hi, Megan. And then Summer comes in and runs up on stage, and she puts her own daughter down to pick Summer up. And her daughter kept turning around and like side eyeing Robin and Summer,
Yeah.
like
And Robin
I
said her daughter would always be like, "Oh, I want to help. Why can't I help?" And Robin would be like, "Go sit back down." And Summer was her special one.
Yeah, and you can see that in that specific time, you can so see that. I'm gonna try to find that clip because I feel like that I know I have it recorded somewhere, because I feel like that one is very, very important.
And do you guys remember when Don, I think, slipped up? Maybe my channel, maybe someone else's. I think it might have been mine. And he mentioned it's like she drove up really quick, put her in the car, and drove off. Do you remember he specifically said a she?
I remember the she. I do remember
Yep.
that.
Yep. When he was running through a possible scenario of what he thinks
Mhm.
might have happened. Yeah, I
Mhm.
remember
Yeah,
that.
he slipped she in there. It's like she
Yep.
came up here quick.
Yep, I do remember that. So this is the excuse me, this is the Chili's picture this summer and one of her brothers here. And if I could make it big enough, you can see it says right here, March 12th at 11:47 a.m. So just to validate the date there of when Candace changed her name on Facebook. Very
Mhm.
odd. So we're going to try to put everything together the best we can. We may not know why the things are important, but we feel that these things are important. And hopefully we'll be able to, put all of these puzzle pieces together by the end of this little series that we're working on here. So hopefully. So let me
Is there
move.
a mod that's not on panel that could please share Chapstick's channel link?
I can do it. All the links are in the description box also. Every person that is on panel, even Mark, and
Exactly,
Justin.
babe. It could be Robin. She was at the house all the freaking time. She would have Dawn on video call on one phone, Candace on video call on another, and she was always there. I have conversations documented with Robin saying that her now husband didn't even know where the Wells exactly lived until it was all over the news, and I guess he gave her hell for having their daughter over there so much.
Yeah,
That's
I
what she
remember
told
that.
me.
I definitely remember that.
Hmm.
Now, it's interesting because Robin's ex-husband is or was a big druggie, seller of drugs. So,
Yes, Amanda, she was. She was at the swim hole when Chris McDonough was interviewing Candace. Robin was there.
yep.
Hi, Blue Eyes. Hi, Margaret.
And I think it's interesting that Chris McDonough waited about a year, I believe, or maybe even longer. He waited a long time before he released that interview that he did with Robin Lane. And if you
Yeah, it was
listen to it,
the
it's very
beginning
telling.
of beginning of January 2022. I'm pretty sure is when that uncut version came out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was very telling. You could tell she was very nervous, but I thought it was interesting. I noticed then I could see if the church would throw Candace under the bus real quick. I knew the church loved Dawn a lot more. They were saying Dawn was a member, and then they said, is Candace a member or a Seventh-day Adventist? And they said, no, but Dawn is. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And I thought that was interesting, I
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
guess.
that's why Candace was asleep.
Yeah.
I
Which if
mean,
you
Right.
remember, that costs a lot of money, isn't it? Didn't we check something? It's thousands of dollars every year to be a
they
member.
were in my strong opinion, they were definitely never members because of the
Yeah.
cost.
Unless
Because of the cost.
someone's
Unless,
paying for it.
Yeah.
Did they give
unless,
their daughter up for payment, maybe?
that's what I was
I
going to say, unless Don
I'm
did
yeah,
something else for
yeah.
his payment,
Mm-hmm.
that's
And
very possible.
if I could comment on what Mark said in chat about if anyone could sneak Summer out of the house, it would be Robin. To go along with that, I think if anybody even said Robin's name, Summer would have followed him.
Yeah.
If anyone even would have said, we're going to go meet Robin, we're going to, you know what I mean? She would have
Yeah,
followed
like
him
if
with
you
no
said
problem.
Robin's out there with
Yeah.
kittens and puppy dogs and
Yeah.
horses.
Yes,
Go see
ma'am.
Miss
Yes.
Robin outside.
Yes. Yes,
Oh
ma'am.
yeah.
Yes, I've definitely had that thought before. I mean, she loved and adored Robin, I feel like that much that yeah.
And people like that, they need the people like Robin. They do. I
Right.
don't know. It's a thing.
Sinister, you did a deep dive on Robin?
Yeah, Sinister has been on to Robin all of the time. But yeah, she has. We've talked about Robin Lane quite a bit.
I know I found
Okay.
pictures of her going back to 2012, I believe, in that church. So she's been there a really long time.
Multiple countries within the church,
Yes,
visiting
yes,
orphanages.
lots of missionary. Yes, ma'am.
Interesting.
Hmm.
All right, let's try to get through the rest of these names here real quick.
Sorry.
No, I knew it would happen this way, and that's why, my channel, we have an outline, and that's it. We don't have a script that we follow exactly to a T. We have an outline that we try to stick to, So here we are. But, I like the chat, and whatever you're thinking about, you need to say it so you don't forget it. That's why I said, say about the last name now, and then we'll talk about it more later, So I think that's important. Okay, so Rose Meyer is Grandma Candy's friend who helped organize things with Rose Bly's disappearance and in Summer's disappearance. And then there's some clarifications there that don't really matter right now. Okay, and then we have Jeannie. Oh, I should have blurred out her name. Jeannie is Dawn's stepsister who came forward and spoke with Chris McDonough because of her daughter Trish, which is the next person here. And Jeannie was 5 and Dawn was 12 when he started SAing her. And it happened almost every night until he went to jail. And then when he got out of jail, he came home and continued. And by that time, she was 12 and he was 19. And that's when she finally spoke up and it put a stop to it. His dad tried to protect him because her mom wanted to press charges. And his dad said, if you do, I'll divorce you. And then we also have Mary, which Mary's not on here, but Mary Hartman. And I'll say her last name because she has a channel that is Mary Hartman's something, something, something. And she teaches you how to do her recipes. I'll find
Dinner
her
and
channel.
drinks with Mary Hartman.
Love it. I'll find her channel link and I'll share it with you guys because Mary's been amazing. She has also come on and spoken with Chris and shared her story of what Dawn did to her. She and Dawn are very close in age, approximately, I believe it's just like a month apart.
I think so. She's super brave.
Absolutely. They all are. I mean, even Trish shared incident that happened with her and her uncle Don trying to do things with her. So
Sure
it's
is a pattern for young girls, and
right.
Dawn knows.
Right. And Don admitted to this. So it wasn't just an allegation that these women made. He admitted to it. And we may review some of that because I made a video about it. I know, shocker. I'm going to say that a bazillion times in these live streams. Just be prepared for it. 139 videos I got here. Okay. So we may review some of that because Don said that his 5-year-old stepsister initiated the essay, that she wanted it, that she touched him first, and he was 12 and went ahead and just went along with it. But it was her fault. It was a 5-year-old's fault. Now, I want you to know that because his daughter, who was reported missing, was also barely 5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Now that
And
situation gets me pissed, and F-bombs start flying when I start talking about that. So I'm not going to go into too much detail right now.
well, with
But
that
go ahead.
said, and like you said, Mandy, this is the things that he is quite comfortable admitting to. And when
Mhm.
you talk to these type of, I don't know what you want to, monsters, people, demons on earth, many of us have talked to many different ones, and especially in my lifetime, I've spoken to a lot, high profile, not high profile. And when they're willing to so easily admit to something like that, to molesting and R-wording children and then blaming them, what do you think they're not saying?
Right. Yeah.
It's not good.
And that's true, Mimi Jean. Thank you for bringing that up too. So Dawn's mom and dad got divorced, obviously, and Dawn's dad married Mary and Jeannie's mother. He has 8 total siblings between biological and step. One sister was still speaking to him when Summer was reported missing. The other 7 quit talking to him way before Summer was reported missing. Now, Dawn's biological mother remarried also when they were younger. And I can't remember his name right off the bat. Kelly. Kelly also liked little girls. And Kelly was doing the same things to Dawn's sisters who were living with Dawn's mother. So he had it on both sides of his family. It wasn't just, his thing. He had a role model. So I don't know that his father ever did anything like that. I've never heard that. So I
Uh,
can't say.
Dawn's dad?
Yes.
I have a very interesting call. Again, Dawn liked to call me on speaker and have conversations with people that didn't know I was on the phone, and his father
Mhm.
was one of them.
Oh, wow.
And I got the feeling, now there's some history that doesn't really look good on them, if we believe Dawn to be true, but we can't forget also that Mary and Jeannie's mom was the babysitter at one point. So I don't know what all that means, but I will say I have a recording of Don trying to set his very ill father at that time, and almost tried to trick him into a recorded conversation that his dad didn't know. I was on the phone listening and obviously recording, into saying that he also, basically saying the stepsisters also came on to the dad, and the dad said something like one time something happened in the bathroom, but he put an end to it. I don't know, but it
I
felt,
remember.
you remember it? I
Yeah.
have it. So it felt weird.
Right.
These definitely are generational patterns, but I don't know. I did at the same time thinking it's a little weird, but at the same time, it felt like very much he was tricking his dad, and his dad did seem hella confused, if I'm being honest. But he was very
Right.
sick and not all there.
Yeah, he's struggled the last few years. I remember from when Summer was reported missing, he was sick, like very, very sick right away, when we had learned about him. And I guess he had recently passed also. Um, so Mary's mother is still living, but Don's father passed away. And the girls, Mary and Jeannie, called Donald's Wells, the grandfather of Summer, Don's father, they call him dad. So that gets a little bit confusing. But so when we do watch a little bit of that, because like I said, we will watch a little bit of that information when we get to that part of the timeline. So I could see how he could be trying to trick his dad into, because Don always puts the blame on somebody else. It's never his fault. That's
Always.
just like with the 5-year-old. He was 12 years old, and maybe he didn't know right from wrong, but instead of saying, I didn't know that it was wrong then, because she also said, Dawn said that Jeannie also said that her brothers let her touch them. So he tried to
I
make it
remember
sound
that.
like it was, huh? I'm
I
sorry.
remember that too. He was trying to normalize it.
Yes. Yes. He was trying to normalize it like it was like he didn't know any better at that time. And that may be the case. That could possibly be true. But now that you're this age and you know it's wrong, you should stop blaming the 5-year-old for it now. Accept responsibility for it and own your shit. Period. It wasn't her fault. You may have acted on it because of, but that doesn't make it right. And it still wasn't her fault. So I almost feel bad for Don if that was the case, if he thought that that was normal. I wish that we knew more of the truth.
I hate
And
to
the way,
say this. Sorry. I think some of it absolutely comes from generational. When he said that there was things left out on purpose so that the kids would see, I believe that because like TMI maybe, but I'll never forget the first porn I saw. And it absolutely was my mom and her boyfriend leaving it on for me to see. So I get some of it, but it doesn't make it okay. I can't go around just hurting people because of my past. He knows right from
right.
wrong. That's why he's a liar,
Yeah. Yep. Hi, Joy Jones. She just said that there's an Amber Alert in Memphis, so I'm looking it up right now. But yeah.
I do feel like Don does have that forever victim mentality. He's always a
Mhm.
victim, never accountable.
Always. Him and Candace both.
Always.
Like, God forbid they say just one time, I'm sorry, it was my fault. One time, like that would be amazing. Not, it was my fault, but, or I'm sorry, but, just, it was my fault, I'm sorry. End of. And they just can't do it. Okay. Will you guys chat for just a second and give me just 30 seconds here, please? You chat with chat.
What do you
Are you
think in
still here?
Chapstick about all this? Ava, what do you mean? I believe what you're saying, Cher, but I don't believe the event happened. What do you mean event? Oh, 11/11. Does anyone know what Ava means? Did I miss it? Oh wait, wasn't she even at CM interview? What is oh that's no one. What does Ava mean? Anybody?
I'm not sure.
Amber.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, the one of the girls approaching the dad. Oh, okay, so your comment is I believe what you're saying, but I don't believe the event happened. I don't think I believe it either, just because his dad, I mean, we have the recording, we can play, I would have to find it. But it is recorded. And he sounded very, very confused. So I just got more like he's being confused. I also think that in the strength that Mary and Jeannie have coming out so publicly against someone I consider to be pretty dangerous. We've got a aunt. Well, we've got your sister-in-law and your daughter both missing within 11 years tops. So I think the stepsisters are very brave. So I don't know. I feel like if the dad did that, why wouldn't they be speaking out about that too? I don't know. But maybe not. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Okay, I want to share this real quick here. Breaking news. Pardon the interruption. This is important. So, the TBI has issued an Amber Alert for a 14-year-old Genesis Rodriguez. She was last seen tonight in the area of Nightway Road in Memphis wearing a black jacket, a plaid black and white shirt, and black boots. This is her face. 14 years old. Gosh. She's 5 foot, 94 pounds. She has brown eyes and black hair. She was taken by an armed, unknown male wearing a ski mask and a camo jacket. Thinking,
Listen, I'm at the point where Tennessee is not where you want to bring your children for a vacation.
No.
Right.
ever.
No. And I don't know if you guys remember, but I went over the statistics of the trafficking in like the red zones and who's on like Tennessee came before California. And do you remember Dawn arguing with me on a live stream? That can't be right. No, no, no. That doesn't make sense. Well, Dawn, this goes with your story that she was taken. How are you
Oh,
going to argue this
100%.
with me? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's weird.
You think he would have gone right along with that statistic?
Yeah, but he was arguing with me about it. Absolutely not. This is wrong. We need to email the people that made it. It's wrong. Like, he was pissed. I'm like, well, Dawn, this makes your story more believable. But yeah, he wasn't having it. So he was like, no way, it's before California. It's worse in California, he was saying. I'm like, okay.
Whatever you say, Don, whatever you say. He's always right. Just accept it. Okay, so I was trying to read what it says on here. So it says she's 14, missing February 21st, from Memphis, Tennessee, 5 feet, 94 pounds, brown eyes, black hair. An Amber Alert has been issued on behalf of Memphis Police Department for Genesis Rodriguez. She's a 14-year-old Hispanic female, 5 foot, 94 pounds, black hair, and brown eyes. She was last seen on February 21st on Nightway Road in Memphis, Tennessee. She was taken by an armed unknown male in a black ski mask and a camo jacket. She was last seen wearing a black jacket, plaid, black and white shirt, and black boots. If you have seen Genesis or you have any information about her whereabouts, you can contact the Memphis Police Department, Sergeant Cody Young at 901-543-2700, or TBI, Special Agent Trey Spangenberg, I think, at 1-800-TBI-FIND. This is crazy. This is so wild. Taken at gunpoint. I mean, are you guys there? Everybody's muted. Okay.
Sorry.
I thought I lost him for a
Again.
second. I heard crickets.
Yeah, these cases are never ending. I mean, it's nonstop.
Well, I'm going to keep this pulled up and I'll refresh it and check back here in just a little bit. There's the big picture of her face. Goodness. This is, it's so scary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wonder why they took her by gunpoint like that. You just don't hear that often.
No, not at all.
Right.
So either somebody was around where they felt like they had to do that, or
Right, Tammy.
maybe they didn't want her to scream. I don't know.
14-year-old little 5 foot girl, and he need to take her at gunpoint.
Yeah,
Right.
Like, take her on gunpoint like other people had the gun pointed, so they let him take her. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I mean, unless they were like doing a crime and they took her so that they could get away.
So
That,
there
I
was
mean,
just 3 people arrested finally here for trafficking girls out of here. So of course I've been reading up on that because I'm like, well, is it possible that that happened to Courtney? But no, I don't believe that happened to Courtney. But yeah, just recently. So I make the girls carry knives every time they leave.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to walk by vans or campers. Like, we have a whole thing.
Yeah.
I got my daughter a taser and pepper spray.
Oh, that's good. I can't order that in Canada. I don't know if I can buy it. Maybe I can get bear spray though.
Oh yeah. You can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Canada's crazy. They only let us have knives, okay? We're not allowed no guns, no nothing.
I'll tell you what, though, honestly, I would suggest a tactical flashlight because that's what I was using. When I would go to the cemetery at 3:00 in the morning by myself. I would take
Oh,
I would take
no.
my tactical flashlight and I had my pepper spray on my keychain, but that tactical flashlight is so freaking bright on reading mode, which is the lowest mode. It goes low, medium, high, super high, and then extremely super high. So when you're on extremely super high, I can stand out in front of my house and shine it 3 blocks down on the stop sign. That's how bright this flashlight is. And on the end of it, where the light shines out of, it's a beveled end. So if somebody did get close enough to me, I don't know how they would because the
I was
bright
just gonna
light
ask, how
would
big
blind
is it?
them.
You can crack them over the head with it.
Yeah.
You can no, it's a beveled end on it, so you can like it's a beveled ring around the light, so
Yeah.
you can jam it in their face and twist, and it would rip the skin right off their face.
Oh,
Oh,
somehow that's more brutal than what I thought I was the morbid one.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm like, am I the only
Like
one that always looks at objects and like, how can I use this to crack someone's head?
I'm thinking, how am I gonna get away? And that if I
That too.
can't blind you, like if you can make it past this light some way, somehow, because if I look at the light on reading mode, I'm telling you, it doesn't even use the battery to turn on reading mode. That's how low it is. When I turn it on super high, the flashlight itself gets hot and it's perfect size. Like I can send you the link to it. They're expensive, but I have a code where you can get 10% off, but it's an olight and it's perfect size for your hand. It sticks out just a little bit past like if you make a fist around it, it sticks out just a little bit on both ends and that's it. And it has a strap on it and it also has like a pin hook on it where you can like hook it on your clothes or on your hat or, something like that. So I would recommend that over anything.
Some of those come with sirens on them, like loud noise. They'll make a loud noise.
Oh, well, that would be helpful too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want the link for that. That sounds badass.
Yeah.
It does. I might
I
do some
ordered it.
nighttime mushroom hunting with it, but I'm not going into a cemetery with it.
Oh, I did several times.
Ooh, you brave girl, you brave.
When it gets warmer, I want to go back. I have one that I want to go to where my family is. I will never go back to the one where I met the Grim Reaper gatekeeper thing. I will never go back to that one. But the one where my family is, I will definitely go back to that one. I want to go back to that one.
Oh my gosh, we have to go to the one in Wisconsin, all of us. Like, we all have to go to the Geen family where the victims are buried with the dang monsters, the family cemetery. I've driven by there and
I don't
everything.
know
But
anything about
Now
that.
share.
what? The real Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh.
It's actually about Ed Gein, which is, Wisconsin cannibals or whatever. It doesn't sound as catchy as Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but yes, it was actually in Wisconsin, land of Grandis.
Now share. I haven't been past, so I don't know if I can go way up there.
I love
Also,
Wisconsin.
You want the link to the flashlight, Bossy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I have it in this description box. I usually put it, yep, right here. I usually put it in all of my description boxes, so it's right here. I'll grab it and post it in the chat. It's an olight, and the one that I have is the Warrior. Let me see if it's still listed here. Sorry, squirrel. Carrying a flashlight, okay? It's shiny. Right here. Oh, that's the mini. But that's close enough. I'll share that link too. And you can see the beveled end on it.
Well, can we rip faces off with the mini?
Yeah, it's beveled. It's beveled, so yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's the selling point right there.
Look, I'll
You ain't
pull
gonna
it
get
up right
that
now.
close to me.
Right?
Saying I'm not giving you that opportunity.
See, my goal was I'm going to shine the light in your face, and then I'm going to pepper spray your face, and then I'm going to run because I'm not a runner, so it's going to take me a minute to get
Manny
anywhere.
really is brave. She's like, I'm not running until I'm going to be in your face to get you with the flashlight. Then I'm going to spray you, and then I'm going to run.
Exactly. Okay, can you see it here?
Mandy's gonna hurt you so you can't get up and run after her.
That's right.
That's what you got to do. That's
I don't
just smart.
run, so I got to protect myself the best I can, okay? I got a taser too now, but I didn't back then. But do
Aw.
you see the screen?
I should not be allowed a taser. That just.
You see
I
the screen?
mean, how many options does this thing have on it? What's going on here?
How many
$90. It's a $90. It's a $90 flashlight.
Yes.
But you can rip a face off with it.
I don't think. I don't know how practical that is.
That's the selling point, okay? How many other items do you
Sounds
own?
fun. You never know, Chapstick. When in life, you might have to rip a face off.
That's
I got
right.
I got fingernails, honey.
There we go.
I don't know about a $90. I appreciate it, but I don't know about $90. I'm gonna need some more options on
I'm
that
telling you
flashlight.
what, I own two of them, and the one that I got, this is the Warrior Mini. I have the Warrior Pro, and I paid $150 for mine, minus the
Oh my
10%
gosh.
discount.
Oh my gosh.
What can the
Chapstick.
pro do?
I'm more frugal. I'm more frugal than that, my dear.
It's just bigger.
Bigger is better. Don't we know that?
That's
You could
right.
jam it in their balls and twist it and take their balls off.
I'm definitely not going to be monetized on this stream, okay?
I'm sorry.
Allegedly.
All right.
Chapstick
So
said I
it's
need
just
more options for $90. Come on, give me something.
there's a lot of options on here. There really is. This is the Olight company, and they are practical everything. They have keychain size. They have and I'm not sponsored, so I truly enjoy the product. They have, let's see, I don't even know what those things are. Those look new. That is a USB rechargeable mini flashlight. That one hooks on to, you can mount it. So like if you have firearms, if you're hunting or something, you could use that. And then this is a pen, a ballpoint pen. I'm telling you, like they have a whole bunch of
You know
different.
where
there's
that can go.
there's some options.
Here's a regular Warriors at 3S, and this one's $120. So that's cheaper than mine. Here's the Warrior X4, but that isn't beveled well enough. Like I don't like that one because it's not as beveled like this one.
Is it battery powered or charged, man?
You could probably crack its skull with it though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You charge it. Here, hold on. I'll grab mine real quick. I'll show you.
Well, if they're not sponsoring her, they should now. This is a hell of a commercial.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should.
Sinister, my husband has a pair of those too. He keeps them. His are brass too, I think.
I had brass knuckles. Those are illegal, but yeah, definitely
Yeah, they are.
had
Reminds
swords,
me of Brass
into
Monkey,
stars.
the funky monkey. Brass
Oh.
monkey, the funky monkey.
Are you making a drink?
What?
I think there's a
Ew.
drink called that.
The brass monkey?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
she's
it's
going
just
Beastie Boys with it.
just a song that I heard a little piece of one time, and I remembered. Okay, don't look at me. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here is the size, and it has. Let me unhook this.
It's like average man ball size.
It has the wristlet. Absolutely.
We could
You know,
take
like-
them off.
You just take it and go bink, twist, and there goes both balls. I mean, the whole sack. Okay. Stop it. So I don't know if, let me see. You can see the beveled end on it. See?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what I was thinking about, Sinister.
And it's like, I mean, it hurts when you put it on your skin, and like it hurts. So if you jammed it and twisted it, it would literally rip it
An
right off.
eyeball out.
Yeah.
Right
yeah.
in their eye and twist it. Take their eyeball.
Now see, now you're losing more monetization. Okay, so
Allegedly.
plug it. The charger
For
is
women's protection.
right, exactly. This is educational here, okay?
Yeah.
So this is the charger, and it's a USB cord, and it magnetizes to the end of it like that, and that's how you charge it. And if I turn on reading mode, that's reading mode, so it doesn't look that bright on camera. But then watch this. Watch how this lights up. Ready? And then watch this.
Oh, wow.
That's super high. Like it whites everything out. My whole room is lit up right now.
Yeah.
That is phenomenal.
And it does strobe also. Somehow it's not working, but it does strobe too. So look at you, Cher, covering my ass. I took away your monetization, so here you go. This is what
There you
this
go,
is more than what you would make. This is more than what you would make from the AdSense. Thanks, girl. So, anywho, that's that. I love him. I have I keep one in my truck and one in the house. And the battery lasts forever. I have to charge them like once a month. So I'm telling you, like, even though they're expensive, they're well worth it. And you save 10% if you use the link that I shared. It should give you a 10% off thing too.
There you go, Chapstick.
All right, maybe.
Yeah, see? And it lasts forever. It's tactical. Like they're supposed to be like waterproof and shit too. So, you know.
Well, I mushroom hunt. I'm an avid mushroom hunter. I've been mushroom hunting for years and years. It is the highlight of my spring, and I've always wanted to go at night, to be honest, because a lot of places you go to mushroom hunt, you're not supposed to be there. So being able to go at night.
Hunting sounds fun. What kind of mushrooms are we hunting?
Morels.
Oh, just like
Strictly
food ones.
Yeah.
Aw.
Edible mushrooms. Anyways, yeah. I look in the woods for edible mushrooms. Either way. But yeah, doing it at night is a game changer. So we'll see.
See, there you go. And you can
Let's
turn it
see.
on the reading. You can just turn on the reading mode. So that way you're not calling a lot of attention to yourself if you're not really supposed to be there. And
Yeah,
but
it's pretty.
if you hear a ghost, and you need the super bright light, you can shine. It's over 300 yards. That's 3 football fields
Wow.
that the super bright light will shine.
As long as I don't hear a gun, we're okay.
Right?
I have gotten warning shots at me before, so yeah, it's okay.
High heels
Oh.
and white pants.
Well, I didn't catch that.
What?
I'm assuming
Sinister
ghost
said-
hunting. You did ghost hunting in high heels and white pants, or
I think she meant shrooming.
or shrooming.
Sinister.
That takes skill right there,
Either
okay?
one, I mean, is impressive. So
I'm gonna
Right.
guess someone tried to plan date night, and that's where you ended up.
Sounds like Vegas.
I've been with some country boys.
Sounds like fun.
oh,
My goodness.
okay.
But doesn't mushrooms grow out of poop though?
No, not all. Not morels.
They're a
They
fun.
grow in the woods.
I might say they grow because of poop, not out of it. Sorry, I used that word.
Yeah, 'cause that's why I
That was
didn't, that's why I
weird.
didn't want to eat them because I
Yeah,
thought they grew
no.
in poop.
No, not at all. They grow around dead trees, and as animals walk by, their droppings are laid, and the combination of the spores from the dead trees and the animal droppings is
So
what
it's poop.
creates a morel. No, it's not actually on the poop. It's like in the general
Onto the-
area. I know.
Fertilizer.
It's in the
If you
area.
when you fertilize your garden, that's manure.
The good
That's
ones
true.
grow on the yeah,
That's true.
different.
It just makes them bigger and better. The manure helps it grow better.
Oh, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
That's right.
It doesn't make it taste like that. It just makes it grow better. I love mushrooms.
Nutrients.
Yeah, I do too. I love mushrooms.
I love them.
Well, if you want some in the spring, let me know.
Sunday. Oh my gosh, Sinister. I am dreading 42. I am so sad, but I'm sad.
Yeah, 42 was hard a few years ago. Good night, Chris. Sweet dreams. And Colleen said they taste like manure.
Tastes like earth.
So you know
The
what I'm gonna
mushrooms-
do, Mandy?
What?
Tammy knows. I'm going next month. I'm going to ride out my 40s, maybe my 50s, but definitely the rest of my 40s. I'm riding out with purple dreadlocks.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm getting them done April 26th. It's going to be taking like 8 to 10 hours, but yeah, I'm getting them. I'm getting them.
Oh
Getting them.
my.
They're pretty.
Purple too.
Yeah,
Mm.
purple and blonde.
Yep, they're pretty and long.
My daughter gets her hair braided. Her best friend does hair, and she does such a good job. I mean, she does like crazy different styles of braids and twists and all kinds of stuff. And she's never done dreads, but she's done different color braids. Like she'll do the teeny tiny ones, she'll do the thicker ones. She's had different designs on her head done.
I love all that. I wanted dreads back. I had them once in high school, and then I took them out after a couple months, and then I never got them back. So I've been wanting it for a long time because for people to know, it's for me. I think dreadlocks is for all cultures because I'm a warrior princess. I'm definitely freaking Viking warrior princess. So I need my dreads.
There you go. That'll make you complete, right? I get it.
I think it will. And I've been talking to a lot of people, and I am gonna have a channel to follow the journey, like lots of stuff. So I'm not using human hair because I don't know if it could be cursed hair, what kind of energy that person had. So I don't want to attach it to mine, right? So I'm going synthetic. I put a lot of thought into it,
Mimi
That's
Jean,
awesome.
that's what I'm saying. I'm not 59, but I'm 56. So that's what I'm saying when they talk about 42.
Well,
Like,
I'm
really?
45, so that's why I said a few years ago, yeah, that was kinda hard. I
Are
didn't
you
turn into
really? You
40.
do not look 45. I thought you were
Yeah.
younger than me for sure.
I'm 45 and
Wow.
a half. My birthday's in June.
You moisturize well.
You know what? I don't use I don't use moisturizer hardly ever, and I clean my face with alcohol. So I'm so bad.
Really? No, yeah,
Yes.
I had no idea that you were technically older than me, but no, I had no idea. Wow.
Yep.
I'm a booty warrior.
A
The
booty
grandbaby keeps you
warrior.
young. Keeps you looking young, running around after her.
Telling you what, she wears me out. And Tammy can attest. I'm telling you, she is wild child.
Oh, Tammy, we'll have to see, does Mandy agree? Because I wanted to do all purple dreadlocks, but I think I'm going to throw some blonde in there. Because I don't
Yeah.
know, like, would all purple make me look like a clown? But when I'm looking back at my purple hair, I do feel the most confident with my purple. So there's for sure going to
You
be
know
purple,
what?
but I might mix blonde in it.
I
Yeah.
think you should do platinum purple.
Platinum purple, what does that look like?
Like platinum is like silver.
Like
Oh,
a shimmery.
I have 10 that I ordered because Mark liked the silver. So I'm having like a gray silver, 10 of them will be that color.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sinister's so sweet. Yep, I'm 45.
So
And
Sinister gets a lot of hate on the streets, by the way. I don't know if you guys know, but
yeah, it took me a second, but I know who Sinister is now.
okay, yeah.
Hi,
Yeah.
E-Curb.
We kind of had a little issue, but it was because I was worried about her, and she's doing better and didn't take it as well. She did for a minute, but she knew she could
You
come
worked
back.
it out.
And yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And after
Yeah,
talking to you earlier, I did send another message out to certain other creator, and because after we talked, I was like, why is Mandy always freaking right? So yeah, my way about it was wrong. But I did. So anyways, I sent her another text and apologized for the way I went about it. But I'm glad she saw it, if that makes sense. But yeah, I'll leave that
Yeah,
there.
that's
But
good.
Mandy's always right, just so everyone knows she is.
I'm a psychic, damn it. I'm psychic. That's why, okay? I always blame it on that. No, I just try to put
Mandy's
myself
always
in other
right.
people's
Mandy's always right.
I just try to put myself in other people's places and, try to think like if that was me, how would I feel? So
And I can
that's
be a little too blunt, but I don't mean it mean. It's really out of love, because if I didn't care, I wouldn't say shit.
you lie. You can be a little blunt, bitch. You are total blunt, okay? Like, and I love that. Like, that's what I honestly, I respect that out of you. Like I really do. And people get offended by it. And I'm sure if you were really blunt with me, I may be offended about it too. But like you do it for good reason. You have good motive behind it. You don't do it out of trying to be vindictive or, hateful or
No.
whatever. Like you do it because you care. And so I get that. And I respect that. It's just you jump. Like you don't let it process, you just jump.
Yeah, for sure.
And
No filter, no processing.
Well, if
right.
your
And
channel was still
Got
up,
me in trouble a lot as a kid too, but I think it's a blessing and a curse. But I appreciate the ones that know it's from my heart.
yes. What were you saying, Tammy?
her channel was share blunt. Blunt was
Oh
share.
yeah, totally blunt with share. Yep, they took that channel. Damn it.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. She
Hi,
had a channel.
Wandering Heart. I remember that.
Can't talk about Woody from Toy Story, man. They'll get you.
Uh-oh. Well, then censor yourself, woman.
That's why I call him Woody. I lost the whole channel. Still no email from YouTube on why or what or any appeal. Yeah. All I did was do my homie Isaac Cappy some justice, and it was probably one of the best live streams with showing so much information and pictures. Honestly, one of the most live streams that I've ever done, that I was so proud. I had everything and proof of everything, and then all of a sudden I woke up and then I had no channel,
Oh
no
no.
email, no reason, no why. Mark said that was Woody's attorney saying that's got to go. Like, for sure, I believe that was Toy Story took my channel, because I
I would
know
I would cry. I'm almost at 11,000. I would cry.
I wasn't
Okay,
that big on Totally Blunt. I was only like 3,000 over there, I think.
right, but that's still a lot of work to get there, so
Yeah.
I'd still cry. All right,
Oh,
And
so
to do it and not give you a reason is wild. How are you supposed to grow as a creator if you don't know what you did wrong?
no appeals. Yeah, exactly. So that's what
mhm.
tells me that it was. Yeah.
But that's
That's
the thing
wild.
about YouTube. Nobody is guaranteed a channel. Nobody. You can
No.
lose your channel in the blink of an eye, just like Cher went to bed and woke up and it was gone. You never
Gone.
know when you're
No
gonna lose it.
reason. No reason why, no nothing, no appeal. And to be honest, I know that there's no third party takedowns allowed, so that tells you a little something. And all I did was found everything online that's public. I just clipped all the pictures and made a live and said, look at this, look at this, look at this. And it made a little too much sense, I think. Honestly. I don't know. I
Hmm.
don't say his real name anymore. I just call him Woody now because I'm
That's
worried.
crazy. I got struck one time. The only time I've had this channel for like 4 years now, and I have been struck one time, and it was when Casey Anthony came out and did her little series on Peacock. I recorded it. I screen recorded it on my phone because I wanted to go back and watch it. It was like
Oh,
it was like 5 different videos that I recorded it into, because I think it was only like a 2-part series or a 3-part series or something, but I recorded all of them in order, and I recorded like an hour or something at a time. So I broke them up. Well, they were taking up a shit ton of space on my phone. So I was like, well, I'll upload them on my channel and set them on private, and then I'll watch them later and then delete them. So I upload all 5 of them. And then the next day I wake up to 2 strikes. I'm sorry, 2 strikes on 2 different videos. And when I clicked on it, it did not list which video it was on either strike.
hold
So
up. Did you say they struck him while they're on private? I didn't know you could do
yes,
that.
yes,
Holy shit. Okay.
yes,
Okay, that has
because
me
I
rethinking
didn't
some stuff.
I didn't put them on there public, I put them on my channel for
Wow.
myself for later. And so when I saw the 2 strikes, I was like, "Wait a minute. I uploaded 5 different recordings of that series. So why is it that they only struck 2 of them and you're not telling me which 2?" So I went through and deleted all of them, but I took screenshots of everything before I did. Then I emailed YouTube support and I was like, why did I only get 2? There were 5 videos, and which 2 were they on? And the guy talked me in circles for over an hour, and then he said, "I'll check into it for you and I'll email you later because now I understand what you're saying." And I said, "Okay." So later, like 7 hours later, he finally emailed me back, and he told me the exact same thing that he did when we started our first conversation. A whole lot of nothing. So I still don't know. I had to wait 90 days for him to fall off, but that was 2. So if they would have decided to strike one of the other 3, my channel would have been gone. So that's the
That's
only time,
I
but
got one
knock
strike
on wood.
that still stands, I think. 'Cause I fucked up. You guys are gonna die when you hear who it's from. I might have already said who it's from. So I gotta turn this the Summer Wells case. And it was freaking Chris McDonough. Man, he got me good. He got me good. And it was my thumbnail because I used a picture his wife took and had uploaded online at his. It was a picture taken like at one of his functions or whatever. His wife took it, so they own the rights. So I got a strike
Mm.
for that. That mother effer, but it was fair. I deserved it.
And
At
see,
least you knew.
that,
I went hard after Chris McDonough on Don Wells's behalf, and because Don Wells liked me doing that, it made him closer to me, so I did that. And so yeah, I got payback. It's
yeah,
fair.
you definitely went hard at him.
I did.
But that's important to know too. If you use pictures, people can strike you for those too. Not
Yeah,
just on your thumbnails, but in your videos too.
exactly. Especially if it's someone like they own the picture, or maybe they have a company and you took a picture from them, you can absolutely. I saw it like in Chris Watts when I was getting some people on shows, we would give them certain pictures and they would trademark them, which was why some pictures ended up being flagging people's channels. Sorry.
Oh,
But-
you know what? I am so pissed. And then we're
What?
getting back to summer, I promise. I got a notification last week sometime that 2 of my videos could not be monetized because it was a copyright claim. And I was like, why does it say Gabby Petito? Why would my Gabby Petito videos be copyright claimed now? Those have been on my channel
Right.
for 3 years, 2 years, you know?
Yeah, that documentary.
That's
Yes.
because they sold the
Yes.
rights to the documentary.
Yeah.
Yep. So yep,
Yes.
that's exactly it. So
And they were her videos from her YouTube channel that I had uploaded 2 different ones in 2 separate videos. And so I just cut the whole clip out. I
yeah,
was like,
it's
"Well,
definitely her
remove
parents
it.
doing that.
I don't
Which that's
wanna
their right.
infringe,"
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And to
that
be sorry. To be honest, there's a lot of people that deleted a lot of videos off of their channel about summer, and I've always kind of wondered if, there were rumors of a summer documentary coming out a few months back. I've always wondered if those people had something to do with that and they removed their videos because they had to.
Well, Chasing tried to clear that up, because she said it wasn't I don't remember her exact wording. It wasn't like a Netflix documentary or anything.
Right.
It was something that some locals were wanting to do, and it was
Right.
basically like they weren't gonna use
local wasn't it freaking Tiffany Marie behind it?
Oh, I don't know if she was. Chasing
That's what
didn't
I
say.
heard. So I don't know if that's
But
legit, but I don't know.
don't call that name, we're
Oh,
not playing
yeah,
Bloody
no.
Mary.
But
So
she's
but
so pretty
but a
though.
but
she is.
AB for instance,
No, we don't call that name either.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
My
I'm
gosh.
But again, that's a lot of videos that I feel like that he could be getting some kind of, income from people going back and watching old videos and whatnot, and everything's gone and been gone a long time. And why?
trying to get the sage.
Sorry. I'm
And
sorry.
the sage and the Holy
We both did it. We're both at fault.
And
Tammy,
I mean,
double up.
to go with that, I subscribe to more channels than I would like to admit. And I'll be honest, I subscribe to randomness, random people that comment and stuff that I'm curious about, that say random
Me
things.
too.
And
Yep.
you know
me
what I'm
too.
saying? And it's wild to see how many of those people have deleted their channels completely. Like
Yeah.
I can go down the list and there's at least half a dozen, and now their channel just says random weird things like bye or we're done here, or like they're very strangely listed. And if you look, they've got 150 videos on there and 3,000 subscribers, but you have no idea who it is. And all those people had to do a Summer's case. That's why I subscribed to them. You know what I mean?
But I'm wondering if those are the people that started the channel because of Summer's case and they were maybe intimidated or blackmailed, or because a lot of that was going on behind the
Maybe
scenes
they were
too.
getting paid to make videos and then
Yeah,
payments stopped.
yeah,
That could
yeah,
be.
yeah. I get
I
into
think
some of that
Summer's
with my timeline, really.
Summer's case is one of the only cases that I could ride along with some conspiracy theories, because I am totally not conspiracy at all. But with hers, I can see certain things like that happening,
Mm-hmm.
like anything is
Agreed.
possible and it's scary. Right, Mimi Jean? Right. So, You have a 2-hour drive in the morning? Oh, I'm
Who
sorry.
did?
Well, Mimi Jean.
Oh, Mimi.
Well, if you need to go or if you start doing some typo text, we'll know you're sleeping. All right. So
Real
the last
quick,
people.
I'm gonna hop off of here, but I'll be in chat. Mark's super tired and has a headache. And I also know well, I'm not for sure, but was Lisa K gonna come back up here?
I don't know if she was in the chat one before we started, but I haven't seen her since.
Okay. Maybe when I jump down, she'll want to come up. So I'll do that.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up.
Well, I'll be in chat,
Yes.
I have a couple things. I wouldn't mind planning some panels with you guys and maybe going over some of the conversations I've had together with you guys with them. I didn't know if you saw the Dudley one. You said you didn't see Dudley and Dawn, Mandy.
Nope, I still haven't seen it.
We should do that next. Yeah,
That
we should
works
do
because
that.
I want to see that.
That is a must watch, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm off
Definitely.
next week, a couple days during the week. I think I'm off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so we can plan something for my channel then, and we'll go through some of that stuff together.
Perfect.
But I'll be in chat though.
All right.
Okay.
I'll see
Thank you
you
for
in chat.
having me. Good talking to you, Chapstick. Tammy, love you. Mandy, love you.
Love you too.
I
sweet
appreciate you,
man.
Cher.
Mr. Mark.
Chapstick, I'm going to click your link now. I was looking for it earlier because your channel is going to get me through my 6 hours of work tomorrow evening. So thank you.
So if you do listen to it, I do have an audio version of the timeline. It's a couple hours long, but it's a couple years old. I did that audio version in like 2022. So there have been some alterations to the timeline since. There have been plenty of additions. So the one that Mandy has, the one that we're going to go over, is a little bit more extensive, excuse me, than what you're going to look at. But I do want to say, Cher, I know you dealt with so much backlash. And I just want to say thank you, because I could see what you were doing from a mile away, and I appreciated it intensely. And to deal with what you had to deal with talking to that man, I couldn't even imagine. And I don't understand how you kept your sanity. And
Amen.
Summer.
honestly, I owe you the respect to go back and listen to some of those older lives, because I was busy looking into other things when those were going on. So I really didn't catch all of them. I did hear some of them. But I do appreciate everything you did and have
You're
done.
welcome to use and clip whatever you need. I don't strike people, not even the assholes. So
I don't have time to make videos, but I appreciate that. That's not why I'm here.
Creator.
No, that is not why I'm here. I want to go over this information. It's bigger than me. I can't handle this. This is bigger than myself. So
that's exactly what I've been saying. That's why when people think Cher did this in the Wells case, whatever, did you see me start on the case, come in and bring Dawn up all by myself, or did I not have a nice panel of different creators? Chasing Truth was on one of my first ones with Dawn. I told everyone this is much bigger than me, and what's at risk. Like, I don't want to fumble. I can't do this. Get in here. I started with so many people. It wasn't just me and Dawn hopped up. I had like 5 different creators on. Like, everyone asked whatever, and I don't know how.
That's how Tammy became a panel hopper.
Yeah. Yeah. All the way from Pennsylvania. Don't I sound like
Pennsylvania? Hey, I'm in Great Britain, so
yeah. See, yeah.
Well, I'm in Indiana. So.
I'm from Pennsylvania. Do I sound like I would be Chapstick? Just ask.
There is some adorable twang in there, honey. I hear it. I don't know where it's from, but there's a little twang in your voice, that's for sure.
Well, we know we can believe those people's researches.
They were like, I'm sure.
Sure.
I'm sure she lives in Pennsylvania or maybe Tennessee. And I was like, did you even listen to her talk?
You better go a lot lower than those states.
Yeah, that's what I would think for sure. For sure.
Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
go to. Yep,
Yep.
nailed
Four
it.
guys. And Tammy, yes to your question
Okay.
that
I know
you texted me. Yeah.
that. Okay.
I'll text you later and
Well,
explain.
I know who you are now.
Yeah. She knows who you are now, Sinister. All right, ladies, I'm gonna jump down, but I'll be listening.
All right, I'll see you
Have a
in
good
chat.
night.
Good night.
Like,
Gotta love Cher. I think
I appreciate it.
throughout the entire summer case, we have all been pissed off at Cher at one time or another. And then it all kind of made sense later on and came together, and it made sense what she was doing, why she was doing it. So
I really did.
I know,
Yep.
Sinister. I'm the boot with you. I'm just higher in the boot. I'm not in the stinky part down at the toe. I'm just higher.
Because Mimi Jean said, "Oh, she made me so mad," but I said I was sorry. So you're not alone, Mimi Jean, I promise. There were quite a few people who, I mean, I think everybody pretty much either got a little frustrated or very confused or pissed or, I mean, I think she's had all emotions thrown at her for what she did, but she had reasons for doing it,
Yeah.
and she tried everything that she could. And that's why I said Cher and Mark really are the ones who gave Dawn and Candus the best place to be. No matter what people have said, what has happened, Cher was always upfront and honest with them how she felt, even if she was accusing them or she was talking to them 24/7 on the phone. It doesn't matter either way. She was always upfront, blunt, and honest with them.
Mm-hmm.
And that I respect that.
Yeah. I knew what she was doing, and there was times that because I was with Cher in the summer case. Me and Cher was friends before Summer went missing.
Right.
So there was times I just had to step away
Yeah.
from
Oh, yeah.
Summer case because it
Yeah.
got
It was hard. I'm sorry.
no, I was just saying it got bad. I had to step away a couple of times.
Yeah, it was hard to listen to, and it wasn't because of Cher, to be
No,
honest.
it was just in general
Yeah.
the crap that was going on with it. Yeah, because it got way. It was supposed to be about Summer, and that is not what it turned out to be.
Not at all.
Right. Absolutely. It turned into everything else but.
Yep.
And I agree, Sinister. I think Dawn would still talk to her too.
Yep.
Candace tried to cut her off, and now, allegedly they only talk to one channel that holds all their rights, and I'm not going to go into that, but
Yeah.
yeah. But everything happens for a reason,
Right.
So
Right.
I believe we are where we are because we're supposed to be here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
all right. Well, now I don't even know how long we've been live because I'm not on the StreamYard side here.
It was
Let me
12
see.
o'clock.
It's 1:00 my time. We've been live for almost 2 hours, and we
Yeah.
haven't even made it through the list of people yet. Holy shit.
Well, we did 4 hours last night, so there you go.
I know, but we made further progress.
Dang.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the last 2 people on here, we only have 2 people, and one I've already said. Margie Wells is Dawn's firstborn daughter. Okay, and then Pamela Wells is Margie's mom.
Okay.
That's Dawn's ex-wife. And she's the one that told some very interesting stories to Hi Hope Floats. Hello. To Mary, and Mary shared some of those. Mary shared some of her own very interesting stories. But yeah, Dawn has been one of a kind his entire life. Let's just put it that way. Okay.
There's a lot of exes and blended families, and I mean, you really can't keep up with all of it if you don't have a chart.
Well, and that's the thing. Okay, so if we go look back at these names, we have 3 Canduses on Candace's side. We have 3 Donalds on Donald's side.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's very confusing because of. So, and then like Rose is Rosemarie Bly, and
Yeah.
Candace is Candace Rose Bly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know what Grandma Candy's middle name is. I think I used to, but it's one of those.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's something along those lines. But so here is a map for lack of a better word
Mm.
of the people. So we'll kind of, now that we've heard the timeline, this just kind of shows some of the faces. Let me see if I can make it to where we can see it.
Oh yeah,
better.
that's right, Mimi Jean, 2 genies.
Oh yeah. Yep. I didn't even read the second genie on there because I don't think that she was very relevant later on. So I think in the very beginning, which that time or that list that we just went through, that was made very early on to the point where it even said that Jeannie's essay story had not been confirmed yet. So that was before Dawn admitted to doing it.
Mm.
So this is the little map here, and it's blurry, but so we have Summer here in the middle. And then over here, this is Rosemarie Bly. And let's see, she has been missing since August 21st, 2009.
Yep, 2009. Yep.
So we have August 21st, 2009, and then we have June 15th, 2021
Mm-hmm.
from the same family.
Yep.
I find that hard to believe. So we'll go down Candace's side here. So this is Candace's mom. And this is Grandma Candy up here with the short hair, and she's always wearing like a neon shirt. I swear, it's funny. This is Jim. This is Candace's father. And then this is Candace the third, Candace's oldest daughter. And this is Chris Marcos, which is Candace's cousin, I think on her dad's side. And I'm pretty sure he's an RSO.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that says there. Let me see if I can make it just a wee bit bigger. But I'm pretty sure that that's what that says. And we're going to learn more about the RSOs on Candace's side also. Candace Bly step cousin. Yep, RSO, registered sex offender right there. So that's Candace's cousin. And then Connie Marcos is, I can't read what that one says. I can't read what it says. It's too blurry, and
Yeah.
I would have to change it a little bit. And then we have Allie. This is Allie down here. Allie is Hunter's mother. And Allie and Candace were best friends for a while. Allie even lived on Ben Hill with the Wells for a while. And Hunter is the one that was with Candace and Summer and Grandma Candy on June 15th before Summer vanished. Then we go down a little bit further here, and we have Sherry Mullaney, which is Allie's mom and Hunter's grandma. And then we have Leslie. And Leslie and Allie are both deceased now. But Leslie was good friends with Allie. And she met Candace quite a few times and had some things to say.
Allie was not that old either, was she?
She was in her 40s.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think she was in her 30s, wasn't she?
Oh,
Was
30s?
I think so. She was young.
Yeah.
Candace is only 32. They were pretty close in age. I think Candace was
Oh,
32,
okay.
so she was young.
Hi, Tinks. Yay! Tink's caught alive. Whoop whoop.
It'd be nice
Yeah,
to find the obituary. Has anybody ever found the obituary on Allie?
I have not looked.
I have looked and definitely not found it.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
haven't found any kind of notice whatsoever. I'd love to know
Huh.
if anyone else has.
Has anybody in chat ever seen Allie's obituary by any chance? Hmm. Yeah, there's quite a few that have passed away on this picture board here. So then we have T, which what is Hunter's sister's name?
True.
True. Thank you. This is an early on map here also where everybody was done by letters too. So True is Hunter's sister, Allie's daughter, and she wasn't there on June 15th with them, but she had also spent a lot of time on the hill. So at the wells. So she knew a lot about them also. And let me stop right here before we go any further. So this is Andrew Hiltz. This is Hunter's father. He still has a YouTube channel. He has.
They said you
Oh,
still
good.
have ads, so good news.
Oh, good. Yay. We haven't ruined it yet. Thanks, dear.
If
I
I
bet it's
could,
yellow.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. I bet it's yellow.
Oh.
The dollar sign. If you could what?
I lost my train of thought. Now I'm sorry. Hang on. It'll come back to me in a second. Oh, my apologies.
Okay.
Go
That's
ahead.
okay.
Go on. Go on. Go on.
Okay. So Andrew Hiltz has a YouTube channel. He's changed the name of it several times, but I did find it the other day. He has a little over 3,000 subs right now. He basically just gets on there and bullshits and games.
That's
And
3,000 subs, and I don't.
I don't know. I'm telling you, like,
Me.
people thought he was gonna spill some major tea, I think.
Oh,
And look at you,
okay.
Cher. Look at Cher throwing up these super stickers here.
So you still are monetized then, see?
Yay! Thank you, Cher. But yeah, I think that people really thought that he was gonna give, inside scoop. And then when he had Hunter come on his channel and they lied about Hunter's fiance being pregnant with twins and, all of that mess, I think that people subscribed. I subscribed because I wanted to be able to find his channel later, and if I unsub, then I'm not gonna be able to find him. So
Wow.
that's why I'm still subbed to him.
Sharing full of jokes tonight. I'm full of them.
My thought did come. I'm sorry. My thought did come back to me.
Okay, go.
When you had brought up True and you said she wasn't there, she wasn't with them, I think is what you had said on June 15th.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's ever been brought up what True did that day, to be honest. True was the one that stated what time Hunter got home that day and that he was late for an appointment, if I recall. But I don't know if she's ever actually said what else she did that day. Just to throw that out there. So she had to be home, is my assumption, if she knows what time Hunter got home, possibly.
Mhm.
Right.
Allegedly.
Just food for thought. I've never asked that question, and you made me think of it when you had said that she wasn't with them that day at all.
Yeah, I don't think she's ever stated her, routine for that day, timeline for
No.
that day.
No.
I know that she had a texting conversation with somebody, and I think my earbud is dying. I think that's what that noise means.
No, it was my thing come through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See,
You're
I
good.
don't know what the noises mean, so I'm just guessing here. But I know that she had that text conversation, and she talked a lot about the wells, but I don't think she ever talked about that Tuesday.
I don't know if I know what texting conversation you're referring to.
I don't remember who she had it with. I want to say it was a Facebook Messenger conversation because of the color of the texting. Like I can picture it. It's all black background with like purple and blue ombre boxes.
What was the context of it? Do you know that at all?
And just them asking questions about the wells and her answering what she knew,
Oh, okay.
who people were, and
Okay.
like they would send pictures to her. Is this so and so? And she would say, no, that's not. That's so and so, or I've never seen that person, or
Right. I
um,
kind of hold
I
true
could.
in that. I hold true in the same category that I hold Robin in, which is, in my opinion, True would be one to rescue Summer or help Summer, or
Mm-hmm,
Summer would True could go on the hill and get Summer and nobody would notice or think twice about it, and the dogs probably wouldn't bark because they know her. And not
right,
to put any kind of blame on anybody. I'm just saying with
right.
possibilities, and it's just questions I have.
Well, that's how close they were. Like that's the
Yeah,
bond that they had built.
yeah, 100%,
Um,
100%.
and I know that they did talk about how Summer looked at True as like an older sister.
Yeah, she
Um,
did.
so I could see that. That makes
She seemed to
sense.
really, she seemed to really adore True in all the pictures. They took a lot of pictures
Right.
together. So
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. I'll see if I can. I know I have that text conversation on my phone, so I can try to email it to you if you want to see it and read
yeah,
it.
I'm just curious. I don't think I've ever came across that information before.
And I honestly, I can't tell you what video I screenshot it from because I don't
No,
remember
no
who it was
problem.
with.
No problem. I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Oh,
But go on. My apologies.
no, that's fine. So Andrew, the freaky thing about Andrew, and we'll go into this more when we get deeper into the timeline, but Andrew lives in New York, and Andrew and his significant other and their children, and I don't even know how many total, 11 people total, um, rented a moving truck, loaded it up, and drove from New York to Tennessee the weekend of Bristol, or the week of, I forget the exact date, but it was around the Bristol NASCAR race time. So they get down here. The house that they allegedly were getting fell through, and his brother was the one that was allegedly handling it all. And so that fell through. They could not get a hotel room because it was Bristol race weekend, and there's
Yep.
probably not hotels open for miles because Bristol's one of the best NASCAR races of all time, in my opinion.
Mhm.
And that's the only race that I really wanted to go to myself that I haven't gone to yet. But
Well,
um,
I did a little research on that race specifically, and its
mhm,
location and its attendance and all things involved.
mhm,
And I'd have to go back and double check, but if I recall correctly, so that track holds a ridiculous amount of people. Absolutely
yep,
ridiculous. I want to say in the ballpark of like 75,000 people or something that you can fit
mhm,
in that, spectators. That
Mhm.
mhm,
specific race, there was only about 20 to 25,000 spectators because that was about 5 months into COVID. COVID
yeah,
happened
right.
March 2020 and the race was September 2020. So attendance was at an all-time low. Now, there is a
Oh,
very good possibility that hotel prices were extremely jacked up because of the events happening, and I can see that they couldn't afford a hotel. I could see that. But there were plenty of rooms available. That's fact of the matter. There's only
oh,
24,000 people that went to a race. You know what I mean? That city is
right,
used to being able to sleep 75,000 people. I'm sure there's plenty of hotel rooms, but just
right.
saying. And I think Andrew even at one point said that they were really pricey. So I'll buy that. I'll take that. But just fact, there was not that many people at that race. So
Well, nothing about his story made any kind of sense anyway.
oh no, and it changed. It changed
Yes.
throughout, and his girl had to come in and correct him on how many vehicles were even taken in the beginning.
Yep.
She showed some really specific screenshots of her Google Map files of when they arrived to Kingsport. So I have all the information in my timeline, the exact time and date she has on her phone of like when her phone pinpointed her at the storage unit they went to.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
I mean,
Well, see,
that's
that's
about the only solid thing you got, everything else,
right.
like you said, is Andrew changing it up.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So they come down and it's all these people, and then um some way, somehow, his friend Jose Roman, who came with them, ended up with Allie, Andrew's ex, which is his son's mother that we just talked about that passed away. Jose ended up with Allie, and Allie was staying at the Wells at that time. So Jose started staying on Ben Hill Road in the Wells home with Summer. And Jose was able to witness quite a bit himself. Jose has also since passed away.
Mm-hmm.
But Justin did the interview with Jose. I think they did 2 interviews, if I recall correctly. And he was messing with Allie, but then Don was in Utah at that time. That was in October of 2020. And Don and Josie were in Utah. They were going to sell their house and all move to Utah,
Yeah.
but that fell through. So Jose was at the house, and Candus was trying to make Don jealous by having Jose there, and it worked. So Don threw Josie in the truck and drove as fast as that little S10 would drive from Utah back to Tennessee, and he ended up getting into a fight with Candus, Jose, Grandma Candy. He was intoxicated. I know that's a shock, but Don Wells was intoxicated. And later we have a police report made. So we'll cover that when we get to that point.
Is there a death certificate for Jose?
If there is, that would be something that I think Justin would know about. Oh, quit that. What is it doing? I haven't personally seen it myself, but
I think
I know
Justin
that,
did say.
yeah, he confirmed that he did pass away.
Yeah, and there is an obituary, a very vague obituary for Jose, a public.
Yeah. So then we move up here to Don Wells himself. And his mother is Karen Goad here. It says that Don Jr., he's not Don Jr. though. He's Donald Wesley Wells Sr. because his son right here is Donald Wesley Wells Jr. And Don's father has a different middle name. So it's different. But his mother, Karen, left the land to Don when she passed away. And then we'll scroll down a little bit more here. And this is Jeannie here, the one that was 5 years old when Don was 12. And then over here we have Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon. And these are Summer's 3 brothers, the older brothers. And then we'll go back over here. And this weird guy right here is the one that always has the flute in his hand from church. That's Mr. David Dotson. So, and that is everybody in this picture map. Oh, and Robin. Robin's up here in the corner by herself. She was the Sabbath day teacher for Summer, but we've already seen pictures of her. So, is there any questions on any of the people so far? Make it smaller here and fit. And I put the number to call down here in the bottom corner of every frame that I'm going to be sharing during this live stream series here, running through the timeline. Just in case anybody comes in and has any information or puzzle pieces fit together for you and you don't want to say it in the chat, you don't have to. You can email tips2tbi@tn.gov, or you can call 1-800-TBI-FIND and give them the information. So hopefully with us doing this, somebody's puzzle will be put together and this will help Summer some way, somehow. If not, just to share more awareness about Summer's case and her story. And you get to see her face. All right, we already went over that one. So now we're here. So No questions? Awesome sauce. Is chat still chatting?
Are they still chatting?
And chat's frozen. Okay, we have 39 people here right now. Give me something in the chat. Say, hey, hi, how you doing? I have 5 free memberships that I want to throw out. So I want to see who's here in the
Say
chat.
I'm hiding in the bushes. I'm on the sidewalk. Just,
Right. I'm watching from the balcony.
Right.
Give me a little something or something. Eve is still here. Diane is still here. Colleen is still here. All right. I'm hoping that the gifted memberships will go to the people that are here in the chat. So,
Right. I've been gifted a membership and I wasn't even in the chat.
Same.
Me too.
That's
On a
weird.
I was just given a membership. I just got an email and I was like, what? I wasn't even in the chat. How'd that happen?
I got one time and I was like, how did that happen? I don't even watch that channel. I'm not even subscribed to that channel.
I've had that happen before too.
Weird. Oh, there's Minnie.
Oh, no, wait. It says you've gifted all 10. No, I have not. It says, nicely done. You've gifted all 10 free of charge memberships this month. No, I have not. I only gave away 5 last time, and I held the other 5 for tonight.
Yeah.
I'm going to...
Is there a manager we can speak with, please?
That's right. Excuse me, 1-800-YouTube. If only it was that easy.
Aww.
Yeah. I've never gotten a response back from YouTube.
I've only gotten it in chat, and I think it was either AI or they weren't speaking the same language I was because it was that guy about the strikes. So,
yeah.
And hi, Minnie. Hi, Susie. And Hope Floats is still here. I am so mad. Like, seriously. Are you not allowed to hold them? Like, you have to give all 10 at once. It says gift 5 now. And so that's what I did. I never went back and gifted the other ones, did I, Tammy?
No, not that I can remember.
I'm going to have to go and look at my memberships and see, like, who the last 5 were that joined.
Yeah.
Because I remember one of them was in the chat. The other 4 were not. But I said it during my live stream. I said their names. So I'll have to go back and listen and see if there's 5 more after that. Like if they just randomly gave them maybe after I ended my live or something. You've done them in different streams, Aussie. See, then why are they... That doesn't make any sense. Yes, and Aussie has a channel. You guys need to sub up to her too. I haven't dropped her link in this live stream yet. Let me grab her channel and share it. If you're in the chat and you have a channel and I haven't shared your link yet, yell at me and I'll drop it for you. All about sharing beautiful people.
Yes. Yep.
Building them up instead of breaking them down. There we go. There's Aussie's channel. See, that's crazy. She's done them in different streams. I thought I have too. I'm going to look into it and figure it out. I can't dwell upon it though because I'll just keep getting madder and I'm already hot enough right now. And
Ooh, don't be hot.
I am. I have my sleeves pushed up on my hoodie.
Uh-oh.
I know it. I'm telling you. That's what happened. Oh, okay. I'm breaking out the timeline now. So
I do remember you giving 5 and keeping 5 though. I do remember that.
Yeah. I always do it that way. So that way it makes me want to come back and stream again before the end of the month so I can give out the other 5.
Yep.
Like it's more incentive for me to stream. Because it's so hard for me to get on stream. Okay, so I am getting my timeline out here. Chapstick did 2 videos on her channel, and I'll drop her link in chat again too, so you guys can make sure that you're subscribed to her and check out her videos if you would like to. Awesome. One of her videos, she did a verbal timeline where she just read through all the information that she had collected from beginning to end, and it was amazing. Now, there were some negative Nancy's that, one person said, well, we don't need all this information. We just need to know what happened the month before, the months leading up to. We don't need to know all the way back. And I disagree, because if we didn't know all the information that we know from this timeline, we wouldn't know what happened with Dawn and Jeannie. We wouldn't know that Dawn had kids before he met Candus. We wouldn't know that Candus had kids before she met Dawn. We wouldn't know a ton of arrests that happened from Dawn and Candus both being locked up. There's a lot of information that we would not know of. We wouldn't know about the fight with Jose in October, because that was 8 months before Summer vanished, not 3. So I think it's very...
history.
It what?
It shows history.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And your past history is the best predictor of future behavior. So it's very important.
Yeah.
So I disagreed with the person. I don't even remember who it was now. That's how much it meant to me. But I do disagree, and so that part stuck out to me. So she goes all the way back, and the second video that she made is just the document. So you see on the screen in the center of the pictures here, this is page 1 of her document, and she color coded it. Okay, like, she put a lot of work into this. So I am so grateful for Chapstick doing this. At the very top,
Sorry, it was just color coded for easy access to things. Like, I could find stuff easier, and when I was looking up a specific person, I could get to them easier, or a topic, I could find it, because it just...
right.
I'm sorry, my apologies, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. It's helpful for me too, because when things are highlighted in blue, I know that that's about Dawn.
Right.
If it's highlighted in yellow, it's from TikTok. Like, it's just
Yeah.
it's helpful. So
Yeah.
I appreciate the
Thank
color
you.
coding.
Thank you.
I'm like that too. I am. I don't know. I love pens and papers, and like, I could sit at my desk all day. Like, I love stuff like this. So usually I write everything out. I hardly ever do things on the computer. So I'm admiring you for being able to do this on the computer.
I didn't have a choice. I mean, it started on paper, but it got so big, and I wanted to insert things in, certain spots. And I'm like, well, this isn't going to work. So I just moved it to a document where I could manipulate it a little bit more, and I had a little bit more flexibility with it,
Right. Yeah, it would be a lot of erasing and rewriting if it was on.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't last for I mean, I've got quite a binder, but it didn't last for long as far as trying to keep track of the timeline. And just as far as the beginning part, that credit definitely goes to Justin and ICU. They actually are the ones that did a lot of the research for the beginning parts of it. Both of them released a timeline of all their charges and instances. I mean, it was a couple years ago. It was a long time ago. And I went through and meticulously copied it all. And I had already started my timeline at that point. So I actually went in and inserted all their information. In the first 2 pages, I believe, are primarily credit to them, just to say.
Well, that's awesome, because I know Justin and ICU put their heart and soul into Summer's case also. Justin's
100%.
been to Tennessee, and he's been to the Hill, and he's seen the house, and he went to all the places. And so I know that he actually it's so funny, because Justin doesn't believe in like the paranormal stuff.
Right. Yeah.
He doesn't judge you if you do, and he doesn't care. Like, I'm a psychic medium, and Justin loves me all the time, like it, and I love him all the time. So it's, it's funny, but he doesn't believe in stuff like that. So when he was in Tennessee for summer's vigil, he was at his Airbnb, and he got into the shower, and he said that he heard something, and he ended up finding a penny and a dime in the shower. And he was like, how weird is that? There was no change in that shower. Like, the shower was clean. He had just gotten there, and he was the only one that was staying there. And so where did this penny and dime fall from out of the sky into the tub when he's in there showering, And so he said it was like, it's a penny, which is 1, and a dime, which is 10. 110 Ben Hill Road.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he's still not
I
a
was-
believer. I don't know how, but that's wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, him and ICU both. I know ICU definitely does her research, and I know she's a good digger, and she can, if there's something out there, she can find it. I had reached out to ICU one time for assistance on doing a FOIA request of all things, but for my brother-in-law who had passed away, but we ended up not doing the FOIA request. But I knew I could go to her because I knew she knows how to do all that stuff. She's done all of it, and she really gets deep into cases when her heart's there, so that's awesome that she did all this. So let me see.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's probably approximately 30 pages, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah. And when I read the audio version, it was only probably about 20, maybe 22 pages max at the time. And like I said, that
Goodness.
was a couple years ago. So I've added so much information. I mean, I literally just added more information to it like weeks before I posted it. Like I've constantly added information to it. Anything that I've actually seen, I've put it on there. If I, you know what I mean? And a lot of it is just, TikTok and Facebook and, stuff that's tangible.
Right.
And to be honest, there might be some stuff that's not in it that upset people. Like, I don't know how much of Jeannie's story is in there because I've never seen anything on paper. Like, I probably put in there when Jeannie came out with her story. I'm pretty sure I put in there when Trish came out with the story. I don't think I have in there when Don admitted to it, which I would like the date of that if anybody has that. You know what I mean? Just to, just for corrections. Like I said, that's what I'm looking for. Like, that's,
Right. Well, remind me of that when we get to it, because
Okay, I'll
like I
write it
said,
down.
I made a video about him confessing, and it was when he was talking to Chris McDonough on a phone call. So I know I
Okay.
have the time or the date that Chris uploaded the phone call.
Yeah,
And
I
then,
understand.
so we'll definitely pull that up and get the date off of there, and we'll make it a little bit longer timeline. Okay.
Yeah, so there
We'll
was
do
just
it.
some stuff, there's some stuff that's just not included because I've never actually seen anything tangible to put a date to it. That's the whole point. You know what I mean? If it
Right.
doesn't have a date, it's not in there. So,
Right.
I put in
And
what I had.
that's what makes this timeline so good, in my opinion, because it's something, it's like, if it's on here, then I know that you have proof of it somewhere. I
Oh,
know
yeah.
that you've seen it some way,
Oh, yeah.
somehow, or heard it with your own ears, or you have a screenshot
Yeah.
of it, or you have the
Yeah.
video of it, or, so that's why with Lisa Kay, like, I know she's done so much research, and she has it all stored in her brain, which I don't know how. I mean, I memorize a lot, but that woman is like, blows me out of the water. So, but it's like, I need proof too, like, when you say it, can you show something to back up what you're saying? Because
Right.
that's where I thrive. I like to have the proof. So if I repeat it, I can say, I've seen it, I've seen it myself, or I have it to show you,
Yeah.
So that's why I appreciate this timeline so much. I cannot give you kudos enough.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's right. Facts matter. Facts are so important. There's too much bullshit and misinformation and, rumors, and there's too much of that already. All right. So basically, we're going to start out here with Donald Wesley Wells. And see, okay, so on here you have it Donald Wesley Wells Jr., but it's Donald Wesley Wells Sr. Because
Okay.
Don's dad is not a senior because their middle names are different. Don and his son, little Donnie, they're senior and junior because
Yeah,
they're
I think I
both
have.
Donald Wesley Wells.
Yeah, I think I have little Donnie as the third. Was how I
Yeah,
kept them separate.
yeah, and that makes sense to keep them, in order and not confuse them. So,
Right.
so I knew who you meant. But so he was born in 1957 in Tampa, Florida, which I believe that's what Mary said his Facebook page says right now is where he's from. So he was born to Karen Everett and Don Wells, the senior Donald Wells, with a different middle name. But they got married in 1965. So they got married after they had Don. And then 5 years later in 1970, Karen and Don get a divorce. Now, with Candus, in April of 1981, Grandma Candy was 19 years old and she married Jim, who was 45 years old. And that's Candace's mom and dad. And they got married in Galveston, Texas. And then Candace Rose Bly was born on May 3rd, 1982. Now, this is so crazy. So Dawn was born in 1957 and Candace was born in 1982. So Dawn is 18 when Candace is born.
Mm.
And Don is already starting his criminal record before Candace is even a year old.
Wow.
And this is the part that blew me away. The very first thing that I noticed was this. Like, I was so confused. I had to go back and reread the dates so I understood this. But yeah, he got in trouble for burglary. I can never say that right, and that's just how I say it. So there you go. With intent to commit theft in Harris County, Texas. That was on October 10th, 1982. Then on October 23rd, my grandmother's birthday, 1982. So 13 days later, he gets arrested again in Harris County, Texas for possession of marijuana.
Nice.
Minnie, I saw that. We shared it earlier. Let me refresh it and see if there's any updates on it. And I'll share it again here. I'll switch it on screen after we get through a little bit of this. I am not seeing any updates. It still looks the same. Yeah, there's no updates yet. So we'll come over here and look at it in just a few minutes, I promise. Let's get through this page here and then we'll go look at it again. Okay, so yeah, so he got those two charges 13 days apart, and he was sentenced to 6 years in Texas Department of Corrections. So he won't even get out until Candace is 6 years old.
Wow.
And he serves the whole time. Like, that's so crazy. All right. So then November 1985, Karen, Dawn's mother, marries Earl Clifford Kelly. And then in May 1986, so 6 months later, they get divorced
Nice.
in Harris County, Texas, right? Like, this is important. This is what Don grew up with, like, why was he getting arrested at 18 for stealing and possession of marijuana, at 18? Well, maybe, like, his mom has been married once and divorced.
Yeah.
And then while he's locked up, she gets married and divorced again, and then remarried. So in December of 1986, the same year she divorced Earl Kelly, she married William Goad. Then, okay, Dawn must have gotten out of prison early because December 1986, which is only 4 years later, little Donnie was born, and that was with Pam Wells, and Dawn was 23 years old, and Pam was 36 years old. So
17, how old was he?
he was 23 and she was 36,
Mm.
which is opposite from Grandma Candy and Candace's father, Jim, because Grandma Candy was 19 and Candace's father, Jim, was 45.
Wow.
So we got 19 and 45 on Candace's side. That's what she's witnessing, right? And then we have Dawn marrying a woman that is 13 years older than him.
Yeah, this was kind of necessary information I went back in and added. I felt was interesting,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And it was really hard to go through and figure out the age progression for everything, to be honest. And I did tweak it. And like, I know Don, I made him a couple mistakes and I went back in and corrected it. I hope I got it all, but yeah.
Well, if not, we'll catch it as we're running through it because I'm definitely moving like a snail right now. So,
And I
wanted
literally
to
just, that was
look
one
at-
of the things I just updated was Andrew, Candace's ex, I won't say his last name, was his age.
Yeah.
I just found out like a week ago and I just added it to the timeline and it's not even going to be on your version.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Well,
so
turn
I
it
mean,
off
that's what
and
I'm
I'll get
saying. There's constantly stuff
right.
changing and adding to it, whatever, you know, I hear, because if I don't put it on there, then I'm probably not going to add it to it later. 9 times out of 10, unless I come across it again.
Right.
Sorry, go on.
I'm the same way. No, that's fine. I'm the same way. I have to do it right then or else I'll totally space it. Hi, Saved
Yeah,
by Grace. Welcome
there's just
in.
too much information from too many directions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So Don and Pam had little Donnie in 1986 in December. And then in August of 1987, Rosemarie Bly is born. Then January of 1988, Don and Pam get married in Hillsborough County, Florida. So he was 23 and she was 37 when they got married. And then in February 1989, Margie Everett passes away. So that's Dawn's maternal grandmother. Okay. Then January of 1990, Dawn is now 25 years old with one child, and he gets arrested for open container in vehicle. That was in January. Then in July, he gets arrested again for attempted aggravated assault. He was sentenced to 30 days in county and 6 months probation, and then he was ordered no contact with his victim. That's so crazy because he wasn't done there. So that was in July. In October of also 1990, so 3 months later, he gets a traffic registration violation. So we're already up to 5 charges, and he's 25 years old.
Wow.
Or 5 convictions. These are convictions. These aren't just charges. These are what he actually got charged with and convicted of. Oh my goodness. Okay, so then December of 1990, Margie is born, Don and Pam's daughter, and Don was 26 and Pam was 39. Then 6 months later, in May of 1991, Don gets a DUI, and this is in Utah. This is all in Utah here.
Yeah.
Driving on revoked license.
Nice.
Yeah. So then in June of 1991, there's a warrant issued for failure to appear for his hearing that he was supposed to attend on May 6th. That's page 1.
Nice. See? Yeah,
That's crazy.
It's gonna take a few lives, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, don't be
Yeah.
sorry. This is good.
No, that's the same way with my timeline. We're not done yet. And
That's
we're on our
right.
5th live. I mean, that's just how it is when you start looking through everything and you see things you didn't see before, and you know, things have come out that didn't come out before, and now you want to go back over it again.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you guys think so far? So far, Don has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 convictions. Or no, I'm sorry, 6 convictions and 1 warrant. And he's 26 years old with 2 children.
That's crazy.
It's wild. I'm telling you. That's why this stuff, I mean, it makes more sense. The Don Wells that we saw on panel, drunk all the time, starting to come together.
Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me either. Yep.
Oh, I swallowed that M&M sideways.
Oh, that's not good.
Woo, buddy. I need a drink. Oh, my goodness. All right. So now, what you see on the screen here, I'm going to just run through the pictures here real quick because this is our page 1, right? So this is Grandma Candy, and so is this. This is Grandma Candy when she effed up on the news, and this is right after she said Candus took Summer swimming at Warriors, I think. Not verbatim, but yes, I'm okay. Thank you, Colleen. It just kind of got me a little tickled in the throat. And that was the face that she made. And I don't know how well you can see this, but this is my favorite Grandma Candy face ever. Can you see her face?
Yes.
I swear that's my favorite. It says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
So, and that is her. And then this is also Grandma Candy. And I want you to look at these up close. Come on. Tell me that those don't look like the same people.
They do.
So this is Grandma Candy, and this is her brother, William.
Warren.
Warren. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Warren.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you. And this is also Grandma Candy and Candus. Right? Twins. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
The genes
Yeah,
are strong.
that younger Candus looks a lot like the or Candy, excuse me. It looks a lot like Candus. Yeah, those two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The genes are very strong through here.
Very
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
But then let me see how we can do this here. So we'll minimize this one back up and move it over here. Then we'll take this and move it over here. And we'll take this one and put it back down here. And so this is Rosemarie. This is Candus's sister and Grandma Candy's daughter. And this is Jim, their father.
Hmm.
And it's said or rumored, I guess, that Candus was always jealous of Rose.
Yeah. Yeah. I found that in my research when I was, because originally I was doing a research on Rose because she was, the one missing first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And in that, when I started researching Rose, that's when Summer went missing.
interesting. Huh.
Mm-hmm. And I found out during that time that I had heard Candus was jealous of Rose.
It's almost like you were meant to already be researching Rose so that you would
Yeah,
hear
that's
about Summer.
wild.
Yeah, it was crazy. I had started researching her and then Summer went missing.
Have you ever talked to Lisa about Rose?
Just the other night. Just the other night I talked to her about her. Because
Yeah.
I actually done a missing video on Rose, and I've done several on Summer, but they're on my tarot channel. They're not on this channel, my true crime channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet
Yeah,
that would be an
Rose.
interesting conversation.
Mm-hmm. Rose was pretty, I agree.
Mm-hmm. She sure was. And I think that that's why, like when they were doing the interview with WJHL and they asked about Candus's sister, Dawn said, be careful, your mom's listening.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when Allie was asked about Candus and Rose, Allie had said that Candus, what did she say? I'm glad the bitch is dead. Is that right?
Sounded like something like that. Yeah.
And that was according to Allie. We didn't hear that. We didn't see it in writing or, any confirmation of it. It just came from Allie. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
but I feel like
Yeah.
that's important.
Yep.
Yeah. So allegedly,
Yeah.
she was
Yeah.
jelly. So,
Yeah. Yep. Definitely.
So let's move Jim and Rose back over here. And Jim is also passed away. And then, like I said, this is Grandma Candy's RSO brother who was actually released. Was it 2021 that he was released, or was it? Oh my gosh, I just saw the date.
Yeah, I think it was September 2021, if not. Yeah, I believe
Is it in your timeline?
it is. I can't recall offhand though. It's definitely in the timeline.
Okay, so we'll get there. Because I
It
know
was
I
shortly
just
after. It was after Summer disappeared though.
after.
I can
Okay,
guarantee that. Yeah.
okay. Because they put a news article out letting the town know because he is was it listed as a violent offender?
Yes, I do believe so. I heard he was in a halfway house, very monitored, yada
Mm.
yada.
Yeah. So, not the best. Okay. So, again, this is very important because these are the people that raised Summer. Ultimately, Candace and Jim raised Candace, Grandma Candy, and
Yeah.
Jim raised Candace and Rose vanishes.
Yep.
And then Candace has this Uncle Warren over here who went to prison because he's psychotic. Ultimately, you have to be psychotic to get the charges that he has gotten.
Mhm.
Um, so this is where Summer came from, you know? So then over on this side of the page up here, this is Don and his father. And this was after Summer was reported missing because Don is showing his father a video of Summer on his phone. And that's what they're looking at there. And he has since passed also. I don't remember his name right his middle name. That's bothering me, and I don't know why it's bothering me so bad. But so anyway, there's that. And then this was also, it was right after they stopped there on their way home from California after being on Dr. Phil.
Oh, which was not a good thing for them.
Mm-mm, at all. But isn't it funny that there's a camper right behind them? I don't know. No, it's not Joseph. Um, I know that I have it. I think it's back on page 1. Was it? Did it say on here? No, it just says G. It starts with a G.
Oh,
Donald something. Donald G. Donald George. Donald. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know why it's bothering me, but it is. But so anyway, but remember the pictures when they had pictures taken together when they were in Utah? Because remember they went to that boulder in Utah? And people were wanting they were wanting law enforcement to take sniffing dogs to sniff for ashes.
Yeah, they had set up some kind of little memorial or something while they were there, was why, if I
yeah.
recall.
Yeah, but people thought that they spread Summer's ashes there.
Mm.
Oh, Donald Jean.
Mm.
No, that's okay, Colleen. That's okay. There's no wrong guesses right now, right answers, but no wrong guesses, I promise. It could be Jean. Does that sound right, Donald Jean?
I'm not sure. I can't recall.
I don't know. It's really not important. It's really not. I don't know why it's bothering me. But
Well,
so this is Mary. I'm sorry.
I'll get that answer to you in a moment.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll write it down so I don't have
Okay.
to. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I don't know. Anyway, so this is Miss Mary. And like I said, Mary has her channel on YouTube. And let me see. She does her cooking on there. And she is almost up to 9,000 subscribers. That is awesome. So it's Mary Hartman's Dinner, Drinks, and Treats, I think. I can't see the rest of it, but I'm pretty sure that that's what it is. So I'm going to drop her link in the chat so you guys can all go over and subscribe to Mary. She makes some good food. I know that she just said that she had some stuff going on in the kitchen and she just had to remodel or something. And so she should be making videos soon again. Okay. So this is important because this is where Don's childhood and his growing up was with Mary and then with Jeannie. And this is Jeannie. So we have Mary and Jeannie, and then this is Trish, and this is Jeannie's daughter. And Trish is the one that spoke out for Jeannie. She spoke out on Facebook with a true crime group on Facebook, and then it spread over to YouTube, and I'm only going to say it one time. Trish went on Tiffany Marie's channel, and she did a great interview with her. I will give her major credit for that. She did such a good interview, and she was very compassionate with Trish, and listened to Jeannie's story and kind of got the information out there. And then they spoke to Chris McDonough, and they have all three now been interviewed with Chris McDonough also. So this page is all about Rose. So I'm going to leave it right here for right now, and we're going to go through more of the timeline on page 2. So we are up to December of 1991 in Hillsborough County, Florida. Dawn got arrested for felony spousal abuse. Now, Dawn is 27 at this time with 2 children with Pam. That means that Pam is like 40 or 41 now. And it says, it's rumored that he punched Pam in the face. She possibly had Margie, who was 12 months, in her arms when this happened, but that has not yet been verified. Then, 6 months later, in Contra Costa County in California, so we went from Florida to California, okay? Dawn is now in California in May of 1992, and he gets arrested for possession of controlled substance. Boy, he traveled. Then in September of 1992, he was in Weber City, Utah, and he got arrested for interfering with public servant. So he was sentenced to 10 days and 10 days suspended, which means he did no time, but he had to pay fines. I wonder what that was, interfering with public servant. Was he trying to fight a police officer or something? I wouldn't put it past him. So that was in September. So now we go to November of 1992, and Don just turned 28 years old, and he gets arrested again for revocation or suspension, which is a misdemeanor, I'm assuming, of his driver's license.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was listed weird. It was some reason, but yeah, that is what it is.
Okay. Yeah. And sometimes they, you have to go search the code to find out what the charge means.
Yeah.
Okay. So Don was 28. This is November 1992. That's a misdemeanor. So they sentenced him to 30 days with 30 days suspended. So again, slap on the wrist, send you on your way. Even though he has this crazy record already. So then in May of 1993, Don is still 28 years old, and he's in Davis County, Utah, and he got charged with fugitive from justice. But it was possibly dismissed, or it was dismissed possibly in May of 1993. So 9 days later. So then we go to May 6th of 1994. And now we're on Candus's side. Warren Scott Harrer, which is the guy that we just saw, the twinsy. This guy down here in the corner. Mr. Handsome fella there. He was charged and found guilty on 8 counts. Okay, are we listening here? 8 counts of incest with a child. No mental disease present. And Warren, the asswipe that he is, was sent to prison to be Bubba's bitch. The paper doesn't say that. I said that.
Well put.
Thank you. Then rumor is Candus's dad put her in foster care shortly after because she was aggressive and violent and he could not handle her. Says a lady who worked thoroughly on Rose's case from Wisconsin. So that's just rumor. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, that was information I heard really, really, really early in the case. Nothing ever. It was an interesting tidbit that I left in. Let's put it that way. That has never been disproven, honestly, which isn't the greatest thing, but yeah.
Right. All right. Well then, Daisy Love. Hi, Daisy. Leah 6. Whoop whoop. Look at my girls coming in here rocking.
Right.
I was in bed and looked at my phone and saw. Oh, well, I'm so glad you came in, Daisy. Thank you so much. And Leah, it's Leah's birthday.
Uh-oh.
Girl,
Happy
my birthday
birthday.
present to you. My birthday present to you is I am not going to sing happy birthday. Because I can't sing, okay? But happy birthday. 2/22. 3 2s in a row. Ooh, girl. Her birthday's 2/22. Happy birthday, girl. All right. So we're going through this whole timeline. If you want to rewind, you can, because it's been a crazy. We saw lots of squirrels in this stream. I'm gonna have to
Yes,
definitely
we
go back
did.
through and
Yeah.
timestamp it.
Yeah.
Because we're almost 3 hours now, and
Yeah.
we're barely into the timeline, but we're making it happen. We'll just have to tighten up a little bit next time. But it's talking about the case, except for the flashlight. Okay, I admit the squirrel ran through with the flashlight. I had to stop him and take it from him
Right.
before he ripped his face off. Okay,
You did.
like I had to protect the squirrel. So
Yeah. Running
other
amok.
than that, we've been talking about Summer's case, though. That's right. See, Leah knows my squirrels. Okay, so May of 1994 in Dallas County, Texas. Don is now 29 years old, and he gets arrested for evading and resisting arrest. Then he was sentenced to 60 days in county. But then on June 8th, which was a month later, he got charged with resisting arrest again and was sentenced to 45 days in county. Now, how does that work?
I don't know.
So
That was part of not to throw anybody, but that was part of the information that I collected from other creators, let's say.
Yeah, I don't know how that, but yeah.
All right.
Not really sure the details.
Yeah.
It's just weird that he got 60 days for the first one, but was out before a month, and only got 40 to 45 days for the second time.
Right.
I guess maybe because it was just resisting arrest instead of evading and resisting arrest.
Possibly, I guess.
A lesser charge. Right, Colleen? He could have gotten out on good behavior. He is definitely a good boy when he's in jail, right?
Obviously.
He reads his Bible.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we go to December of 1994. And now Don is 30, because his birthday's in November. And he is not in Texas anymore. Now he's in Cache County, Utah. And he got arrested for open container and vehicle. I know, stop. I know you guys are all shocked. Stop. That's what it says. An open container in Don Wells' vehicle. That wasn't the first, nor will it be the last. So then we go to May of 1995. And so 6 months later, he's still in Utah, but he's in Davis County now. And he gets arrested for forgery and burglary of a dwelling.
I don't think the screen's changed going along with the timeline, just so you know. I'm still showing the first page.
Oh, because I went back to show William.
Okay.
So we went to, stop it. We went to Rose, but I'm on page 2. This is page 2 here. We'll go back to Rose and well, actually, I'll go ahead and show this page for right now. These are just some of the beautiful mugshots between this beautiful couple. Don't the mugshots mesh well together? That's true, Leah. He's not a good criminal because he gets caught a lot. A lot. I don't see how he has oh my goodness. I don't understand. Repeat offender somewhere, somehow in here. There's got to be. So, okay. So that was in May 95 in Davis County. The one right before that was December of 94 in Cache County. And now we're in June. So a month later, not even a month later, 2 weeks later. And he's in Weber County. And this is all Utah. And he gets arrested for failure to stop or follow commands and theft of receiving stolen property. So in August, he went to jail or prison, one of the two. Time served actually was 22 months. And a probation violation after 4 months. And then so that takes us to 1997 in June. And then in October 1997, he served 4 months, which took us to January of 1998. And now he's 32 years old. So that was his first real stint there, was in 95 to 97 in Utah. And he was 30 years old. That's right. He only hangs around good people. Good church people, Leah. Good church people. So December of 1995, Grandma Candy and Jim got divorced. And Candus was 13. And Rose, and then there's another sister that is Jeannie on Candus's side also. They were 11 and 9. But Candus was 13 when her parents divorced. Then Don has a probation violation after 5 months. Now he's 33 years old. In July of 1998 through November of 1998, he served 4 months and then got another probation violation after 5 months. So then May 4th of 1999 through August 10th of 1999, and now Don is 34 years old, time served 3 months. Is anybody sensing a pattern here? Like, I'm looking hard for this pattern, and I'm not sure that I'm finding it. This pattern of behavior.
Yeah, it was a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 criminal somethings with Dawn by the
In
time he
like
was
12 years. Yeah.
Yeah, by the time he was 34 years old. No pattern at all. There's no pattern. This is not important information. Okay, we don't need to know any of this though. So now we're going to move on to page 3.
Yeah, not important.
Not
Yeah.
at all.
Nope.
Exactly. It's a repeat cycle. It's like a never-ending cycle, right? Scary shit. All right. So now we're up to November 15th of 2000, and Don is now 36 years old. He's in Weber County, Utah, and oh my gosh, he gets charged with a felony theft from employer, and it's L&L Drywall. And he was sentenced to 5 years, and he was already in custody. So there's his second major stint in 2000. Now, back to Candus. Candus has her son, Andrew. Candus is 19 years old, and this is in 2001. Oh my. So, how did that happen? Oh wait, this is... Okay, that part's not verified. Okay, so in August of 2001, there was a nationwide warrant from Utah for Don Wells, named as a fugitive from justice. And I'm not gonna say that part just because it's not verified, but so then
Agreed.
we go... Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. No, great. Yeah.
So then we go to November of 2001. Dawn gets... That's not highlighted in blue down there.
Oh.
Dawn gets a theft in Utah, and he's 37, and time served 17 months. So then we go to 2002. Candus is now 20 years old, still married to Andrew, has a child named Andrew, and she gives birth to her baby girl, and Candus names her Candus. So now Candus and Andrew have 2 children named Candus and Andrew. I don't know in what world that sounded like a good idea.
Weird.
Oh, I just will never understand.
Yeah. It's really normal in places like Tennessee, to be honest, but they weren't even living there at the time. Candace wasn't even from there, because in Tennessee, like everybody's a junior, everybody's, named
Right.
after, for males, obviously more than females, but I don't know where that's popular for females to name. I've never seen that before.
I haven't either.
Strange.
I've heard like middle names be carried down, or something like that, but not the same first name.
Well, what I've heard in Tennessee, the reason they do it, and not even specifically Tennessee, southern states, let's say, a big reason that families do it is to intertwine criminal records. So, like, you can't... kind of confuses everybody. Let's put it that way. Just a
Well, that
rumor,
makes
just a
sense.
theory. Yeah, but it's crazy.
That makes total sense because it definitely confuses the shit out of me, okay?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Candus just has her daughter, and also in 2002, now Candus is 20 years old. She gets arrested for domestic violence against her husband, Andrew. But then it was dropped. And then in September of 2002, Candus is still 20. They're in Burnett County, Wisconsin, and she gets 1 count of battery. She was sentenced to 3 years probation and compliance with Health and Human Services. Then we go back to Dawn. And now this is not verified information, but I feel like this is important. November of 2002, Dawn was 37, and he should still be incarcerated. Or no, they haven't found him yet, have they? Have they found him yet? They must have found him somewhere in there because he gets arrested later. Okay, so he was 37 years old, November of 2002, maybe lost his parental rights to little Donnie and Margie. And little Donnie would have been 16 years old and Margie would have been 13 years old. So now we're going to look at why Candus got her collection of these beautiful mugshots. So in December of 2002, 20 years old, Candus got disorderly conduct and reckless endangerment. Then in January, just not even a month later, she's now 21, still in Burnett County, Wisconsin. She gets a disorderly conduct, 2 counts, intentionally pointing a firearm at a person, and this is alleged at a CPS person, okay? Resisting or obstructing an officer. And she was sentenced to 90 days in county.
Wow.
I remember hearing about that. I remember that was a big thing.
Yeah.
Because I think somebody found the either the police report or the court records or something on the website.
Yeah, I think I have a screenshot of those records.
Yep. I think I looked up those records. I think I looked up all of the records between Grandma Candy and Jim, and then between Candus and Andrew. That website was pretty easy to find, I'm pretty sure. Some of them I had trouble looking up, but that one, I know I took screenshots of it myself from the website. I might have even printed them out, actually. So that was in January of 2003. In March of 2003, Candus petitions for paternity with Andrew in Burnett County, Wisconsin. Then in July of 2003, still in Burnett County, Candus's probation was revoked and she was sentenced to 87 days in county. So she was sentenced to 90 days and she was only good for 3. And they pulled that shit and they said, bitch, get in there.
Yeah. You're serving your time. Yeah.
Right. 87 days of a 90-day sentence. Because she could only be good for 3. My goodness. So then she gets out, and that was July 30th. She had to do 87 days. So then, but August 12th, so that wasn't 87 days. So maybe she didn't have to go in yet. This is hard to follow. I'd have to look at it on a calendar to be able to lay it out. But if she was sentenced to 87 days, then she wouldn't be out on August 12th, because that's only 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Yeah, with sentencing, good behavior is always times cut in half a lot of places on
Yeah.
good behavior.
Well, yeah, that's true. But
So
this is
sentencing doesn't mean that was the time that she actually served. You know what I mean?
well,
That was my
true.
interpretation of it, anyways.
True.
She probably
But she
should.
was right, exactly. She was sentenced to 90, and then she got a probation revoked, and then was sentenced to 87 of the 90. But then in August, she got a disorderly conduct and a probation violation. And then in September, she got a disorderly with domestic violence modifier and was sentenced to another 90 days and a no contact. Oh, then in September, 6 days later, so September 15th, this is all still 2003, she had a no contact violation. So she violated her probation. So there was a warrant issued for her arrest on October 28th. still 2003. Then February of 2004, she was arrested for avoiding obligations, and she got a probation warrant. Then March 12th of 2000, I'm sorry, that was February of 2004. This is March of 2004. She got another probation violation, and Candus 90-day sentence served. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 things that Candus did between 2002 and 2004.
Wow, she was busy.
Yep. I mean, it's like a match made in heaven.
Mhm.
You know, her and Dawn both are just
Parallel.
I think either they really like seeing the inside of county jails in different counties, or they really enjoy paying for their city. Because they're either paying paying fines or sitting behind bars, you know, like one or the other. Oh my goodness. So these are just some of, like I said, their mug shots. And I love the little girl, the Lady Justice drawing here. She's so cute. I found her in one of the little options there in Canva. And she has her little sword and a little scale over here. They're so cute. So then we go to this page, and this is more of the more recent arrest. So this was in November. Well, it was actually on Halloween, but he was arrested after midnight. So it was November 1st. But he was on panel with Doug, who's no longer here, and on YouTube, and Josh and Chris McDonough. And this is a zoomed in picture of him drinking his R&R.
Yeah.
And he had some white stuff around his nostril. I don't think I uploaded that picture onto this. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really?
Well, it's interesting that I didn't upload it.
I know. I'm just teasing. I'm sorry.
That's what's interesting to me.
Yeah, I get it. You're right. You're right.
I know I got it. Okay. I know I got it.
I don't even know if I've seen it. I was just being silly.
Yeah, no, it's like, hold on, let me see if it's on this one. Because I had to lighten the picture up just a little bit to be able to see, because I was like, is that a shadow, or like, is this face? It's the light reflecting, like shining on his top lip. And then I was like, yeah, no. No. There's definitely some white stuff, and it was under his right nostril. Can't see it on that picture either. But I know I got it.
His favorite, so that was his go-to.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's where did he go to get it?
Knoxville?
Yes. The runs to Knoxville. That's it. So these are more recent. We will get up to these, but for now, yeah, that one, I watched that one happen live. That was, I don't know why, but that was very gratifying for me. He made an ass of himself up there on panel.
Imagine that.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I think we're on page 4 now, which I don't have page 4 uploaded on here. So we're just going to keep on rolling until we get to one of these other pages. And look at Dawn sucking on some R&R right now.
Yeah.
All right. 2 peas in a pod. Exactly. Exactly. They fit so well together. Okay. I have to run to the potty real quick. I want you guys to think to your favorite Dawn fuck-up moment.
Oh my gosh.
I know, right? And chat, I want you to tell me too. I'll be right back.
Oh my gosh.
Endless possibilities.
I know. Probably when him and Candus was arguing, when Cher had him on the phone and they were arguing. I mean, like,
I'm gonna need more specifics.
yeah, like he was calling her names, and I cannot remember. She was yelling at Cher in the background. She was,
Oh, and yeah, Cher was on the other call and Mark was on, I think, or something.
yeah,
Yeah, I recall that. Yeah.
yeah, that was something.
It was wild how many times you would hear one of them on live and you'd hear the other one in the background on a
Yeah,
different live.
yeah, yelling.
And you could hear them plain as day on another
Mhm.
live. They're talking to somebody, you know what I mean, kind of thing, unless
Yeah,
it's just open conversation, but
right.
it was wild.
Yeah, was. We only hang around good people. Yep. Yep. Leah, he did say that. Actually, he also said we only hang around church people. He said that too. In that video that we're going over on my channel, he says we only hang around church people.
You know, I remember hearing rumors about him being forced to go to church because of like probation, but I've never gotten any confirmation of that, and always kind of wondered
Yeah.
if he, you know, if that
Oh,
was, which is the craziest thing in the world to me, that a probation would force you to go to church. That
I
seems,
don't think I've heard of that before, but okay.
I can't imagine that actually being true, to be honest with you. But
Mhm.
I do recall hearing that rumor around Don.
Hmm.
So I've always been curious.
Saved by grace. But with Dawn, I'm not sure there's so many, right? I know mine is when she said Starlink was a
A person.
A whore.
oh,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I remember that because that was on Molly Golightly's panel, and he kept telling her that he was on a live, and she kept telling him that he was lying, and he said Starlink, and she heard him say it, and then she started mocking him, and she's like, "Okay, Starlink."
hmm
Mhm.
What was
And then
crazy was that was the night he was on like 4 or 5 different panels. Literally.
Yep,
He
drunk as a
jumped that.
skunk.
That was the first night I had ever heard of or been to Molly Golightly, and I only went there because he was there. He literally jumped and jumped and jumped. It was insane. Like,
I'm pretty
that's
sure
something
that
I've
that was
never seen
Halloween.
before. I don't
Yeah.
recall the date. I know the dates in the timeline. I know I marked it, but I can't recall offhand the date. I feel like it was November, to be honest, but I don't know.
Well, it would have said November 1st, but it was the same night that he was on
Oh,
Doug's
yeah,
panel.
when he got arrested.
Because
Yeah, you're right.
yes, because he was panel hopping all over the place. I think he was on Ziggy's that night. He was on
Yep.
Molly Golightly. He was on Doug's twice.
Doug. Yep.
And then he got into a fight with Candus. He left to go get cigarettes, and that's when he got pulled over.
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah.
All played out in real time.
Yeah.
That's
Crazy.
crazy.
All on live
Crazy.
stream. Like,
Crazy. Like, to keep up with all, and that was one day. Like, that was one day out of all this case. It's crazy.
right. And
So
I think
so much happened.
that's what the kids got to live with, you know. Thank God the boys were already removed by that point, but
Yeah.
that was a daily a day in the life of, you know.
Yeah. Just like the pictures you have up here of him now. That's what every day was.
Right.
Leah has a moment she wants to put in here.
The scariest moment was when he was at a motel room and walking out of the room screaming. So that would have been when they were in Arkansas, but I don't remember seeing him walk out of the room screaming. I thought she was going to say when Candus said he was in bed naked and he had to put clothes on before the police went in.
Oh.
Yeah, I
'Cause
remember the cops showed up when Candus was on live.
Yep. And they had to go
Yeah.
to make sure there weren't any kids in the hotel room.
Yeah.
And there's so many. So I was thinking, while you guys were talking about yours, I was listening, even though I was in there in the bathroom, but I was listening, and I think my favorite Candus F up was, she was on the channel of that girl that was a local. I can't remember her name. I can't. She was a smaller channel. She lived by them, and they had met in person. And it might have been, it was when Dale was staying with them. Remember their friend Dale?
Yeah.
They woke Dale up so that she could come in there and get on the live stream too. They were both extremely intoxicated, but I don't think that I had seen Candus on camera that intoxicated. And she started crying, and she kept saying she was drinking Mountain Dew, but you could tell she was pouring the whiskey in the cup before she poured Mountain Dew in it, and she was drinking Mountain Dew straight out of the 2-liter too. She had sunglasses on. She
Is
and
that when
Dawn,
she was serenading him not to be named? She was singing
Yeah.
love songs.
no, I don't think so, because Dawn was sitting right there with her.
Oh, okay. No, not the same night then. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No,
That was my moment. That was my Candus moment right there.
Oh. Yeah, that was on, we'll just say BK's channel.
Yeah,
And
I
we
think it was
won't
on her own. It was
repeat
on, no, it was on her own channel. She streamed that on her own.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she went live
Okay,
streaming
well,
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I'm pretty
remember her
positive
being
she
on
did that.
his. And
Maybe. But she
sang some
popped up on
Shabbat.
some weird, maybe you're right. But she did pop up on some weird lives by herself a time or two.
Wasn't she
Oh,
doing
yeah.
it from the hotel room?
I think she was at 110 by herself. He was
Yeah,
in
That was
jail.
when,
Yeah, he was in
Don was in
jail.
jail. Yeah, because he went to jail, was it in January of 2022, I think, and he was there for 6 months, and then he got out clear and free. And the whole time he was gone, she loved him, but she wasn't in love with him anymore,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
she had attention from Ernie and from Skeezy, and she was just head over heels not in love with Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
When she was at Kathy's, she sang. I didn't watch any of the streams from Kathy's once she had moved in with Kathy. And so remember last night, or not last night, the other night on your panel, Tammy, Lisa was saying that Candus moved in with Kathy after Grandma Candy effed up on her news interview.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
Yep. I thought she had moved in because I thought Grandma Candy left and Dawn was in jail and she didn't want to stay at 110 on her own.
Yeah.
That's what I had heard the first time. She didn't want to be up there by herself.
Yep. But Lisa said no, that it was because she was mad at Grandma Candy.
Yeah.
What specifically was she so mad about? I'd love to know.
Because Grandma Candy fucked up on the news interview and said, I
What?
think they were at Warriors. I think.
Was that it though? Was that the thing? I mean, we don't know. We assume maybe, but was that it?
Well, that's what Lisa said.
Yeah.
I understand. I know. I'm just saying, what if we don't really know,
I don't even know if that was the reason why she moved in with Kathy. I don't know. I'm just repeating what Lisa said.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But it could have been over anything, because I also heard that they were selling stuff that Grandma Candy got from the doctor's office. So, it could have been over something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe Grandma Candy cut her off or wouldn't sell or wouldn't give her money from a sale, or who knows, honestly. Because I know she was hurting for money really bad during that time too, because Dawn wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why she was trying to get her Cash App shared on every panel that she went on. Craziness.
Wow.
I cannot nail down one Dawn moment. Like, I mean, I have a few different favorites, but like, I guess if I had to name a top one, it would be when he slipped up and said that he had 7 alibis and Candus had none.
Yep, I remember that.
That was that same night on Molly Golightly's panel. And that was also when I think that may be my second favorite Candus moment, because she stood right there when he was getting off the panel, and you hear like a skin on skin contact noise.
Oh, yeah.
And Candus said, "You just punched me in the throat." They saw that. And she kept repeating it, except for she said, you just throat me in the punch." They saw that.
Yeah.
"You just throat me in the punch." She was so intoxicated, she twisted her words around, even though she had repeated it multiple times.
Yeah.
Yep, and she's going down. That's right, saved by grace. You have to go to pain management here. Doctor will not give you pain pills. I think that's the same in a lot of places, Eve. But the rumor was, now this was, back in 2021. So, but the rumor was that Grandma Candy had a pain doctor that was it in Wisconsin, and that's why she went back there once a month. Does that sound right to either one of you or anybody in chat?
I think it was once every 6 months, maybe. Not quite once every month, but yeah, frequently. That's where she got the good ones from. That's what I heard.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it might have been 6 months back then. I know now they will only do 30 days at a time.
That's possible. I have no idea.
They won't do refills. So I guess that's why I was thinking once a month. But it was in 2021, and things have changed a lot since then.
Yeah.
So emergency room will not give you pain pills either. They'll give you a shot at the ER. Oh, that could be. Perhaps she had a knee replaced there and she would go back to that same hospital to the doctor. That's possible, Leah. Saved by grace every 3 months. I don't even know if it's true or not, but I heard that was the rumor. So, and then they were selling them. And I know that there was a lot of talk about that from multiple different people, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember who originated the rumor, but I remember it rumoring around. All right. So we'll try to get through this last page here. And then this may be a good place to stop it, because we're getting into Dawn and Candus meeting.
Okay.
And then we'll pick this up on part 2. So I don't even know what page I'm on right now. I didn't number them when I printed them out, but okay. So we're up to October 22nd through November 1st of 2004. And this is little Donnie. He's 18 now, and he's in Washington County, Arkansas. And he's following right along in his daddy's footsteps.
Mm. So
He
proud.
He got vandalism, 2 counts, aggravated assault, dropped a 20-pound battery on a car driving under a bridge.
Nice.
What in the actual F-bomb?
Mm.
I mean, wow.
He could have killed somebody.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's one of my
Wow.
fears because I've heard of people doing that. And anytime I'm traveling and I drive under overpasses, I always try to look up to see if I see any heads at all. Because there were people doing that in Indiana, not far from where I live, on Highway 69.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Sorry, I had to take a drink. And I'm muted, so you didn't hear me swallowing. Okay. I don't know how good my mic is, but okay, so he was sentenced to 72 months or 6 years in Arkansas Department of Corrections. That's crazy. 18 years old and going to prison for 6 years.
Crazy.
And then, so that was in November 2004. So now we jump to 2005, and Dawn is finally released from Utah State Prison. Now, little Donnie must not have gone or been sentenced yet because he dropped the battery on the car in November of 2004. But on Valentine's Day of 2005, he's 19 years old. Now, remember what Dawn said, Tammy, we talked about this.
Yeah.
Little Donnie was 19 years old in Washington County, Arkansas.
Yeah.
On Valentine's Day, he got charged with sexual indecency with a 14-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Not 18 months difference, like
No.
Dawn was saying in that interview with Jeff Bobo.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
knew that I saw 14 somewhere, and this is where? On Chapstick's timeline.
Yeah. He made it sound like it was no big deal. That he shouldn't have gotten in trouble. It was really no big deal. They were only like 18 months apart. But he's very good at knowing what states allow that and what states don't and their restrictions. He
Yep.
could tell
Yep.
you Arkansas, he could tell you Tennessee, and he could tell you Utah.
Yep.
What age differences there were, except he lied about how truly far apart they were in age.
Yeah, he said 18 months, and he
Mm.
called Utah the moron state.
Yeah, because he said it's Mormon state.
Mm-hmm.
Moron, yep.
Yep. And because they're a stickler about that stuff, because they were only 18 months apart. I can probably have my son call you and clarify that if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's going to make it more believable. Like, people aren't, like, Jeff
Yeah.
Bobo isn't going to go pull up the freaking documentation that's public record
Yeah.
that shows that the girl was 14 and he was 5 years older.
Yeah.
He just thinks he can lie his way out of everything. And the sad part is he's gotten away with a lot of it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look at all the slaps on the wrist that we've already gone through, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that was Valentine's Day, 2005. So now he's screwed that girl's whole life up. I mean, that was 20 years ago. So now she's 34 years old. And I guarantee Valentine's Day is no fun for her.
Probably not.
It's bullshit. So then we go to July of 2006. Don is now 41 years old, and he's in South Roy, Utah, and he gets arrested for loitering and a warrant from Bentonville. Then 13 days later, He gets arrested for residential burglary. Then, September 4th, 2006, Alvin Everts passed away, which was Don's maternal grandpa from Churchill, Tennessee. Then we go to October 2006, and little Donnie is now 20 years old, and I don't know when he served his time because he got arrested for 3 counts of breaking and entering and theft petty car items.
Petty car items.
So then in January 2007, we go back to Big Don, who's 42 now, in Washington County, Arkansas. So at least, like father, like son, at least they're in the same county. The residential charges were dropped from the 2006 residential charges. So then February 8th of 2007, little Donnie, still in Washington County, he gets charged with previous theft and indecency charges.
I don't even want to know what he was doing.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. So he was sentenced to, again, 72 months in Arkansas Department of Corrections. That's 6 years. He's 21 now. The first time he was sentenced to 6 years, he was 18.
Jeez.
So then we go to March of 2007, and Don, 42 years old, is in West Fayetteville, Arkansas, and he gets arrested for controlled substance and public intoxication and loitering. And he was given 48 months probation plus fees. Another slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Saved by Grace. I'll talk you to sleep. I'm good at that. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us. Okay, May 9th, 2007, William Goad passes away. So that was Don's mom's husband, so Don's stepfather. And then November of 2007, Don gets a DUI in Fayette, Arkansas. And then September of 2008, Don is now 43, and he gets charged with failure to pay costs and fines. So that was all he got from getting arrested for controlled substance and public intoxication and loitering. He got probation and fees. He couldn't do that. And so a year later, he gets arrested.
Nice.
Because he couldn't pay his shit.
Yeah.
His one little slap on the wrist, and he couldn't even handle that. Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
All right, and here we go. Here's when the bells start ringing. Sometime, probably in the summer, around the time that the fair would be in town, in Arkansas, Don Wells and Candus Bly run into each other for the first time ever. And by January of 2009, Candus was pregnant with Josie. In February of 2009, Rosemarie married her husband, or her now ex-husband, Chris Larson. Then on May 29th, 2009, Rosemarie Bly gets a disorderly conduct charge. I don't think I've ever heard about that.
I think I did, but I cannot remember. I can't remember what it was about.
I'm curious why. Because then August 21st, she vanishes. So May 29th, she gets the disorderly. And then 3 months later, she's gone. And
Did he get one too?
if he did, it's
I
not on here.
Yeah, I don't recall ever hearing about him getting any charges. I'm sure Lisa could verify all that. She's got a
Yeah.
lot more knowledge than I do. It wasn't really that important to Summer's timeline, I felt. I mean, it was there was some instances I wanted to know when Summer or when Rose disappeared and whatnot, but I didn't get into the details of Rose's case, excuse me.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure.
I think it would be kind of interesting if Lisa has a timeline of Rose's case and if we piece the puzzles together just to see what they do when they mesh, you know?
Yeah.
Like not add them to this timeline, but just compare them.
Yeah.
Yes, Leah, Chris did come on YouTube and he talked. I don't remember where, but I do remember that he was on YouTube after
Yeah, he's been on
Summer
Lisa's channel quite a
on
bit.
Lisa's.
Definitely in chat. I don't think he's ever actually paneled up or spoke, but he's stated a lot in chat.
And Leah said, dum, da dum dum. Hi, Dawn. Because supposedly she yelled in the door at Candus at the cleaners. That's why she got a disorderly? For yelling in public? Darn it. How dare you? Wow. Yeah, we'll have to. I'm curious just to know what the details are. So maybe I'll email Lisa Kay and ask her.
And I'll be honest, when we were talking earlier about like names and being similar and trying to like confuse people specifically with like previous criminal charges, there was a moment where I was wondering if Candus and Rose's criminal records were a bit intertwined possibly in this. Because I feel like I'd seen Candus referred to as Candus Rosemarie Bly. That's the only reason I thought that. So you have Candus Rosemarie Bly, you have Rosemarie Bly. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just, it gets kind of confusing. So I don't know. I'd like some clarification. And I'm sure, like I said, Lisa's probably got it.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
I don't know how relevant it is to Summer's case, but it's interesting.
Right, for sure. I'm going to make a note to email Lisa and ask her about it and then just see. But
because
that
the
is
fact
interesting.
is we don't really know where Don and Candus were at the time Rose went missing, correct? They've kind of never really pinpointed their location.
They said they were in 2 states.
Right.
Yeah, they were
So,
between Tennessee and Arkansas.
Yeah.
So what if that charge is on Candus Rosemarie Bly, actually? And
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Just questions I've had.
Yeah, I mean that makes total sense. And see, I thought when Don had talked about, I'm pretty sure it was just Don, when he had talked about Rose when she went missing, he said he didn't know much about it and that they had just had Josie and they were living in Arkansas. So
Yeah, he
had
was
separated,
super vague. Yeah.
right. But he had separated himself from Arkansas and Candus, you know, but that wasn't true. She was pregnant, but she hadn't had Josie yet. So I didn't know that until just recently.
Yeah.
So that shocked me, you know. So they
Yeah.
lied about that. So they very well could have been a part of that too.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Tinfoil hat.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't do conspiracies, but I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's freaking scary.
Interesting.
So that was Burnett County and
Hi, Dawn.
Lisa spoke about all of it on her channel. I'll have to check it out. I don't know how she titles her live streams, so I'll have to go and look. I haven't been over to her channel for a while. So I need to go over there and check it out again.
Yeah, she's full of information.
Yeah, I know. So much. But like
And
I said,
she's talked to a lot of people, so
mm-hmm.
when you
Yep.
have that insider info, it sticks with you a little bit more. And I think that's why her memory is so good, because she's actually talked to people and retains the information a little bit better than we do when we're just kind of told. And when you're listening
Right.
to a live, you only retain so much of it. So yeah, she's actually knows
Yeah.
what she's talking about, in my opinion.
Right. Okay, so we're almost down here to the bottom of the page. So let's see. So they've already met. Candus is pregnant. And Rose went missing on August 21st, 2009. So let me get back to this page here. This is Rose's page. And she had 2 daughters, 19 and 9 months old. That's how old they were when she vanished.
Hmm.
And Josie was not born until September 24th, 2009. But ICU had said that it was 2008. Let me see. Candace's tattoo said 2009. But if he was, what did it say how old he was when Summer went missing?
12,
Hold on. He was for sure listed
12,
as
11,
12.
and 9. 12, 11, and 9 was what there was a little.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
that was.
that's right.
I reached out to ICU just one time because of the indiscrepancies in their birth dates. I kind of felt like the timing was a little off to me for some reason.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite figure it out on paper in my head or anything like that. So I did reach out to her once, and her and I kind of went back and forth on that 2008, 2009 situation until I saw the tattoo. Until I saw the tattoo, which
Yeah.
verified it for me. Obviously, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only birth date that I think she actually got right on that tattoo.
Really? What?
Yeah, because
Well, one of them's missing a
Wyatt,
number.
Yeah.
right, Wyatt's is missing the last digit of the year, and
Right.
Waylon's, well, it says 12/6/12, but I thought that somebody had said it was 2011,
I've got 12/6/12 for Waylon.
but that 2011
Oh,
wouldn't be
wait.
right. So maybe 12/6/12 is right, because if Josie was born in 2009 and okay, hold on. I have to write this down so that
So Josie's birthday and Waylon's birthday, I've pretty much both verified. The birthday in question is honestly Wyatt's birthday, and it's the year that he was born, and the date happens to be wrong on her tattoo coincidentally, which makes it even more interesting to me because I've questioned the date of Wyatt's birth for a really long time. And for
well, it
that
would have
last
to be
number to be missing is very interesting.
okay. It would have to be 2011,
Hmm.
because it couldn't be 2010. If she had Josie in September of 2009, she
That's my
wouldn't be
thinking as well.
pregnant. So if you're sure that 2009 is correct, then maybe on her tattoo, the ones were just too close together and it looked like a big one instead of 2 ones.
I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe.
Mm.
I have a screenshot of it. I can go back and check, but it's been a really long time since I looked at it, to be honest.
I have one too. Let me see if I can pull it up, add it here on the screen real quick. But I was wanting to try to do the math on it. So if we do the math, September of 2009 to June of 21. So, and that would be So that would only make him 11 years old.
That's what I thought for a while too, until um,
So if he was 12, then that would be 2008.
well, I believe his birthday. Well, his birthday's in September, and summer
Right.
disappeared in June, so he hadn't had his birthday yet.
Right. So he would be born in, if he was 12, then he would have been born in 2008,
Okay, maybe you're right.
right? Because then he would turn
Yeah,
13 in September
but the
if he
tattoo
was born
says
in
2000.
2008.
Tattoo says 2009.
Right. But that would mean he was 11 and wouldn't have turned 12 until September
Right.
of 21.
But it was Don that stated, well, it was, no, somebody had posted something very, very early on in the case because they were looking for donations for the boys, and they had put out like their age and the sizes they needed and whatnot. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's where I got their ages, was 11, 12, 11, and 9.
Yeah, I got that
That's
right
where
here.
that's where I verified it early on, I guess I'd say.
I screenshot it on June 25th, 21, and it says it was posted 8 hours earlier. It was from Kristen from WCYB news station, and she posted all of their ages and their sizes and what they needed, and a picture of them and a picture of the house. So let me see here. Oh, now my battery is telling me that it's low.
Yeah. My computer battery's low too.
Oh, I never unplug my computer.
Yeah.
I leave it plugged in the way I have it set up.
Yeah.
It's just always plugged in unless the power goes out or something, or I turn my power strip off. But I should probably let the battery die, here and there, but
Yeah.
I restart it and let it sit and stuff. So, okay, let me find this. I have the tattoo picture and I have the post. I just found it in my gallery, but I have to go into Canva and pull it up in my gallery again. And then I can share it on the screen. So let me do the post first because I know where that is. See, it's really sad that we can't rely on the parents to give us the correct birth dates.
Right.
Yeah, that's wild. That was a wild moment. My jaw dropped. That was the moment my jaw dropped, is when he couldn't say her birthday.
Right.
I couldn't believe it.
And then
I couldn't believe it. I don't care
then
how many
he
kids
asked
you have.
her,
You're going to know all your kids' birthdays,
Yeah.
but then he
especially
asked
missing.
her, and she didn't know either. And she's the one that has the tattoo of them, but she didn't
Right.
know it either.
Right.
She was too intoxicated to look down at her freaking leg.
Crazy. So you thought another one was wrong. What other one did you think was wrong?
Well, I was thinking that it was Waylon's, but it's not his. I think Waylon's, if Josie was born in 2009, then Waylon would be born in 2012. But if Josie was born in 2008, then Waylon would be born in 2011.
Yeah. I have Josie's verified as 2009, I believe, and Waylon's verified as 2012. But like I said, Wyatt's I can't exactly pinpoint. The tattoo's wrong. And any post that she has left for Wyatt has been non-specific, meaning I've never seen her post a picture of Wyatt on his birthday with a cake, with a candle that tells you the year, or I've never seen her post to Wyatt happy 10th birthday or anything of that sort to, you know what I mean, pinpoint when it was.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which
She
is
probably
interesting, like
never
I
really
said,
knew.
you know, because that tattoo's
Mhm.
different. Why that tattoo is missing that number, which is strange. Because for a while I wasn't sure which boy was the oldest, to be honest. And
Yeah.
I actually kind of played this little game, I guess I'll call it, with myself. And if you go back and look at pictures of the family and try and pinpoint which one of the two boys is older, it's really hard to tell
Yeah.
because Josie looked a
Mhm.
lot younger in a lot of the pictures.
Yep.
And there were pictures at the fair, and I'm sure people recall the Ferris wheel ride, I guess, that Don was on. There was a video with the boys on a
Yeah,
Ferris
when he was
wheel with
scaring the
him.
shit out of him.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there was another boy in that ride with them who, in the very beginning, I wasn't sure who he was. So I tried to pinpoint his connection, and he actually looked a lot like Don and the kids, I thought. So I was curious if he fit in anywhere. So that kind of led me to wondering the actual ages of the boys and, their birth dates really early on, super early on. So, and still to this day, I've never been able to verify why it's date of birth, which is crazy. It's something I should have
And
been able to, you know what I mean?
well, if you are 100% sure with Josie's and Waylon's, then
Yes.
we know Wyatt's would be 2011. Factually, like, it would have to be 2011. And I remember Dawn talking about the birthdays because when Molly Golightly asked him when is Summer's birthday, and he said he didn't know, and then he was like, I don't even know my own birthday, and then he said that he knew that Wyatt's birthday was 111 or 1111 or something like that. He said
Yeah, I remember
11.
that. I remember that. Yep, I remember that.
Yeah,
He
so that
actually
would make
said he
sense.
actually said 9/11 is what he said. Oddly enough, he misspoke, but you know what I'm saying. The date's
Right,
111. Yeah,
but then
Yeah.
he
but
had changed it and said it's all, I remember that because it's all
yeah,
one.
yeah. Okay, all right. I didn't remember him finishing it with all 11s, but I do remember it was 111. I didn't know if it was 2010 or 2011 that he had finished it with, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, factually, it would have to be 2011 because if Waylon was born in 2012, it can't be the 12. I mean, I guess it could be 12, but
Yeah,
that would mean
yeah.
that she had Wyatt in January and then turned around and got pregnant again, in March.
If she birthed both boys, correct.
Right. And that's the other thing too. Why is it
you know what I'm saying?
why is it that the boys look so different from each other?
Yeah. And I mean, one I think favors Candus, the other two definitely favor Don. But I wondered if the other two were Candus's in the beginning, was kind of my point I was getting to.
Yeah.
I didn't know if both of them were Candus's, you know what I mean? You didn't really know. We didn't know the details of the family, and this was super early on. And then that other boy got put in the mix, and that other boy actually comes into play later. We'll get into that further in the timeline. He has an interesting connection. His family has an interesting connection, which
Oh,
everybody does in this
really?
case. Yeah, he does. Remember, I'll just spill it now and you'll remind me later. Remember
Yeah.
when Ziggy talked to Mrs. Dean, who she thought was a certain creator? I'll get more specific if you want, but do you know what I'm saying? She thought she found PG, and she talked to a woman online who she thought was her. She had her up on live with her daughter-in-law,
Okay.
the woman's daughter-in-law.
Yeah.
That daughter-in-law has a connection to Allie. She's friends. She's been connected to Allie. I I believe that was her son, actually. And what's interesting
Oh.
about that family is her husband, and I searched these people very, very, very early on in the case. Her husband has connections and follows Ernie Shell online
Mm.
and has for a really long time. So it's just interesting when you start to piece things together.
Right. Watching the puzzle pieces all fit together,
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's worrisome.
it's crazy.
Hey, Mandy.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to go. My computer is dying.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
I'm trying to pull these pictures up and then I'm going to end it. So you're not going to miss a whole lot.
Okay. Okay. I may try to go in chat on my phone.
All right. That sounds good. Well, thank you for coming up. Woo
Yes.
woo.
Appreciate you being here. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you also. And don't stay up too late, Mandy.
It's getting there.
I know. It's already 3:18. Okay.
It's getting
Yeah.
there. Oh wow.
I want to pull these pictures up real quick and then I'm gonna end it because I was at the bottom of the page anyway, and that's where I said I was gonna stop. So
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah. I just want to pull up the picture, the tattoo, and the post about the dates and stuff, but
Yeah, I'd like to see that tattoo again.
Okay.
But you're probably right. You're probably right about the birth dates.
Okay. So good night, everybody.
Thank you.
good night. We did it, Tammy.
I know.
3 live streams in 1 week.
I know.
Wow.
We should be tired, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Go rest.
Yep.
Rest well.
Bye.
Talk to you later.
Good night, y'all. Bye.
Okay.
Good night. All right. I had them selected and then Canva started getting funky and I had to close it out, and now I'm going back through to get them again. But I'm also pulling up a couple pictures of the boys too, because I think I want to look at their faces one more time, because it's just crazy how different they look from each other. And I know that I think Summer resembles Dawn a lot.
Yeah.
And I think Josie, I think, is the one that resembles Dawn also.
Mm-hmm.
And then is it Wyatt or Waylon that looks more like Candus?
Waylon, the youngest of the boys, I believe, looks more like Candus.
Okay. And so Wyatt's the one that I don't think he looks like either one of them.
No?
I think he looks totally different. And it's so weird to me that Wyatt and Waylon are both, they're approximately a year apart. But they're both like the same height. And, oh, that one's probably the best picture of them together. I don't know. It's weird. Now, see, if I was kind of saying or going with, I was wondering if maybe Candus got pregnant before she met Dawn, or when she first met him, but it was with somebody else.
Mm.
But then Dawn's been around, so Josie is his, period,
Yeah.
regardless,
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
yeah.
But I think that Josie does look like Dawn.
Definitely.
Oh, that's when she was crying. That's when they were on that panel with the sunglasses on.
Yeah, I do remember that now that you say it.
But their birthdays, I don't understand how parents, neither one of them, can get the dates right. Like, that's I don't know. I find it so baffling that here we are 4 years almost 4 years later, and we don't know their
So
birthdays.
much. So much.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch, but, I mean, the birthdays is just one thing, I guess, you know?
Hmm. Important things that you think wouldn't be, difficult to find.
Right?
But some things seem strange to figure out and find. Just like obituaries. There's certain people that have passed away that we should see obituaries for, respectfully. Like,
Mhm.
most people have an obituary put out for them, but I don't know. I guess some things are
Right.
made private. I understand that. And I'm not looking to harass anybody or anything. I'm just trying to verify
Oh,
information
yeah.
and,
Yeah. No, and that's definitely, like, anything that we discuss on YouTube stays on YouTube. Like, I would never, ever attempt to reach like, um I'm not one of those channels that would go reach out to, um, family members or family members of victims or, like, anybody related in a case. I have never reached out to except for there was, Desiree Thompson's mother. I spoke to her, but that was because I was on panel with her a few different times, and that was right after I had started my channel, and her daughter had been missing for almost 10 years. She was her daughter was an adult with 3 children of her own, and when she vanished, her mom, Cherie, took custody of her children, and, they were missing from California City, California, which is where the West
Mhm.
Boys were missing from.
Yeah, yeah.
And so Cherie kind of used that to her advantage to not only be a voice for her daughter, but also to be a voice for the boys too. She
Nice.
was a local, and so she was able to be a voice for them and also refresh people's memories about her own child. And so she and I had talked on panel a few times, and I did a spirit box session for her, which turned out to be freaking buck wild because, seriously, within it was, like, right after, Desiree's 10th anniversary of being missing, somebody came forward and said that they knew what happened to her and they knew who did it, and law enforcement looked into it, and he was right.
Oh, wow.
The the guy that did it, we thought that it was her estranged husband, and, it was not him, but his name was Edward, and his name came up several times in my spirit box session, and that's why I thought, like, I interpreted the message wrong, okay? "Hi, tattooed mama. Oh my goodness, I just saw your name there." So, um, it was a guy that so during the session, I heard that he kicked her off the back porch. And so I'm picturing an altercation inside the house, and she becomes deceased close to the back door. And so he drags her to the door and then gets her outside and then pushes her out there. And then that's kind of where I had stopped, which this was back before I knew that I had psychic medium abilities like that. I just knew that I
Mhm.
was a medium and I could do spirit box sessions. Okay. So things that came to my mind, I didn't put a lot of, I don't know, a lot of like validation into, I guess, because it was just like what I was assuming happened, I guess. Which now I know that that wasn't true at all. Um, they found her buried in the backyard,
Oh, wow.
just off the back porch to the left over by the fence.
Mhm.
And I saw the altercation in the kitchen, and Spirit had said something about he hit her in the head. He used a 2x4, and they were in the kitchen. And he also used his refrigerator by moving her into it, and, in a horrid way. And his name there was a name that kept coming up during my session, and I kept putting it on the screen because I was like, either this person is related to this case or there's a spirit trying to come through really, really hard for one of their loved ones who they know is going to watch this session. So if you know who this name is, let me know. Well, it turns out it was the dude's last name.
Oh, wow. It's coming in
So,
strong for a reason.
yes, exactly. And it didn't make any sense to me at the time,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
like Cherie and I were both like, it was Edward. Edward was abusive to her. They had gotten into several altercations, and they were estranged because he was abusive. And her daughter witnessed a major incident where I believe he pulled a gun on her, and like she had PTSD because of that. 10 years later, she was, God love the child, she was still like having like social issues and PTSD issues, and all because of what she saw when she was so young. And so we both, like Cherie had me convinced it was Edward. And then when I did the session and I kept hearing his name over and over, I was convinced it was him too, but it wasn't him. But everything else was right. It was just the person was wrong. And they said
Right.
his name. I made a video about it.
Huh.
Where like I screen recorded some of the session where the specifics had popped up that were validated by law enforcement, that were validated by finding her in the backyard, the hits, the head trauma, and the dude's last name. And, like I clipped all of that and put it into a video and then played the news where it all pieced together.
Wow, that's awesome.
Right? Like, I mean,
That's
I
really
need to go
awesome.
through and make my validation videos. That's one thing that I wish that I could just sit down and have a whole day to do, because
Right.
I have several validations that I want people to be able to come to my channel, and I want them to be able to see like my true crime facts playlist, but I want them to be able to see my validations playlist also. So
Definitely.
I'm not over here just bullshitting. I don't know how I have these abilities. I've always just thought that I had super common sense, and I always said that that common sense was a freaking superpower. And like I don't know. I just always thought that like how can somebody not look at this and figure this out? And even my mom will say, like, if something is broken or needs fixed or they can't get it to work, call Mandy, she'll fix it. Like I figure it out. I always figure it out. And I seriously thought it was a superpower. And then Mystic Brady came into, or I think she came into my live stream one time, and she was like, your ancestors and your guides want you to quit using the spirit box and just listen. You can hear them if you just listen. And I was like, oh, alrighty then. Sure. But I didn't believe her because I was like,
Right.
that's wild. Like that would make
Right.
me a psychic. And I'm not a psychic. I'm a medium. I can talk to spirits through the spirit box session. And so I tried it. I learned, I researched a ton about how psychics get their messages, how they do their routines to protect themselves, and like what works for different people. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to try it myself. And I sat down one day and tried to do a reading where it was silent in my house, and I was calm and relaxed, and I just closed my eyes and listened. And I was like, holy shit. She was right. Dang. All right then.
That's awesome. I appreciate that. I talk about myself in the same terminology, not quite in the same circumstances, but I'm a very spiritual person and have never looked into any kind of ability or anything like that in myself, but my gut tells me a lot in life, and it tends to not steer me wrong too often, and I am typically pretty confident in my thought and thinking process, and I'm sure there's probably something there, and I don't have any interest in unlocking it, to be honest, but I definitely appreciate that you've looked into yours. It's awesome, and I believe in it completely.
Yeah, and
I
it may
actually
be
always
something.
followed Stallone. Sorry.
I was just gonna say it may be something that you may look into later in life. Something may happen where spirit's like, okay, you've ignored us long enough. Now it's time to open your third eye, is basically how it's worded.
100%. Yeah.
But but I respect that. I- it's a scary thing. I mean,
It,
it's like,
it it's quite interesting, that's for sure.
yeah,
I've always been drawn to Sloan Bella. I actually listened to her way before Summer's Case.
yeah,
I started with like her celebrity readings, specifically on celebrities that I was really familiar with and really interested in, what happened. And she got me hook, line, and sinker. She would speak on people that she didn't even know who they were. Call like a cold read or whatever, I guess you'd say.
yep,
Um, but when she spoke on Summer, that was so early in the case, and I listened to her the day she released that video because I was already a subscriber. I already knew who she was. So
mm-hmm,
I was very, very excited when that video came out. And the things that she said evolved over time in Summer's case. Like,
mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're familiar with the video, if you've seen the video.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
she specifically talks about Jody Sue at the end of that video. Jody Sue hadn't been out yet. Nobody had discussed her. She hadn't been out anywhere. Um,
yep,
but she discussed a blonde woman coming out, yelling at people, thinking it was her son, blah, 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 blah.
right,
So that gave me a lot of validation in her reading, which I think is why I was so directed towards the church specifically, was because she had really strong energies coming from the church and people in the church.
mm-hmm.
So,
And
with all honesty,
wasn't it
go
a
ahead.
trafficking thing? Wasn't that what because didn't she say something about she kept seeing different train cars and um she was seeing different things happen in each train car, and I want to
No,
say,
train car. What?
yeah, like what was her assumption? Like what does she think happened to Summer?
She thought somebody in the church was heavily involved. She specifically stated 3 men were involved, a younger man uh, between like 18 and 25. She said an older man in his 50s to 60s, and then a man even older than that in his late 60s, maybe 70s even. She thought it was something surrounding them. She didn't really give specifics on why, but that was just, I don't
I'm
remember a
gonna have to
train
go back and
car.
rewatch it again because I
Yeah, it's a good
I'm
watch, and and I watched it probably in the first 2 years. I literally probably watched it 5 or 6 times, and every single time I watched it, I felt like, oh my gosh, like that just happened. Like things clicked as time went on with her reading, which blew my mind and still does to this day.
right. Yep.
So yeah, that was my church focus. I think was probably Salone inspired and kind of led me on my path of, who I was looking at and what I was focusing on. Because so many other people were looking into Don and Candace. Cher had Don covered. Candace wasn't talking. Like there, you know what I mean? Was kind of how I felt.
Right.
So while that was going on, I was, focusing on the church and the people and going through honestly their Facebooks and seeing what I could find. And I wasn't looking to, blame anybody. I was just looking for information and, anything on Summer, anything on Summer.
Right.
So
Yep. Yeah, that I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again because I know that I may be getting it confused with a different victim, but I was thinking
yeah,
that she was talking about like different, maybe it was subway cars, but I remember thinking that she said something about she felt like she was walking through a train, and it was like each car that she stepped into was like different things were going on inside of it. Um, and I could be totally wrong, but she was
yeah, I
seeing
don't.
like trafficking happening, like people, females in each car with other males.
I think she spoke on filming, maybe,
Yes, the
possibly.
snuff films.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I don't recall
Mhm.
the car trafficking or the what you're referring to, train cars. Sorry. I don't recall anything like train cars or subway cars or anything, but yeah, definitely like some filming going on. So I was looking into. I kind of followed Cher in the beginning. I was looking into a lot of the local Masons because that Mason picture
Right.
came out, and I was identifying those gentlemen, and I found nothing on
Mhm.
any of them. They all, anything, nothing significant, I guess we'll say.
Right.
So I moved forward, obviously. But yeah.
Yeah, I remember when the Mason thing came out, and that was one of the things that I was like, okay, conspiracy theory, and I
Yeah,
didn't even
yeah,
focus
I
on it
agree.
because
Yeah,
it
no,
was like,
I get that. I agree. And I focused on it to debunk it, to be honest. And I
right,
told Cher one time. Cher posted a picture. I love Cher. I don't mean to talk any disrespect, but Cher posted a picture of that with a gentleman, and they they cut off the names on the bottom because I had the same picture, but I had the names on the bottom. I don't know if she did it intentionally, but the names were at the bottom, and Andy was not one of them. You know what I'm saying?
right,
She tried
right.
to imply for a really long time that he was in that picture. So I did call her out on
And
that. I think that was the only time we ever really interacted. And it was respectful. I wasn't, I'm just
right,
saying
and that can
that's
be
not Andy.
done.
Right.
Like,
That's
that
not
can be
that's
done.
that wasn't Andy. Bernard was all I was saying. So,
Mhm. Well, and I think Andy comes into her live streams now too, so
yeah, yeah, of course. Like I said, there's, it's
yep,
all yeah, no harm, no foul.
and I love
But
that.
I felt like that needed to be debunked really, really early on, so I did.
And I guess that when I heard about it, it was so far-fetched for me, or maybe it was just me knowing that it wasn't even a possibility, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, um, I just kinda blew past it. And hi,
Because at the
Basher.
because at the same time, I was actually looking into not only the SDA church, but I was also looking into the Lamplight Theater, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and all the people
I
in
remember.
there to see if anybody was in the theater that was in the Masonic Lodge, or might have crossed paths with Mr. Tim, or you know what I mean. I was kind of looking at all that angle. So,
Right. Yep, I remember that.
and that guy at Lamplight turned out to he got into some trouble.
Did he?
Yes, ma'am. He sure did. I'm not going to speak on it specifically because the details of I think I just pushed the details out, but there was allegations. And I had watched some of the videos that they did, some of the performances that were held there, and in my opinion, as a mother, there was young ladies not appropriately dressed. And this was like a public theater event, which is crazy to me. Very sheer dresses, very form-fitting. They just could have had more on,
Wow.
in my opinion. Yeah, it was kind of inappropriate to me, and there was some definite allegations that came out. I think it closed. I'm not 100% positive on that by any means. Don't quote me on that, please. But the man that ran it definitely came into some legal issues after summer disappeared.
So how and Timmy was the one that went
Yeah,
to that place also, right? So
yeah.
I never looked into that at all.
Well, that's who held all
So
the vigils in the beginning. All the vigils at the
right,
park in the first like 3 months, that was them. If you look at those
right.
videos, all those people are Lamplight. Um,
Oh, see, I thought
they're
they were
actors.
church.
They're all Lamplight people. Because
I
if you
thought
go
they were
to,
church related.
well, they are because Lamplight is a church/theater. So they just threw that church terminology and nobody ever deciphered the two. But Lamplight actually had a YouTube page as well that I looked at really early on. And those people are in the Lamplight videos. Like
Well, look
some
at
on
how sneaky
stage,
that is.
some on stage, some, during like rehearsal. Like there's all kinds of them. And you can see them all in those visual videos.
Mhm. Yeah,
So,
I mean, it was always the same people at every vigil, and I thought that they were people from the church that they went to, you know? Like,
mm-mm.
the SDA church. That's where I thought they were from. I didn't realize
You know
that they
what's
were
interesting?
all
You know what's interesting is the only person I've ever pinpointed at those vigils from the SDA is Robin. And I've watched a lot of the church videos, and in the early days when the videos of Robin or Summer were still out, they showed a
Mhm.
lot of the audience. They don't show the audience anymore, but they used to show a lot of the audience footage. So there's
Mhm.
recognizable people, not to mention people go on stage all the time. None of those people have been to the vigil. One, okay, I will correct myself. Robin and the older gentleman in the Hawaiian shirt at the early
Yeah.
morning, that man, he's been at a couple of them,
Mhm.
and the pastor, but that's it. I never have seen any of the other elders that have spoke on stage. I've never seen them at a vigil. Um,
Right.
I know specifically there's some large families that attend the SDA. I've never seen any of them at a vigil. So that was interesting to me.
Hey, Tina girl. How you doing? So what do you think about with just your opinion on Tim
hmm
Mullen?
I looked a lot into Tim in the very, very, very beginning. I'll be honest, my profile picture for the first, year and a half was a picture of Tim Mullen. So for a long time, a lot of people thought I was a man. Um, um, I ripped it off of his page, one of his pages. It was literally a picture of him pointing in the camera, and it said "focused" at the top of it. So that was my profile picture because I was focused on him for quite a bit because he was weird. Him and David Dotson are parallel weird. The way both of them
Mhm.
came in, how early they were in. David Dotson, that's just a weird situation in itself. Um, I do have screenshots of David Dotson leaving Robin a Facebook comment in 2020, I believe. So Robin definitely knew David Dotson before he came to the church. Um, I've also
Mhm.
made a I've also made a connection to someone else in the church and David Dotson. Um, she actually lives in the house that David Dotson's aunt owned when David was a child. Um, so I feel like David probably knows this woman as well. She's an elder in the church. So I don't know how long David has really been in the church. I know that like he came in at like March 21, I think it was. He popped in. He
It
became a
was fast.
member. It was super fast. He came in March, I think. I'm not positive. I have to look. But I think he came in March. He was a member in May, just like weeks before summer disappeared. He became a member, which
Mhm.
is not a free thing. You have to pay a lot of money to become a member. Like that is literally
Right.
months of, you donate a certain percentage of your salary, I think is how it works. Or anyways, I'm not really sure.
Mhm.
So
And he was a mortician also.
he was a terminated mortician, I believe. But yeah,
Right, but that's still a
yeah,
very, like,
knowledgeable
red
position.
flag to be right?
Yeah, yeah, 100%. With access,
Exactly.
with access. I hate to say
Mhm.
that, but and he came in at a very weird time, and I felt like how quickly he was pushed up as a member in the church was quite interesting. Um, I mean, you pay for it, but it's obviously got to be approved by the elders. So that solidifies his connection to the one elder lady for me, how quickly he was
Right.
accepted into the church. It was probably because this one lady's known him since he was a kid and knows his family and whatnot.
Mhm.
But then the fact that he membered up, but then left the church within what, 3 months after summer
Right.
disappeared? Not even. He was gone,
Right.
gone quick. And in my personal opinion, the woman that he married, um,
Was
looks like
she,
a 12-year-old.
right, and
I don't know how else to say it.
I was curious if she was like a mail order bride type deal. Am I
Oh,
thinking that
I have no
wrong?
idea about that whatsoever. That's an interesting, I don't know. Never thought of that.
I don't know why I thought about that, but that just popped
Did
into
you
my
hear
head.
did you hear it somewhere, or you just your
If
own personal?
if I did hear it somewhere, I don't remember. I don't, like I said, I don't know why it just popped in my head, but
Right, right.
like I can't even picture her, and I know that I saw a picture of them together. It might have been a wedding picture or just a picture of
She's a
them in a church.
local. She's a semi-local girl. I looked into her history, and she was in a previous relationship. She has a minor child, at least one, maybe more. She definitely had many previous addresses in the local area, like not too far away. Not. I don't think she lived in
Okay.
Kingsport per se, but she lived close, and
So I
she
wonder
didn't
if it was
pop out
some
of
type,
nowhere.
maybe not meal order bride then, maybe more of like, um,
Set up, maybe,
yeah,
or
like
um,
arranged.
arranged. That's the word. Yeah, yeah. I see what
Yeah,
you're saying. That's
yeah,
possible. She was older though. She was in her 30s, I believe. She just
yeah. But
looks
if she had
young.
multiple addresses and she already had a child, then it could be an arranged thing. You do this for me
True.
and I do that for you. Possibly. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and
I know. I
I'm
appreciate you.
I think I'm just babbling now, you know? No, I
No,
love
it's
this.
okay.
I love
It's
this. I can do
okay.
this shit for hours, seriously.
Oh, I appreciate
Stunning
you.
Eric.
You calmed my
Stunning Eric.
nerves.
Well, good.
Yeah, for
Good. So you're
sure.
gonna panel
For
hop
sure.
with us more?
I'll consider it, ma'am.
Woohoo! I love it.
wasn't it wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad.
Right?
Let's keep that
Um,
squirrel out of here. Let's you know, I love your babbling.
I know. But see,
I
and that's like,
it's
so
hard to stay focused. It's so much.
when we do it next time though,
Hmm.
I've been George and Stein Eric. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Is she gone? The magician. I'm not for sure who you're talking about. Are you talking about David Dotson's wife? And it is late AF Ben George. I know, right? How you doing? Um, so we have to decide how we're gonna do it though. So when a subject comes up, are we just gonna write it down so we remember to talk about it later? Or are we gonna stop and talk about it like we did this time? Minus the
Right.
flashlight. The
Right.
flashlight was extra.
Yeah, yeah, it was a little extra. It's
But
okay though. It's okay. I appreciate it.
anytime I do my live streams, you can go back and watch every live stream that I've done. I always timestamp it. So
You know,
because I
I
always
I
forget.
just I just noticed that, and that is absolutely amazing. Kudos to you for that. I wish more creators would do that. That is some effort,
Yeah.
truly.
Well, that helps people get to, like, if you're only here for Summer's timeline, I don't want you to have to sit here for a half hour and listen about the flashlight,
Yeah,
so I'll give you the timestamp where you can skip forward to where we get back to Summer, because in my live stream, like, my videos are scripted on point and, word for word, I write it down and I read it. And so that's scripted. My live
right.
streams are outlined, and I seriously, like, I just like to chill and chat with people and
Yeah.
have that interaction. And if we talk about a flashlight for a few, then so be it. But we're still getting our outline finished, like we're still working through the outline too. So I'm going to timestamp it. So if you're only here for that, I got you. If you want to get to know and hang out and chill and, whatever, then come and chill and chat with us.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And Tarot Magic Mercury.
I'm okay whatever way is comfortable for you. If you want to write it down or pause, I'm good either way. It's nice to talk about it in the moment because I do forget things, but I've already got a list of 3 things to ask. I had something to ask Share later and something else that I wanted to ask later. So I am keeping a little bit of notes for things I want to verify.
All right. We'll see if that works. And I'm writing stuff down too. I have a pink pen so I can write it on the paper so it stands out for me. So I don't forget. Um, Oh, oh, see, you just talk for hours. I'd be here to listen. I love that. And she said, "I'm sorry, I caused a flashlight ad." Actually, it was
Sorry, you
really
cost me $100. What's going on?
right, exactly, exactly. Let Olight know that I'm the one that sent you there, okay? So they can send me a free little mini flashlight or some shit, all right?
Something.
Give me some kind of, bonus here, okay? Um, it was because you had asked about it and because Cher was so inquisitive about
Yeah.
the end of it, the tapered end, that could rip the face off, So I had to I had to show that because mine is different than the one that I shared. So the
It was
beveled end on it,
truly, the capabilities were truly impressive. The light was
right?
wild.
Right? Like it
It
whited
really
out
was.
the whole room. I love
It
it.
did, the whole room. That was
I love
crazy.
it.
No, it
And
was
I
neat.
have one in my truck just in case, you never know when you're going to be in your vehicle and need a good flashlight that's waterproof and the battery lasts forever and so I love them. I can't help it. So don't be sorry. And I'm still confused. Stein Eric, I am still confused. The Tarot Magic Mercury. And then you got June 15th, 2021, 2 equals 665. I'm confused. What do you mean? Help me.
Well, I don't know. See that?
Help me.
Huh.
He started out saying, "Is she gone?" And
Yeah.
then I asked who, and he said, "Magician." And then he said, "Tarot Magic Mercury." And then he said, um, June 15th, 2021, with a 2, that may be a mistake. The extra 2 in there equals 665.
I've
I'm
seen that. I've
so
seen that
confused.
name in a chat before, but I feel like it's been a really long time, so I don't know. Looking for more details.
Right, the magician is from the tarot deck. I know that too, but I don't know who's the magician. Like, what are you asking about? Can you give us a little bit more detail so I can understand? I don't know. Okay, so here, let me show you these pictures real quick and then we'll end it. Um, we're almost up to 5 hours for your first
Holy moly.
panel. 5
Holy
hours.
moly. It doesn't
Okay,
feel like it's been that long, to be honest with you.
right? And that's how I
It's
do
went by pretty
8-hour
quick.
live streams.
It's went by pretty quickly.
Do you know one night I listened to the birds chirp before I ended my live stream?
Oh
I
wow.
was
You know
like,
it's time. It's time to be done.
right? It was 8 hours, and I was like, the
Oh,
birds are chirping, the sun is coming up, the kids are gonna be waking up here in like 2 hours. I have got to go to bed.
yeah, I haven't pulled an all-nighter in some decades. So,
Right? Right?
whew.
Yeah, that was hard. It's gonna be hard in the morning for me, even being up until 4. But okay, so this is the panel that they were on. And I couldn't remember. I still can't remember. It was that one chick that was the local that they had met in person. And this is um her icon was that dog. Oh my gosh, it just popped in my head and went away. Who is that? I don't even know if she still has her channel or not. This is one that popped up for summer and possibly left.
There's quite a few of them.
I want to say it starts with an S.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Does anybody in chat know who this channel is? Because I wanted to see if her channel was gone or not. But this is the night that Dale was staying the night and she was asleep and Candace and Dawn were drunk as hell and Candace was bawling like a baby right here and saying that she wanted her babies back and then somebody mentioned Jenna And that's when she lost her shit. She wasn't crying because of Summer or because of the boys or whatever. But as soon as somebody mentioned Jenna, she
Oh,
lost
was
her
it
shit.
Squall? Was it
Yes.
Squall? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Squall.
Thank you.
Cher was pretty. I thought Cher was pretty familiar, and maybe I don't know. I recall here Cher having some kind of connection with her. I thought early on, which I didn't really follow or pay attention to. I just remember that's the first time I heard her name was Cher saying it. I guess I'll put it that way. I don't know in what regards, and I didn't
I'll
really
have,
watch her channel.
or
But
I'll have to check.
I did look into her when Sage, was it Sage Sleuth, did her videos, and she talked about all the debauchery going on, which unfortunately I didn't get to finish. She took them down as well. But that was when I actually looked into Squall, which was only about a year ago, and I didn't. There's a lot going on there, but I did not get into the details too much. So I would love any information on that channel as well.
Yeah, I didn't get much into it either because I felt like Squall was totally enabling them to the best of her ability. You know, like she was doing everything in her power to make them these innocent, helpless parents of a missing child, and they were just angels, you know?
That's what Jodie Sue did when she came out. Exact same thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Exact same thing. She said nothing
And I
but good
don't
things about the parents.
like that shit
In
at all.
public,
Right.
the text messages show different. We'll get to that, but in public, she spoke
Yes,
very well.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Those were just
ma'am.
that was about the last thing I just recently added was a lot of those early text messages that she had sent, which I had read a long, long time ago, but for some reason, I think I was just looking through some photos and I had taken screenshots of them, so I'd had them, and I went back and she still had them all there, so I took advantage.
Wow.
Yeah, I was
I'm
surprised
surprised.
they're still all there today.
Wow.
Ironically, it's weird the videos that people remove. You know, she removed a lot of live streams in the real early days. I noticed because I documented obviously all of her live streams in the early days because it was an outrageous number when Don first went to
Mhm.
jail in those first 4,
Mhm.
5, 6 months, and then she
Yep.
deleted her private whatever. But it doesn't really seem. I don't know if she does that a lot anymore. I don't pay too much attention to her.
Yeah, I can't do, like, no offense, Jody Sue, if you hear this, okay? But I can't handle Jody Sue. I
Yeah,
cannot listen to her. Um, the way that she gives her information, it's too hard to follow. She talks in code. She acts um like everything that she says is the only way possible. Um, it's hard for me. I I don't know. She talks
I
in
don't.
circles,
She does. And I don't even understand where she gets time to obtain information considering how much time she's already on live. You
right?
understand you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
how many hours are in your day? Because
Right. I
I
wish I
don't,
had that many hours.
like, you are live streaming for 8 hours. I'm sure you're investigating for 2, 3, 4. You're doing something, looking into somebody else. You're listening to somebody. You know what I'm saying? It
Right.
blows my mind. And there was one point in the beginning. So I always you caught the mayor thing. I
Yeah.
referred to her as the mayor because she was the mayor of Beach Creek, and that was really, really early in the case. I went through and edited that entire freaking timeline to take the mayor part out later on and change it to JSB because I truly felt JSB standed for just saying bullshit because that's all she did. She just said bullshit in
And that
circles this
fits
way and
pretty
that way and
well.
the other way. I know, and that's all it went to. So she's forever JSB. But there was one moment I was listening to a Doug video, an early interview she did with Doug, and I didn't watch Doug a lot in real time because he was kind of distasteful and I didn't really care for him. But I
Yeah.
should have and I didn't. But I tried to go back and watch clips and whatnot that I could, and I watched a early. I think Josh was even on the panel. I don't even think I knew who Josh was then. back when
Yeah.
this was recorded or whatever. But Josh was on the piano, him and Doug were still whatever.
Mhm.
And at that moment, in something that Jody Sue said, I was like, oh shit, she knows a little bit of truth. She's speaking some truth. I realized it. I don't know what she said. So then I did start to listen to her probably in like 2023, mid 2023, I guess, right about the time when Andy came out, early 2022 was it, I think.
Oh
So
gosh. Yeah.
I know. Then I started listening to her, and nothing's ever came of it. I've never gotten anything of,
Uh-uh. No,
you know,
and that's what I mean, like, she
substance.
talks in circles, and it's like, you can't make anything out of it, and you have to watch every stream that she does for any of it to try to make sense,
And it
and I don't
doesn't.
have that many hours in the day,
It
right,
doesn't.
and it still doesn't make total sense.
No, because
So
you
it's
don't know
like
half the things that she's saying because, like you said, she speaks in code.
right. And
Yeah.
that doesn't help shit. Like, I remember when she was on Facebook and she was talking about, like, all the shit that happened before Summer was reported missing, the
Mm-hmm.
property lines and her running people off of the property and her out
Mm-hmm.
there doing the surveys and, you know, all of that shit. And those made sense. You know, I mean, there were a few things that were in there that were like, okay, well, maybe if I watched the one before that, I would know what she was
She
talking
was
about. Yeah.
clear and she was clear and concise in her speaking at that moment. In
Right.
those videos, I know exactly what you're saying, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's
And
turned into
then
some
it went to
mumbles. That
mumbo jumbo with a mouthful
yeah,
of marbles.
yeah,
And I just can't, like, nothing personal. You know, I don't hate her. I don't know her. But I can't watch her. And when I watch videos, I watch on 2 times speed. And I am so freaking grateful right now because I pay for YouTube Premium every month. So I don't have a single ad on any video. But we also get to try new shit out. And
mm-hmm.
YouTube is offering one of the things that we get to try out this month is 4 times speed. So,
Whoa,
right?
whoa, whoa.
So, not only do we get 2, I get to jump up to 2.5, to 3, to 3.5, 3.75. I can go all the way up to 4 times speed. And so there are some people that I can watch on 4 times speed and still understand every word they're saying.
Wow. I can't
But
even imagine.
I need to get through the video, you know, like, I want to
Yeah,
listen as quickly as I can, absorb as much as I can, and move on
yeah,
to the next thing because I don't have as many hours in my day that Jody Sue has in hers, okay?
yeah.
So
I wish I could have watched those church videos in 4 times speed in the beginning. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Just for what
Oh
I
my
was looking for. I was just looking for her, so that would have been tremendously helpful, to say the
Yeah,
least.
it is amazing.
Yeah, that would
Okay,
be cool.
seriously. Um, what was the one video? Oh, Dawn blaming Jeannie. Look, I'll
Yeah.
see if I can pull it up and I'll share it. I'll show you. If it'll let me do it on my laptop, which it should. It does it on my phone. But so I have the picture on the screen there while I'm looking for this of the post about the boys' ages and their clothes size. And like I said, I screenshot that on June 25th. So that was most likely when it was posted, because it says posted 8 hours ago. And it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I screenshot it. So it would have been posted earlier that morning. And that, I guess, I mean, that's the news anchor. And she's posting what Candus and or Dawn told her, basically, right? You think?
That would be, yeah, that would definitely be my assumption.
So that would be where she got the ages from also then?
Yeah.
Oh, now see, here's another thing. I have Mrs. B. She's around here. She's a mod for Sweetie Pie Low. That's where I usually see her. But she used to come over to my channel all the time. Hi, C Star. And she came over one day and left me a comment, and she was like, I'm freaking out, Mandy. I need your advice. What do you think? Our landlord is selling our house that we're living in, and we have been given 1 month to move out, and we can't find a place. We have the money, but we can't find a place that is in our budget, and that is big enough because it was her husband, her her daughter, and her mother. And her mother had had a stroke, so she had medical necessities. And Mrs. B had had a brain surgery and she had a feeding tube. And so she had to have the electricity for her medical necessities. So they couldn't go to a hotel. They couldn't stay in their car. They couldn't, like couch surf or hotel hop or anything. They needed a place to
Right.
live. And so she was like, what am I going to do? I need your help. Like, what, or she was complaining about it, and she's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. So I commented back, because as soon as I was reading her comment, it was like her guides were telling me, tell her to calm down. She's going to find a place. It's going to be okay. And so I wrote exactly what they told me. Look, I'm going to pop over here and I'll show you. So this is part 1, and then here's part 2. But they're just comments, so you can read every word that was written in order. And so I said, calm down. You're going to find a place, but it's going to be at the last minute. Go ahead and pack all your stuff, get it ready, leave out your necessities that you need daily, but pack everything else, because when you find the place, it's going to be last minute and you're going to be rushing to get into this new house. And so she had responded back and she was like, oh my gosh, how did I forget that you had the psychic abilities? I totally spaced that. Thank you so much. I feel better. So then she comes back and leaves another comment, and she's like, the landlord changed the date and now we have to be out a week earlier or 2 weeks earlier. I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember, it was 2 years ago. But so I responded back again and I was like, still go ahead and keep packing. Still pack all your stuff. You got to get out and you're going to find your place. Again, it's going to be the last minute. And so then they had gotten a realtor that was trying to help them find a place to rent, and they could not find a place at all. And the landlord kept bumping the date up like a week at a time. And so she came back again and she was like, can you tell me like where the house is so I can kind of know, like, is it? And then she lives in Tennessee. So she was like, do you know what town it's in? Do you know what street name it's on? Like anything like that, just something that will help me know that that's the right house, And so I responded back and I said, I had a vision of, like, I was looking down from the sky at the roof from the front of the house. So I could see it's a small square house, has a black shingled roof. It's a white house. And on the front of the house, it has a white railing around the front porch. And I see you standing on the front porch up against the railing, looking out into your beautiful bright green grass yard. And I said, there's a T involved. I don't know if it's on a T road, or if the road name starts with T. And she was like, are you sure it's not because I'm in Tennessee? And I said, no, I know it's not that. It's either a T road or the name of the road starts with a T. And I told her I smelled vinegar, like super strong vinegar. And I don't know why, but it's making me nauseous. It's so strong. So she messaged me back and she said, never had she ever seen a white railing on a front porch. So when I said that, she had no idea what I was talking about, until her realtor had called him one day and said, I want you to come and look at my house. I can move into an apartment and I'll lease out my house to you until you find your, forever home or whatever, like what you're looking for. So that way you're not homeless. So they go to his house and they pull up, and she had already told her husband and her mom and her daughters about what I had said. And so they pull up and there's a white railing around the front porch. And she said, all of us looked at each other in the car and was like, that's what Mandy said. There's the white railing. And so then she said, it's on a T road. The reason why I smelled vinegar is because there were like an invasion of fruit flies inside the house, and they had to set out vinegar to get rid of them, or clean with vinegar or something along those lines. Like every single thing that I said, she validated.
That's wild. Yeah,
I've
apple cider
never,
vinegar. It's
right.
like the strongest smelling vinegar ever if you put it out, you know?
Yep.
Stinks up
And
your
it
whole
kills
kitchen.
kills those gnats
Yeah,
really
it
quick
sure
though.
does. It sure does. It sure does.
But
That's
that's what
wild.
these 2 videos are right here, is me reading the comments and in order and sharing them. So I've never been to whatever town Mrs. B lives in. That's not even her real name. I now know her real first name, but I only knew her as Mrs. B from Tennessee when she left her comment telling me about herself. And I knew that she had brain surgery. So it was crazy.
That is crazy.
This is the video where Dawn admitted to showering with Summer and all 3 boys all at the same time and handing them out to Candus to dry off. That was my second dream about Summer. My first dream is how I found out about Summer at 5 o'clock in the morning. I wake up bawling my eyes out because I kept hearing, "Dad is bad. Dad is bad." And I woke up crying. And then later that day, I was on YouTube and I saw Summer's face and I knew it was her. And I think it was either June 19th or June 20th. And I've been stuck since. There's
Yeah,
that.
like I said, when you said Rosie, that hit me pretty hard. That you
Yeah.
thought you had connected with Rosie.
Yeah.
Because at that point, I mean, even if you knew Rose existed, Rosie hadn't been stated yet, from my understanding. You know what I mean? As early as you posted that video, specifically.
Yeah. Here's my first reading for her. Right there, 3 years ago. And Samuel Olson, I was right about him too. He passed away of head trauma. I think I actually got that. I did. I was live streaming and somebody came in and said the autopsy had come back. And they told me that he had passed of head trauma. And this is a clip from that live stream.
Oh, okay.
And then here's Cherie and Desiree Thompson. That was wild too. Oh my gosh. That was when Cherie and I were on panel together. And we were talking about Desiree's case and how she didn't trust law enforcement in California City because the law enforcement is so small and not trustworthy. And I'll tell you in just a second, Tina girl. I'll tell you as much as I think I know. I feel like my guides are kind of protecting me a little bit from seeing some of it. But she said that she had one detective that she trusted that was on the force, and he had left and moved to Vegas. And so he was not there anymore, but he would still reach out to her and ask her how things were going, just for updates or whatever on the case. And she said she hadn't spoken to him in years, and she wanted to reach out to him to see if he could direct her, because I was suggesting for her to go to the Cold Case Foundation and try to get help from them, because it had been almost 10 years, and Cal City wasn't doing shit. So, and at that point, they had issued a warrant for Edward, but then they retracted the warrant, and we had never heard of that, just there were things that made no sense.
Yeah, that's
And
weird.
right. And so she was like, I'm going to reach out. And I can't remember the detective's name now, but she said, I'm going to reach out to him and see, what he suggests for me to do, or if he can put me in contact with somebody, or, something. And so we started talking about other things, and she stopped and she was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And there was another girl on panel with me, and Cherie, and we were on Nina Boy's panel, which Nina Boy doesn't even do true crime now. But he had left the panel and left us girls up there to run it, And so we were both like, what happened? And she was like, you are not gonna believe this. Oh my gosh. And we were like, what? And she said, Detective so-and-so just sent me a message. And I was like, are you kidding? And it was, late at night. But she said she hadn't spoken to him in months, like almost years. And out of the blue, late at night, after she had just talked about how he was the only one that she trusted and she wanted to reach out to him, he reached out to her. It's like, now tell me that's not Desiree pulling some magic over there, okay?
Yeah, that's wild. That's really wild.
And that was so awesome. Like, I felt honored to be on panel with her when that happened, to be
Yeah,
able to witness
100%.
that. Like, it was just amazing.
100%. Oh, that's really neat.
Okay. I'm not for sure which video this is here that, so this right here, this is the spirit box session where Rose came through.
Okay.
July 3rd, 2021. This was the first spirit box session that I did for Summer's case. And this is when I heard the box moving across the concrete. And I used the Miracle Box Spirit Box app to do the reading or to do the spirit box session. That only has voice sounds in it. And it only has it either has reverse speech or it has 2-letter sounds, and that's it. There is no sound of anything that would sound like a wooden box with metal on it scooting across concrete.
Yeah, I heard
And
you speaking on that. I've never listened to it though. I'm gonna have to check that out.
yeah,
Spirit boxes are really hard to understand, so I've kind of deterred from them just because they're just hard to understand,
right. No, I
But
get it.
yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
I'll grab the link for it and see if I can find just one spot. So you choose on this spirit box, you choose if you want a child's voice. I keep hearing a noise in the background and it almost sounds like metal. It's right here. You choose if you want a female child voice, if you want a male child voice, if you want an adult female, adult male, an elderly female, elderly male. Like, you get to choose which sound bank you want. I chose a child's voice so that I could try to reach out to Summer's guides or angels or ancestors or, anybody who knew anything about what happened to Summer. And you could tell it was a child's voice. And then an adult female's voice came through. And I was like, hello? Like, I'm talking to a child sound bank here. So why am I hearing an adult female voice at the same time? So that was wild. Like, that threw me. And then here in the box. So I'll share the link in the chat. And so it's here. So if you guys want it, you can have it. It was the first spirit box session that I did for her. But so a quick summary of what I think happened, Tina girl. I think that whatever happened on Tuesday, June 15th, 2021 was supposed to happen on Monday, June 14th, 2021. I think that it was planned out. And I think that Candus fudged it up somehow. I think that she got cold feet, or she wasn't on time, or she couldn't do it, or something happened to where it threw her off and they had to bump the plan to Tuesday. I think that they ran all the errands that Candus ran through, and I think that she ran those errands on purpose so that Summer would be seen on each camera throughout the city. Then I think at 3:09, when the milk carton video the accidental video was taken 9 minutes away from their house. They were on their way home, and but then they stopped. They went someplace before they went home. They went someplace that the trash ran. The trash trucks ran. The trash does not run on Ben Hill. They don't have the blue trash toters out there in Beach Creek. So I think that they drove someplace else and stopped, opened the back end of the truck, and took one more picture of Summer, an actual picture instead of the accidental video, because Candus wanted the picture. She told us she wanted the picture of Summer, and her mom took the picture, but took the accidental video first. But she got the picture too. That was the last picture that she had of Summer, in my opinion. I don't know what they were doing when they were stopped, and I don't know where they were stopped. But then I believe after they left there, they went home. Candus dropped Grandma Candy off at home, and then Candus took Summer to meet Dawn. Dawn left work in either somebody else's vehicle or his own white truck. I don't know. Hey, Mr. J. I don't know if he was driving. He told Josh and Chris McDonough that he did not drive the Subaru on Tuesday, that he drove it on Monday. But that was after months of him saying that he drove the Subaru on Tuesday. So I'm not 100% sure either way. But he was in a truck. I know that. He was in a small, short bed truck that looked just like his white truck. And he drove to meet Candus. They were on a country road where there was kind of like either a grassy spot or like a pull off on the side of the road. When I'm looking down on it, it's on the right hand side of the road. And Dawn was already there, and Candus pulled up and turned right and was parked right beside Dawn. And it was like her driver's side was to his passengers. I mean, her driver's side was to his driver's side. So he had backed in and she pulled in straight. So it was driver's side to driver's side. And then Dawn got Summer out of the car, and he had a wooden box that was like homemade in the bed of the truck. And then I see him driving down a highway or driving down a road, going quickly with the window down, and I could see his hair blowing. And I saw the box in the bed of the truck, and I knew that Summer was in there. I never saw him put her in there. I never saw him close it or open it or any of that, but I just knew that she was in there. And he drove and met another male, and then he went back to work. Candus went back home. The male took the box and went to a private property that's not used very often, that's not, owner occupied type thing. And if it is owner occupied, it's like far away from the house. Yes, I do believe that she was gone by the time she was in the box. Hi, Ava. Yeah, we're still going. Gotta go. I have a live about to start. Oh, awesome. Well, good luck with your live, Aussie. Thank you so much for coming over and hanging out. I'll have to pop over and say hi to you before I go to sleep. Good luck. Have a good night or a good day. So I think that guy buried the box, and I have the picture that I drew of where I saw her buried. Allegedly. This is all allegedly, in my opinion, possibly maybe from spirit, so it's not factual. So here's the drawing. And you can see the sun is setting, which is how I know which direction it is. So if you look over to the left at the bottom, I have her name underlined, and right above her name, I have the direction written. And I saw a vehicle like pull off to the right side of the road, and these are tire tracks from the vehicle where it's just like push the grass down. So it's not like a driveway or ruts from a vehicle driving often. It's just the grass is pushed down in those tire tracks. And then when you get up to the tree, the blob that's there beside the tree, that is like sticks and branches and twigs and just brush. Like it's covering up where the box is buried, in my opinion. And then I did another reading after this where I asked for more clarity, a further vision of this spot. And to the right, past those 3 trees, there is a house back there. And it's like a like an older style colonial house, I guess you could say. It has it's 2-story, and it was, I believe, a light baby blue color. And there's like 6 windows on the front. Upstairs is one big, huge room with a bunch of twin beds. On like when you go up the stairs and turn into the room, it almost reminds me of like a summer camp or something, like where all the beds are up against the wall on either side of the room, and then the room is long, so you can walk from one end to the other. And I saw some of the street. I'm trying to think about the picture. See, once I do this stuff, I have to write it down, because if not, it's like a dream. Like if you don't write it down or you don't share it immediately, you forget it. Hey, Faye. How are you doing? C-Star, I don't know 100%. I think if not close, very, very close. Kind of like an attic, but it was a room. Like it was an actual room. It had hardwood floors, and the walls in there may have been baby blue also. I'm wanting to say baby blue. I need to find the other picture that I drew of the overhead shot. I don't think I have it uploaded on here. No, I don't. Because I wrote down a few things that had popped into my mind that, let me go ahead and pop this up too. In my opinion, allegedly, this is not factual information, okay? I wrote down whatever popped into my mind while I was trying to see that area, and there was something about cold water, and I don't remember exactly what it was. Oh,
Any other details about the man that Don might have allegedly passed around to?
unfortunately, the only detail that I had made Ziggy freak the fuck out.
Oh, what was it? Sorry.
So I did not ever see him. I just knew that Don was going to meet a male to hand the box over, That way,
Right.
Don and Candus could both honestly say they had no idea where Summer was, because they didn't dispose of her,
Yeah.
They weren't the last to physically be with her, So, in my opinion, I was telling when Ziggy and Fred got married, I was telling my husband about it because I was excited for her. She was so happy. And I was like, if she's happy, I'm happy. Good for her. I don't know, Fred. I've heard, but I don't know. He's not living in my house. He's not my husband. So if Ziggy's happy, so be it, And when she went live and talked about it, I went over and congratulated her. I even made her a little picture with them together, and put the moon in the background and put the date on it, and made a little cutesy thing. And so I'm sitting here telling my husband about it, but I was doing a card reading for Sebastian Rogers' case. And when my husband had walked in, I had stopped and I set my cards down so I could talk to him. And then I said, I was telling him about, the whole marriage thing. And I was like, people are giving her shit because he's like a suspect in Summer's case. And he was like, well, what do you think about that? And I was like, well, I don't know. I've never looked at Fred, but I've never looked at Andy Bernard either. I've never branched out to look at who might be that other male, And so I said, I honestly, I don't know what to think. And so he ended up going in the other room, and I picked my cards back up and I started shuffling again. And I was like, all right, tell me about Sebastian Rogers. And as soon as I started shuffling, the cards started coming out. And the cards that came out, basically, like, I would have to look at the video to be 100% sure of what they said, but it led me to believe that it could possibly be Fred. And so I made a 5-minute video and I shared the cards that came out and told how they came out. And let me see if I want to pull it up here. It was 9 months ago, because Ziggy didn't know about it until just the other day, I guess, because she left some really shitty comments. Seriously. Like, she kept calling us geniuses. We're all geniuses over here on this channel. You listen to the voices in your head. And okay. Here's the video. Hey. Welcome back to my channel. I am so happy that you are here for this one. This is my second psychic medium reading for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee. My first reading will be linked above in an iCard, and it'll be in the description box. And nope. Sorry. That's not the right video. That one was actually on him. And I clicked on the speed and it wouldn't let me go to 4 on my laptop, but it lets me go to 4 on my phone. I wonder why it won't. There it is. It's the video before that one. Okay. So I already told you what happened. So this is any details of the case. I shared with him that I immediately thought that there were 3 people involved, 2 males and 1 female. One of those males, I believe, is Don Wells. Allegedly, in my opinion, this is all intuition. And the female is Candus. Allegedly, in my opinion, this is all intuition. And then I started sharing the timeline. And I explained to him that I believe, Candus, Grandma Candy, and Summer were done doing all of their running for the day, and they were headed home around 3 o'clock. I believe Dawn left work in a coworker's truck due to the vision that I had of seeing Dawn drive a truck with a homemade, like, wooden box treasure chest thing in the back. And the box had latches and locks and chains on it, but it was in the bed of the truck next to the tailgate. And I believe that Candus dropped Grandma Candy off at home and then took Summer to Dawn. I believe that Candus and Dawn met on a country road due to the vision that I had. And all of these visions I've shared with you guys already. And I believe Dawn put Summer in the box and they went their own ways. Then Candus went home and Dawn met another male. He gave the box with Summer to this other male. I believe Dawn went back to work and the male took the box with Summer inside and buried the box. Allegedly, in my opinion, all from my intuition. Now, as soon as my husband walked away, I started shuffling my cards to do the rest of my reading for Sebastian Rogers. That was the overhead picture right here. Let me see if, it's gonna let me zoom. Awesome. Okay. So then we have to go over here and try to slide it over. And that's the hard part, is trying to get it to move a little bit. Okay, come on. Okay, there we go. All right, so I don't think that the direction right here is correct. I think I have it backwards. I think it should be rotated around and north should be at the bottom. But I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked at it correctly. Okay, so this right here where I have summer is this spot right here under the tree. Can you guys see my mouse?
Just in the top right corner. All that's really
Oh,
on the screen is yeah, there you go.
okay. I forgot that was up there. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Okay, so
Same.
this little spot here, I know we're so close to being. You can hop down if you want. Don't feel obligated to stay up here because I can't shut up.
I'm enjoying the information. Continue.
Awesome. I'm enjoying you being up here with me. Okay, so this is where I have summer here is the spot over here under the tree. Okay, so then to the right, just past the trees, the 3 set of trees is where I saw the house. Okay, so I put white 2-story. Oh, so the room upstairs was blue and the farmhouse itself was white. I'm telling you, like, I don't remember this. It doesn't store in my brain. And if I do not write it down exactly how I saw it, then I don't remember. Even some of my notes I'll look at and be like, what does that mean? Because I didn't write down enough information when I was getting it. So I wrote cold water, ? And it's on private property, can't search without permission, which is why it's never been searched. And I saw multiple times a white light, an orange light, bushes, and then over here, see, I wrote it in black as I was getting it, and then I went back through with red and tried to write it to where it was more legible, pretty much. So it's a white farmhouse. The second floor room is wide open with several beds lined up on each wall, on the left wall and the right wall. Sky blue walls, wood frame. What's that say? Wood frame around the windows. So when you walked up the stairs and turned into the room, at the other end of the room was a window. So these are the beds right here. I put 3, but I think there were 4. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's only 3. But they were like directly across from each other on both sides. At the end of the room, there was a big window there, and it had a thick wood frame, like window seal around it. The headboards were wooden, and they had white blankets with tassels on each corner of the bed. Does that make sense? And Don said his truck was searched more than once. I believe he said 3 times. He said they kept taking his tools out and putting them back in over and over. Right. And why would his truck be searched if he didn't drive his truck that day too, right? I wonder why they did it 3 times though. So then I heard 3 road names, but I couldn't make them out or remember them enough to write them down. The first one, I thought it said something about Smithson or Smithton or something along those lines. And then the second road name started with a C because I was trying to figure out what these road names were. So I was asking for the road names. It took me a while to even be able to see this road out in front of the house. So the house is back here, way off the road, but this is the way it faces. Like, this is the road that runs in front of the house. And it's a big piece of property because then it has this road that goes to the right here. And this road right here is almost directly in front of the house, but it's over a little bit. So this road is more like if you're standing in front of the house looking towards the road, this road is more over to the left. Oh, that's very possible. I don't think we heard about the see, the dog handler was on Natasha Cooper's true crime channel that's gone now. One of the dog handlers. C could be for County Road. Usually a number follows. Oh, that's true. That's true. And see, I don't know which road was which. I wish I had gotten more, but I felt so exhausted after doing this. I just had to have more clarity on this. Like, this drawing, this location here wasn't enough for me. Leah, that would be amazing. I have not found anybody who clipped it. I wish I had. I recorded a lot of shit, and for some reason, I didn't record that one. And I kick myself all the time when I think about it. It'd be awesome if somebody else did. I know back then, Jays for Justice was talking with Natasha. I think they might have been half-ass working together. I don't know if she reviewed it or not, maybe. I just thought about that. Because I know Jay was around a little bit, and so was Cher. I don't know if either one of them would have it on their channels or not. Okay, let me go ahead and play this out now. But these are the two maps. I have no idea where they are. Somewhere in Tennessee. As soon as my husband walked away, I started shuffling my cards to do the rest of my reading for Sebastian Rogers. These were the first cards that popped out while I was shuffling. I yelled for my husband and showed him as I had Field pop out, which was the fourth card. He stood here and watched as number 5, Buried, and number 6, Suffocation, came out of my deck. So this was an accidental reading for Summer. I was doing a reading for Sebastian, and I stopped because he had walked in, and we started talking. And then we started talking about Summer's case, and then these cards came out. So I'm going to run through the cards with you. Right now, we had number 1 was Box or Container. And as soon as that one popped out, my jaw hit the freaking floor. And Liar and Drunk Driver or Intoxicated Driver or Inebriated Driver came out. And then, like I said, Field came out, Buried, Suffocation, Strangle, Shed. And I always get the Shed card in my summer readings. Number 9, Validation. Number 10 was Money. Number 11 was Guilty. And number 12 was Hidden. I stopped there because this wasn't a reading for Summer. I was trying to do a reading for Sebastian Rogers, but I had stopped thinking about Sebastian while I was talking to my husband about Summer's case. My cards, I feel like my cards are so intuitive, and they match what I feel, what I've seen, what I've been shown, what I've heard to a crazy level. And when I got validation, I was like, okay, they're just validating my previous readings that I've already done, my previous visions that I've already seen. That's what the validation card means to me. That's all for now. I just wanted to share this with you. I thought that was so crazy how it happened, purely accidentally, on April 21st at 6:44 p.m. And I had to share it with you guys. So what do you think about this? I know we haven't talked about Summer in a while. You will see in one of my readings for Sebastian. So that was the only part where Frederick was mentioned. And it was just me popping his picture up on there saying, is it possible? Is it possible? Because for it to have the drunk driver or, driving under the influence, whatever, we know that Fred had just gotten in trouble for meth back then, and he was driving on the road that day. And so is it possible that he was around the area, not there, between 5:30 between 3:30 and 4:30? Because according to, I think, him and Laura both, they were both there around, I think it was after the 4:30 time frame. I can't remember for sure, but is it a possibility? Everything is possible.
Definitely. What was the date that you posted that?
I did the reading on April 21st, 2024. and I posted it April 24th.
2024. Okay. So they were already obviously together and married at that point. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
I was curious of what point it was in the relationship.
Yeah, it was right after they had gotten married, because that's what I was telling my husband about, was them getting married, and you know how I was happy for Ziggy because she was happy. So, and that picture that I shared in right here is the picture that I made for them. Like, I sent that picture to her, you know, their marriage license and the 111, because she swears up and down that they met.
Yeah.
On that time. And so they got married on 4/8.
Okay.
So it was a little, hi, Star. How are you doing? Doing good. There's a field road. Okay, Leah. I think Summer's case and Sebastian's case have a lot of very similar red flags. I agree. So other than that, the only other thing that I was going to play was him blaming Jeannie for initiating it. But I'll find that and play it next time. Like, I'll try to play it in the timeline and do it that way, because I think that would be faster. My brain is starting to shut down. Where is my Summer? Oh, Audrey Cunningham. I saw her. Leah can vouch for me on this. I commented to Leah that I saw her by water, and I saw a concrete stone that she was hooked to, and then she was found after, like days after, which I show the days in that video. I show the exact dates of my comment and when she was found. So my vision of her was right on, unfortunately. Kylie Rodney, that is my most viewed video. I have over 56,000 views on my vision of seeing Kylie Rodney in the back end of her vehicle over a week before she was found. In the back end of her vehicle. All of the validations. Okay, I can't find it here. So, yeah, anyway, I'll get it for next time. We'll stop sharing for now and get it for next time and do it up. These start, yeah, something like that, like maybe a foster home or a large family or like a summer house. Maybe it reminds me of like when we would go to the lake in the summertime. I had we had a family friend that they had a cottage that we used to go to before my grandmother bought our cottage. And I remember going into her cottage and it was all like old, like hardwood everywhere, like I love houses like that where it's just like wooden everything, wooden door frames and the wooden doors and the wooden baseboards, like the thick dark wood, and she had a wooden wheel that it was almost like the Wheel of Fortune flipper on it. So when you would spin the wheel, it had the flipper that would go through the post, and then it was just basically to have the sound, because you didn't win anything if you hit on, any certain spot, because there were no markings or anything on it. But when you went upstairs, there were 2 rooms up there, and one room had a queen size bed in it, and the other room, I think it had 2 twin size beds in it. That was where we would go and stay, the summer before my grandmother bought our cottage. And it kind of reminded me of that. So it could have been like a summer house, or I don't know, a family home that was passed down, or something that multiple family members owned, and maybe they could all stay there. Or if they were going to have a family event, then they could all gather there to stay. The property was large enough that they could definitely have like a family reunion on that property or something. I don't know. And I haven't ever seen, I've watched the drive-through videos where people are driving around Tennessee when Don went on his little driving spree. There was somebody else that had gone down there and driven around to show different places. Is it Ryan Finds Truth, maybe? I don't know. But I mean, I've watched all of them trying to look for anything that stood out to me, anything that hit me in the face, and I haven't found anything yet. Oh, good night, Diane. Sweet dreams. I'm going to bed too. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning now. Holy shit. All right. We got to wrap this shit up. All right.
Yes, I appreciate you.
I am so happy you joined me on panel. I am
My
looking
pleasure.
forward to part 2. As soon as I figure out when it's going to be, I'll send you an email and let you know if you're available. I'll try to give you a couple different options, like we did this time.
Yeah.
So we can make sure that everybody is available and can join. And yeah, we'll set it up and keep it shorter than 6 hours.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Oh,
Hopefully.
my
We'll see. We'll see.
Yes. Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
I searched through some of your videos and I saw a couple 8 hours and I was like, oh, I'm not sure what I'm getting myself into here. This is going to be. I got some extra sleep this morning for it. So I came in prepared.
Well, good. And see,
Yeah.
and now you're like, I got this. I can do this.
Yeah.
I did this.
Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be another story, but we'll get it done.
Exactly. One day at a time. Okay.
I appreciate you.
Oh, I love it. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. And thank you for your work again on this timeline. You are a rock star.
Thank you.
I cannot explain how excited I am for Summer's case that you have been able to put this all together. So that's awesome.
There's
You're
a lot.
badass.
There's a lot to come. There's a lot to come. So
yeah,
we'll get
and I'm
into
looking
it.
forward to it. Every little bit of it.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And everybody in chat, make sure you hit the thumbs up, please, and thank you so much. Did we smooch the thumbs up? Double check it. Make sure you did. And
Got it.
Thank you.
I've been distracted
I can't imagine why.
for a little while now. Yeah, but I got it.
Almost
Thank you
6
so much.
hours.
Yes, ma'am. Wow.
Look at
Wow.
Lolo coming in here at the end. Lolo, where have you been for the last 6 hours, ma'am? I'm just teasing. Hi, Lolo. I like you. Where you been? We are ending it. I'm gonna play my outro. I just want to make sure that everybody hit the thumbs up and make sure that you are subscribed. Ring the bell. That's the most important part. Ring the bell, because we never know when my next stream is going to be, and I upload the videos randomly, and I would love to have every single one of you come back next time. The more information that you guys share in the chat, more opinions, more ideas, the more I think it helps us also. So please come back next time. Love to have you. And I think that's it. Trying to sleep with no. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, rewind and I'll talk you to sleep, Lolo. You know I got the voice. I'll talk you to sleep. Sweet dreams.
It worked on me
everybody.
a couple nights ago. I fell asleep a couple nights ago listening to you, and I never, ever, ever do that. And you put me to sleep.
Do you know that on my other channel, on my art channel, I used to have 2 people that they would come into my live stream when it was their bedtime. Like, they called me their sleep medication because I would talk them to sleep. And I'm like, well, I'm so glad that I'm that boring that I talk you
Wait,
to
yeah.
sleep, you know?
Yeah, is
And
that,
they were
I
like,
was gonna say, is that, I don't know if that's a compliment, but
right.
yeah, you're helping. You're helping.
It's like, I'm not gonna act like I'm offended or anything here, okay? But and no, of course it's not that. It's you have such a soothing, relaxing voice, and the atmosphere is just so relaxing, and it just helps me go to sleep. And then one of the girls ordered a sleep lotion from this company where I ordered a pain lotion, which was fan freaking tabulous on my back. She ordered the sleep lotion and she quit coming in at night.
Oh no.
It's like, all right, I
Well,
see you.
you got to take what you can get then. I get it. I get it.
Right, right. So I am not complaining. If I bore you to sleep or if I soothe you to sleep, I don't care how you go to sleep. Just fall asleep while you're watching my live stream, okay? I appreciate that, all right?
Love it.
Do you see Tattooed Mama? Basher says Basher is her son. You have the female equivalent of a Morgan Freeman voice.
Nice.
I'll take that as a compliment also.
Nice.
I'm not saying I sound like a man because it's a female equivalent too. So again, it doesn't matter. You've been listening for a half hour and you're still awake. Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome back, Sinister. We're about to end. Tattooed Mama, I don't know because I know Tammy's going to try to go live next week. I know that Cher is going to try to go live next week. And then I will try to squeeze a live in there also. So hopefully we'll be able to make that work. I want it to be like back to back with this one. I don't want it spaced out. Like with Brittany and I, we tried to do Dylan Redwine's case, and that was like 25 months ago is what it feels like that we did that live stream, and that was supposed to be part 1, and we still haven't done part 2. So I don't want it to be spaced out. I want it to try to be, within a week or 2 of each other. So it's easier to follow for people when they come back to try to catch up. So I would say most likely I'll shoot for next Friday again. Most likely, if that works for everybody else that's going to join. So I think that's it. Any other questions?
No, that works for me. I appreciate your time. I am tapping out of this.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm about to play my outro and I'm about to tap out too.
Do it. Thank you so much. Sleep well,
right.
rest well. All
You
right,
too.
till
I
next
will talk
time.
to you soon. All
Bye.
right. Bye. All right. So, perfect for you. Perfect. Awesome. 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 Woke up because you were thirsty. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm ending. I've been live 5 hours and 46 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay. This is crazy. This is crazy. And it's 5 a.m. Okay. I have got to go get some sleep before my grandbaby wakes up and says, Mimi. And I'm like, no. So, hi, Jess. Welcome in. Thank you, Sinister. So Fridays is perfect. All right. So we'll tentatively say probably same time, same place next week. If all goes well, that's how I'll try to do it. So at least it'll be consistent that way. And I think that's it. So if you came in late, rewind back to the beginning. We did a lot of chit chat. If you don't want to listen to the chit chat that's not summer related, then don't watch it right away. Wait, and tomorrow I will add the timestamps to it so you can skip through any of the chit chat that is not related to Summer's case. I'll go through and add the timestamps as soon as I get up here in a few hours, and they should be done by tomorrow afternoon then. So I think that's it. That's it. That's all. I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Jess. Good morning. Good morning, but I don't know if I should say good morning or good night, because it's not really good night, but it's my bedtime. But it's good morning because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to say sweet dreams. Okay. Sweet dreams for those of you who are going to sleep. And Aussie True Crime is live on her channel if you guys want to check her out. Let me see. Oh no, I don't have her channel saved in my thing. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna drop the links again for Tammy. There's both of her channels. Make sure that you are subscribed to each link that I'm dropping here, okay? And then I will get Aussie's before I end. And then we have Chapstick and Eve. And then we have Sharon, Mr. Mark. And then we have, this is my Summer Wells playlist. If you want to go back and just watch a shit ton of hours of summer, that's my summer playlist. 139 videos. Crazy. That still blows my mind. Like, I just can't. And then there's Summer's missing flyer and Michael Monkey Vaughn's missing flyer. Print them and share them, please and thank you. Oh, I do have Aussies. Here we go. Awesome. Okay. Aussie True Crime was in chat the majority of the time, and she had to leave because she had to go get ready for her live stream. So this is her channel link. Let's do that. And almost there. Okay. So if you want to still be able to go and chit chat, head over to her chat and chit chat with her. Thank you, Leah. Look at you being the bomb diggity rock star moderator. You got it before I did. You go, girl. Thank you so much. You are awesome. Awesome sauce. And I think that's it. Here's the link to Sebastian Rogers' missing flyer. And make sure you smooch the thumbs up, please and thank you. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. And here's the links if you want to join the membership, or if you want to buy me a coffee or send me a tip, or, you know, any of the things. They're there. They're there if you want to use them. And that's it. Did I miss anything? Let me come over here and get my video to go. Where's my videos? There they are. Okay, are we ready? Thank you so much. I love you guys so much. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And I'm going to say it again in my recorded outro. But until next time, I love you bunches. Well, that's all I have for you for this stream. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I know we don't discuss rainbows and puppies, so it's hard to hear this stuff. It's unfortunately the reality of the wicked world we live in, and these are the monsters that walk amongst us. The positive side is, not only do we get the honor to share a victim's face, life, and story, but we get to learn from these cases. We get to learn about the red flags in each and every case. This collection of red flags will help us keep our families safe, because we'll be able to detect dangerous people and situations much better. We have the privilege to learn from these cases. Now, a few thank yous are in order. Please thank our mod squad for keeping our chat running smoothly and respectful. Welcome again to all of our new squad members. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to each one of you who sent a super chat or gifted a membership to help our squad grow. Thank you to the very special people who sent me a tip on Cash App or who bought me a coffee. You keep me going, and I appreciate your support so much. I appreciate each one of you for being here tonight and for smooching the thumbs up, even the lurkers who don't chat, although I do wish that you would consider chatting next time. We don't bite too hard. Now, if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching till the end. Make sure that you leave a comment with the hashtag SSSquad so that I can personally thank you in the comment section. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.